In the beginning, a young boy is begged to save the world, with everyone hailing him as their hero. But the boy looks completely drained by the whole thing. Desperate hands keep reaching out to him from all sides, pleading to be saved. Trembling with frustration, the boy calls out to his mother. He tells her that people keep calling him a hero, questioning why it has to be him. His mother just smiles at him as he cries, saying he doesn't want to be a hero anymore because it's just too hard. Instead of comforting him, she places a cold hand on his shoulder, reminding him that he is the world's only hope. She tells him to stop acting weak, demanding that he die like a true hero, and pushes him straight back into the sea of desperate hands. Years later, the boy wakes up in an entirely different place, bruised, battered, and lying on the cold ground. The system announces that he has awakened in a bloodthirsty frenzy. He drags himself up in this desolate wasteland, hoping to catch his breath. But as he looks down, he spots a horde of monsters gathering below. Realizing they won't give him a single moment of peace, he curses at the beasts for swarming him like that. His current magic power sits at 97, with a magic rank of 9. As the horde gathers to tear him apart, the protagonist watches them closely, leaps straight into the center of the swarm, and wipes out a massive wave with a single devastating blow. At the end of the clash, he is completely mangled. That's when the boss monster emerges, mockingly praising humanity's so-called hero. The creature looms over him, radiating pure malice, claiming that such power is far too tempting to pass up. Identifying itself as Fafnir, the beast declares that the hero is worthy of being absorbed. It vows to crush him, claim his strength, and immediately charges. The protagonist takes a brutal kick straight to the chest, sending him flying and worsening his injuries. His exhaustion hits 98%. Despair sets in as he wonders if this is truly the end. The whole idea of being a hero feels like a sick joke. He remembers his mother telling him to protect humanity, but looking around at his ruined reality, all he can do is smirk bitterly. He failed to protect anyone, and he still despises that cursed title. Fafnir closes in to deliver the finishing blow while the protagonist laments that, in the end, he accomplished nothing at all. Suddenly, he snaps awake in a completely different place, at a completely different time, surrounded by people staring down at him. They smile, calling out to him and saying they genuinely thought he had kicked the bucket after passing out of nowhere. The protagonist opens his eyes in utter confusion, having no idea where he is. He scrambles to his feet so fast that everyone jumps back in shock, since he looks as pale as a ghost. Still in disbelief, the boy looks down at his own hands, then looks up at the sky, completely different from the post-apocalyptic wasteland he was just in. Another kid standing nearby stares at him, baffled. The protagonist mutters, wondering if this is all just a dream, swearing that Fafnir was right there a second ago. The people around him exchange confused glances, telling him that since he's finally awake, it's time to get back to work. Overwhelmed, the protagonist feels a sudden wave of relief that they are all still alive, but the other guys snap at him to shut his mouth, with one of them winding up a punch straight toward his face. Seeing the incoming fist, the protagonist reacts on pure instinct, effortlessly swatting the hand away before countering with a massive strike of his own. Why on earth they're calling him Kim Soo-hyun when his real name is Kim Sung-in? As he gets up, he tries to make sense of the situation. He spots a phone lying nearby and walks over to pick it up, realizing it belongs to one of the bullies. He scoffs, thinking they really need an upgrade since the phone looks so primitive, but then something on the screen catches his eye, making him freeze. He stares at the reflection, wondering who the hell that face belongs to. The protagonist recalls how the world was destroyed in 2042. After mysterious dungeons began appearing all over the globe, monsters from unfinished dungeons started spilling into reality. Thanks to the catastrophic phenomenon known as the outbreak, peace on Earth was ruthlessly annihilated. In response, individuals granted special powers to fight back against the calamity emerged, known as the Awakened. He was one of them. Even after all of humanity was wiped out, he remained standing alone, fighting the monster hordes until the very end as mankind's sole survivor, and the strongest awakened to ever live. Now, he finds himself in a police station interrogation room. An officer asks for his name, and the protagonist almost slips up, nearly saying his old name, Sung-in, before catching himself and stating that he is Kim Soo-hyun. The officer then asks for his date of birth, causing the boy to freeze completely. Annoyed by the long silence, the officer asks how old he is, but the protagonist still can't find the words. He glances at a calendar on the wall and is shocked to see the year 2022. If he isn't mistaken, the year should be 2042. He has gone 20 years into the past. The officer snaps at him to hurry up and answer. The boy almost says 20, but corrects himself just in time, claiming to be 19. The officer sighs, deciding to wrap this up quickly since the kid just looks like a regular student, and asks where he lives. When the boy admits he doesn't even know his own address, the officer raises an eyebrow, asking if he doesn't find it bizarre that he only knows his name and age. The protagonist has no way to explain. He was certain he had been killed by Fafnir. Interrupting his thoughts, the officer asks if he thinks it's fine to be wandering around causing trouble when his final exams are right around the corner. The protagonist wonders if this is all a hallucination, or some kind of illusion magic cast by Fafnir. nightmare. Remembering the brutal impact of the beast's attack, he knows the pain was real, yet everything around him feels utterly foreign. He truly has traveled back in time, but he wonders what happened to his real body, his battle-hardened self. Kim Sung-in. He questions what he needs to do to get his true strength back, realizing how little he actually understands about his current situation. Losing the last bit of his patience, the officer snaps at him, saying that spacing out won't change a thing. He mentions that the boy's mother called and will be arriving shortly, so he should just go straight home with her. He warns him to stop loitering around, especially near that construction site, which was recently in the news because of that thing. He orders him to stay away from the area, leaving the protagonist deeply unsettled, wondering what kind of danger that thing could possibly be. Right at that moment, his mother rushes into the station, calling his name in a panic. She frantically asks why he's at a police station, what on earth happened to his face, and if he's hurt. The protagonist stares at her, wondering who she is, quickly putting together that this must be the mother of the body he now inhabits. She bails him out and begins walking him back home, asking if he forgot their home address because they moved recently. She wonders aloud if he's been under too much stress lately, and he awkwardly replies that he simply isn't familiar with the neighborhood yet. His formal tone immediately strikes her as strange, noting that he never speaks to her like that. Panicking slightly, the protagonist wonders how to handle a total stranger. He quickly apologizes for causing her trouble. Instead of scolding him, she pulls out a tissue to gently wipe the dirt and bruises from his face, realizing that the bullies at school must be at it again. She sighs in frustration, asking when they'll ever stop tormenting him. She tells him to speak up if they ever try it again, promising that next time, she won't let it slide. The protagonist finds the warm interaction completely alien. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, looking around the empty park. She comments on how eerie it is that not a single person is around, wondering if something happened. The protagonist pauses, realizing she's right. The entire area is dead silent. Without warning, a massive, shadowy beast emerges behind them. His mother, walking ahead, asks if he's coming along. He tells her he is, but the sound of rustling catches his ear. The beast lunges forward, aiming straight for them. The protagonist instantly throws himself in front of her. The beast snaps its jaws, tearing away the bag he was carrying instead of his flesh. Looking at the creature, he realizes this is no ordinary wolf. It's a werewolf. That means the danger the officer mentioned earlier was an outbreak. He recalls that around 2022, outbreaks were starting to become far more frequent, making rogue monster sightings in city centers a terrifying reality. Another wolf steps out of the shadows, joining the first. Taking on monsters in his current state is going to be a nightmare. He urgently scans the area for anything he can use as a weapon, grabbing an umbrella lying nearby. His mother panics at the sight of the beasts, stammering that the news reported all local monsters had been eliminated. The protagonist tells her to stay back and not move a muscle. He knows he isn't used to this weak, fragile body, but he figures handling just one shouldn't be impossible. The first wolf lunges. The boy strikes with the tip of the umbrella, deflecting the beast's attack and landing a blow, but the strike barely scratches it. Enraged, the wolf snaps forward again, clamping its massive jaws around the umbrella in a brutal test of strength. The protagonist grinds his teeth, realizing his attack was way too shallow. He can't tap into his real power against a low-tier beast like this. In his original body, or if this vessel were at least an awakened, that single strike would have pulverized the monster instant. Suddenly, the second wolf ambushes him from the side. Before the claws can reach him, his mother charges in, slamming her shoulders straight into the beast to protect her son. The impact throws the creature off course, but sends her crashing hard onto the pavement. The protagonist watches in pure shock while wrestling with the first wolf. He can't understand why she would throw herself into danger like that. Seeing her battered on the ground, he realizes she just put her life on the line to save him. A surge of desperate fury ignites inside him. Refusing to let her die, he draws upon every ounce of hidden strength left in his fragile body, and delivers a vicious kick straight into the beast's ribs, sending it skidding back. He rushes over to the woman, calling out to her and asking why on earth she would do something so reckless and dangerous. Breathing heavily, she looks up at him, whispering that she's fine, and pleading with Soo-hyun to run away and save himself. Seeing her absolute determination to protect her child stirs something fierce inside him. Pure rage takes over. A suffocating wave of bloodlust suddenly erupts from his fragile frame. He turns his glare toward the two beasts, his voice dead and menacing as he asks them if they have a death wish. Sensing the overwhelming predatory pressure rolling off the boy, the monsters freeze in terror, turn tail, and vanish into the shadows. He grits his teeth, muttering that he won't let them escape, but as he tries to pursue, his legs buckle. He collapses onto the pavement from sheer exhaustion the moment the beasts disappear. A wave of relief washes over him. He knows damn well this frail body couldn't have kept up a real fight anyway. He curses his weakness, barely able to stand, let alone chase after monsters. His priority now is to get her home, but a sharp pain shoots through his battered spine, making every movement agony. He freezes for a moment, realizing he has no idea where they actually live. Fortunately, he checks her dropped wallet and finds an ID with their address. Without that stroke of luck, they would have been completely stranded. Somehow, he manages to drag them both back to the house. Lying in bed, completely unconscious, the mother murmurs in her sleep, softly calling out to Soo-hyun. She tells him not to worry, that his mother is right here, repeatedly pleading with him to run to safety. Watching her, the protagonist is deeply moved. She pushed her fragile, ordinary body past its limits just to shield him. Suddenly, the system hums, reacting to his emotional turmoil. Frustration eats at him. This body is pathetic, a frail shell that could barely handle a couple of low-level beasts. He hates feeling so useless, especially remembering the godlike power he once wielded. He refuses to repeat the tragic mistakes of his past. Right behind him, the space twists, and the Tower of Trials begins to manifest. He tells himself to calm down, to stay cold and analytical. Turning around, he hears the tower system voice echoing in his mind. To his shock, the notification announces that his prerequisite trial is complete, and a portal has opened specifically for the user, Kim Soo-hyun. He recognizes the eerie rift immediately, the Abyss. The opening of the Abyss Gate means this vessel actually has the latent talent required to become an awakened. If that's the case, he can rebuild Kim Soo-hyun's body into a true weapon. He calculates the timeline. In the year 2022, even his original self, Kim Sung-in, was just an ordinary civilian. That means he is entering the Abyss years earlier than he did in his previous life. With no reason to hesitate, he steps firmly through the rift and into the Tower of Trials. The tower, commonly known as the Abyss, serves as the ultimate crucible. Clearing the very first floor officially grants a person the status of an awakened. From there, ascending higher floors allows one to amass unimaginable power, driving countless challengers to reach for the peak. However, the Tower of Trials holds a much deeper mechanic than just climbing floors. The system voice resonates once more, announcing that Soo-hyun's trial is about to begin, designating the first floor as the floor of challenge. He smirks, fully aware of the hidden mechanics. Beyond the floor numbers themselves, each floor features a distinct difficulty tier system, allowing a challenger to adjust the trial's intensity up to tier 10 for far greater rewards. The Abyss relied on this hidden tier system. Even on the very first floor, raising the tier meant facing vastly stronger enemies. The tougher the monster you crushed, the greater the rewards you reap. It was the ultimate rule of the tower: high risk, high return. In an instant, the first floor materialized around the boy, shaping into a massive, blood-stained coliseum. The trial configured itself strictly to his chosen difficulty. He took a breath, reminding himself why he locked in tier 10. A part of him wondered if he was being reckless, considering that even in his previous life, the highest tier he ever dared to challenge on floor 1 was tier 8. But he immediately cut off that loser mindset. He had to push beyond his limits. If he simply followed the same path as before, he would inevitably end up with the exact same tragic end. The system prompted him to select his weapon. As he locked in his choice, monstrous silhouettes emerged from the arena gates. The system announced that the trial had officially begun. Gazing at the horde, his resolve hardened. He was going to rewrite fate itself. A few hours later, out on the dark city streets, an ordinary civilian was screaming in terror. He was cornered by the very same war wolves that had attacked the protagonist and his mother earlier. The man cried desperately for help, begging anyone to save him as the beasts closed in for the kill. Right as the wolves lunged, the protagonist dropped into the alleyway. He muttered calmly that he had finally tracked the pair down. Without hesitation, he charged the monsters. He landed a vicious kick straight to the first wolf's jaw, sending it flying across the asphalt, while using the reinforced umbrella to brutally shred the second one in seconds. The wolf that took the kick scrambled backward, trembling in absolute terror as it stared at the boy. Soo-hyun stared down at the beast, asking if he hadn't made it clear that they wouldn't leave that park alive. The creature whimpered, completely stunned by the overwhelming aura. The boy smirked, telling the beast not to worry, promising that its turn was up next. The awakened Kim Soo-hyun had just flawlessly cleared floor 1 at tier 10. Meanwhile, news broadcasts everywhere were flashing urgent headlines. Dungeon appearances had skyrocketed across the globe. Compared to 2019, the year the very first dungeon emerged, the spawn rate was projected to triple. When dungeons first appeared, widespread panic had gripped the entire population. Governments and researchers scrambled to analyze the phenomenon, obsessing over dungeon classifications and difficulty ranks. The world's entire attention had shifted toward these unexplainable phenomena: the dungeons, the Tower of Trials, and the mysterious system, all arriving in rapid succession. As days passed, humanity's drive to exploit and dominate these anomalies only grew stronger. At the same time, the unique energy sources extracted from inside the gates, known as Aether Stones, continued to diversify, causing their market value to explode. The rare materials and rewards harvested from cleared dungeons not only revolutionized everyday technology, but also completely transformed the global economy. Awakened individuals became increasingly obsessed with the lucrative physical rewards granted upon clearing dungeons. The promise of wealth, status, and absolute glory fueled an unquenchable greed across human society. Yet, the masses remained completely blind to the impending horror. The emergence of otherworldly entities on their planet was officially termed an outbreak, a disaster where unfinished dungeon monsters spilled directly into reality. For now, the public naively viewed dungeons as a golden goose, a blessing in disguise for human prosperity. They had no clue that outbreaks would soon surge exponentially around the year 2028, turning their so-called goldmine into an inescapable living hell. That surge in outbreaks would soon evolve into the very calamity destined to destroy the world. Meanwhile, among the awakened community, shockwaves were already spreading. Several climbers gathered, frantically asking if everyone had seen the latest leaderboard update. One of them pointed out a completely unknown name suddenly dominating the rankings, leaving the entire group in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how anyone could clear the first floor with a score like that. A bystander mentioned barely scraping together 2,230 points on floor 1, while the previous top ranker only held around 9,540 points. A monstrous new star had risen out of nowhere, leaving everyone desperate to figure out who the hell this newcomer was. Unbothered by the chaos, the protagonist re-enters the tower, blending in effortlessly wearing plain, ordinary clothes. He mutters to himself that it's been a long time since he set foot here. The Tower of Trials, better known as the Abyss, is a colossal realm made up of countless floors where awakened from all across the globe congregate. Each floor functions as its own distinct world, boasting a unique atmosphere, environment, and culture. To climb higher, one must clear a grueling trial on each level. The second floor serves as the main residential hub for newly awakened users, making it the best place to trade and gear up. However, enjoying such luxury requires a massive haul of reward points earned from the trials below. The protagonist recalls how he crushed the first floor trial, slaughtering wave after wave of massive, dinosaur-like beasts. Clearing it, he acknowledged that Tier 10 was no joke. Without the battle instincts and memories from his past life, clearing it that fast would have been impossible. Still, he felt a surge of satisfaction. The more he fought, the sharper his combat senses became. If he kept this momentum going, changing his future was well within reach. The system announced that he had mastered Floor 1 with absolute perfection, unveiling the reward list for a Tier 10 clear. He claimed the #1 rank on the global leaderboard alongside a staggering mountain of points. Even for a Tier 10 clear, the payout was absurdly high. His base stats were going to grow significantly faster than in his previous life. Gazing at his massive point balance, he realized he had more than enough to breeze through the next stage. With points to burn, he decides to go shopping. His first stop is a specialized merchant shop. Upon stepping inside, an alluring dark elf merchant greets him with a sly smile, remarking that he looks like a fresh rookie who just arrived. She tells him to speak up about whatever he needs, presenting herself as the skill vendor. Flashing a flirtatious look, she purrs that if he doesn't have anything specific in mind, she would be more than happy to recommend a few things herself. The protagonist instantly recognizes her manipulative charm. She always used that sultry attitude to bait inexperienced rookies into overpaying for standard gear. He politely cuts her off, stating that he already knows exactly what he wants. He asks directly for the leap skill and the transformation skill. Caught off guard, the dark elf raises an eyebrow, asking if an experienced climber tipped him off. She questions if a rookie like him can even afford them, warning him that leap costs 150 points, while transformation is a steep 1,000 points. The boy simply smirks back, transferring the total immediately and letting the system confirm the payment on the spot. She freezes in absolute disbelief, staring at the balance transfer. Her mind reels as she wonders how on earth a rookie possesses that many points, asking if he somehow cheated the system. The boy calmly replies that he is certain he transferred the exact amount required. Flustered, she stammers that that's not what she meant. Nobody has ever cleared the first floor with over 1,000 points to spare. She asks if he truly just stepped onto the second floor for the first time. He casually confirms it, adding that he is merely another paying customer before turning to leave. Both the merchant and a mysterious swordsman standing quietly in the corner watch him walk away, deeply unsettled by what they just witnessed. Stepping outside, the protagonist checks his dimensional bag. Inspecting his inventory, he finds a balanced sword, a short spear, plenty of bandages, medical supplies, and enough rations to last a while. Confident he hasn't forgotten anything essential, he activates his appraisal skill to examine the 2 newly acquired skills. Skills utilized by the awakened require a specific magic rank to cast. To boost proficiency, one must repeatedly trigger and master them in combat. Certain elite skills possess growth tiers far beyond basic proficiency, known as evolutionary skills. They are exceptionally rare and demanding to obtain. Among the few evolutionary skills accessible early within the Tower of Trials, transformation stands out as the most versatile. Another crucial mechanic for evolutionary growth is the magic catalyst. He purchased a low-grade magic catalyst for 700 points pure magical essence diluted in distilled water. Consuming it permanently elevates both the user's magic rank and total magic capacity relative to their current level. The catalyst serves as a rare booster, enhancing magical potency up to a specific limit even without clearing additional floors or dungeons. It becomes available exclusively in the achievement point shop immediately after clearing a trial. Most climbers get distracted by the flashy high-tier gear in upper floor shops, completely overlooking the hidden treasures tucked away on lower levels. Among those overlooked gems, this magic catalyst is an absolute game-changer, granting a massive mana boost right from the early stages. Having memories from his past life provides an absurd tactical advantage. Knowing about the true potential of transformation and the exact catalyst mechanics makes him the only person in the entire world with this knowledge right now. After consuming the catalyst and finalizing his setup, he wonders what move to make next. Suddenly, the red-haired swordsman who was observing him inside the shop approaches from behind, politely asking if he could spare a moment of his time. The protagonist startles. For a split second, he hadn't sensed the man's presence approaching at all, immediately wondering who this dangerous figure could be. Noticing the boy's reaction, the swordsman apologizes, asking if he startled him and clarifying that it wasn't his intention. The protagonist stares at him closely, and a dark memory from the future flashes across his mind. He visualizes this exact same young man standing cold and indifferent atop a mountain of slaughtered corpses. A chill runs down his spine as he recognizes him. Choi Hak-jun. Choi was hailed as an unrivaled prodigy among the awakened, once revered as a rising legend within the abyss. But in the not-so-distant future, something broke inside him, transforming him into the ruthless butcher behind the complete annihilation of a premier guild. Looking at the polite, unassuming young man standing before him now, the protagonist can barely believe this innocent-looking kid is destined to become such a monster. Because he looks nothing like the ruthless killer from the future. Choi awkwardly touches his own face, asking if he has dirt on his cheek, since the protagonist is staring at him with such an intense look. Snapping out of it, the protagonist quickly apologizes, explaining that he was just caught off guard. He remembers that back in the future, Choi always had a chilling, murderous gaze, making his current look totally jarring. He asks Choi what he needs. Choi admits honestly that he has been tailing him ever since they were in the shop. He noticed that the boy bought an absurd amount of high-tier items, acting like someone with deep, expert knowledge of the tower. The protagonist bristles, slightly creeped out by the fact that he was being stalked. As Choi begins to make his point, the protagonist tenses up, ready for a fight. Instead of attacking, Choi beams with an innocent, golden retriever-like smile and asks if they should form a party together. The bubbly attitude catches the protagonist completely off guard. Declining the offer, the protagonist dives straight into the floor 2 tier 10 trial. The trial objective triggers immediately. He has successfully stolen the sacred relic of the Shar tribe. Enraged by the theft, the entire Shar tribe will hunt him relentlessly until they reclaim their treasure. His objective is simple: hold on to the relic, run, and survive within the dense jungle. Moments later, the lizardman tribe begins sweeping the area. Perched high up in the canopy, the protagonist observes the search parties below. He knows this tribe all too well. They are elite trackers, making running and hiding from them practically impossible. The survival trial seems brutally rigged. To make matters worse, the stolen relic provides 0 stat buffs or useful effects. It is pure dead weight that he is forced to protect. He wonders how anyone is supposed to clear this trial the normal way. But then, he catches the exact wording of the objective: survive in the forest. A smirk crosses his face as an aggressive plan forms. Surviving doesn't strictly mean hiding. It also means slaughtering every single threat in the area until nothing is left alive to hunt him. Dropping down right in front of a roaming scout, he draws his blade and slices the lizardman cleanly in two. Stepping into the open, he taunts the entire forest, daring them all to attack at once. A massive lizardman lunges from the bushes, but the protagonist cleanly bisects the beast mid-air. He darts through the trees, ruthlessly cutting down every reptile in sight with effortless precision. He notes that the Shar tribe prefers hunting in massive packs, meaning wiping them out solo could take longer than expected. Having a reliable party member would have sped things up, but past Tier 5, trial difficulty spikes hard, making competent teammates nearly impossible to find. Choi had originally proposed tackling Tier 8 together, but the protagonist turned him down. While Tier 8 is considered insane by normal standards, it is far too low for the protagonist's ambitious growth targets. As he sprints through the jungle clearing, the ground begins to shake. He comes face to face with the tribal chieftain, charging toward him atop a colossal Komodo dragon mount. The beast roars, rushing him with crushing force. Seeing the apex predator arrive, the protagonist smiles. The boss has finally shown up. Activating the leap skill, he launches himself high above the colossal beast. Gathering his momentum for a devastating descending strike, he declares that he is about to completely shatter the local food chain. With one earth-shattering blow from above, he cleaves both the chieftain and the massive mount clean in half, instantly shredding them into pieces. After making minced meat out of the boss and its mount, the hidden reward effects of the second floor treasure are finally revealed. The relic allows the user to fully recover from all sustained damage and instantly cures any status ailment or disease, with a total count of 5 uses available. The protagonist admits he never expected an item this broken. Just realizing he secured a reward of that caliber makes the entire bloody massacre worth it. He feels relieved that he chose to stay and hunt across the entire forest instead of running away. Opening his status window, he notices his base attributes are skyrocketing much faster than anticipated. Activating the transformation skill, he copies the core trait of his fallen target. The skill allows him to mimic the physical characteristics of a vanquished foe, growing stronger in rank the more it's utilized. He absorbs the Shar tribe chieftain's unique trait, Berserker. This passive significantly boosts physical stats as exhaustion rises, while steadily draining health whenever bleeding. It's a high-risk perk that will definitely come in handy later. He reflects on how tough the fight supposedly was, even though he diced the boss to pieces without breaking a sweat. Still, the gains are undeniable. Growing at this rate guarantees smooth sailing ahead. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a loud growl. With exhaustion sitting at 81%, he decides to wrap things up and log out to grab a meal. Returning home, he is greeted by a lavish feast spread across the table. Stunned, he asks what all this food is for. His mother apologizes, saying this meal is the least she could do after he protected her, wishing him the best of luck on his upcoming exams. He stands there, lost for words. He reminds her how exhausted she must be, especially after dragging herself to work with all those bruises yesterday. She waves it off with a warm smile, despite the heavy dark circles under her eyes, reassuring him that cooking a good meal for her own son is never a burden. Looking at the care poured into every dish, the protagonist is deeply moved. He sits down, takes his first bite, and bows his head to thank her. Deep down, he knows he might never be her true biological son, but he makes a silent vow right then and there. He will protect this woman from everything and everyone, no matter what. Retreating to his bedroom, he boots up his computer and checks the awakened community forums. The entire front page is buzzing with gossip about the mysterious prodigy who claimed the #1 spot on both the first and second floors. Climbers are losing their minds over Soo-hyun's absurd high score. Seeing his name plastered across every trending thread, he sighs in annoyance. Realizing what a pain this unwanted attention will be, he breaks into a cold sweat scrolling through posts warning that top guilds will ruthlessly hunt down this rookie's identity. The thought of dealing with aggressive scouts makes his head throb. Meanwhile, in Gangnam, Seoul, inside the executive office of the prestigious Eras Guild, an officer approaches Choi Hak-jun. Choi stares at the screen in utter shock upon seeing that Kim Soo-hyun, the plain guy he ran into recently, is sitting comfortably at rank 1. The guild master points out that this newcomer seems to have awakened around the exact same time as Choi, asking if he happens to know anything about the guy. Choi hesitates for a second before shaking his head, claiming he doesn't think they've ever crossed paths. Accepting the answer, the master remarks that the tower is a massive place after all. Changing the subject, he approaches Choi to ask how preparations for the 3rd floor are going, reminding him that even though he's challenging Tier 8, which is far beyond standard limits, he can't afford to put this off forever, especially now that Kim Soo-hyun, such a fierce competitor, has suddenly appeared on the scene. Choi explains that he has been trying to find a capable partner to tackle the 3rd floor with him, but nobody is willing to attempt Tier 8. He adds that if he can't find anyone, he'll just go in solo. The guild leader cuts in, promising that if Choi can't find a teammate, the guild will assign someone to him. He tells the boy not to stress over team recruitment and just focus entirely on climbing. Wrapping up the meeting, the leader reminds Choi of his priorities, ordering him to report back in a week with clear progress and urging him to beat this Kim Soo-hyun if he gets the chance. Leaving the office, Choi feels the immense pressure weighing on his shoulders, realizing he's in serious trouble. He can't help but wonder if that Kim Soo-hyun is really the same plain kid he met sitting out by the plaza. But he quickly shakes off the thought. Even if it is, what difference does it make? Right now, he needs to focus solely on his own survival and growth. Over the following months, the protagonist methodically clears floor after floor, rapidly reaching the 9th. Preparing for a prolonged push, he tells his mother that he is planning to travel, admitting he isn't entirely sure how long he'll be away. Before leaving, he hands her a stellar report card with top grades. He explains that he wants to explore remote rural areas to clear his head. Seeing his academic results, she gladly agrees, telling him he has studied hard and deserves to enjoy himself. She reminds him to call her often, and he promises he will, assuring her that he'll be back soon. A year passes in the blink of an eye. By December 7th, 2022, he arrives at the train station. He knew time would fly, but realizing an entire year has already gone by still feels surreal. He admits he was slightly stressed balancing his studies, but he's thrilled to have cleared the 9th floor ahead of schedule. He knows the 10th floor is going to take considerably more time and preparation. Whenever a trial's duration is unpredictable, an extended road trip is the perfect cover story for vanishing off the grid. grid. For climbers ascending the Tower of Trials, the 10th floor is a critical milestone that separates amateurs from true veterans. Every 10 floors, the trial difficulty spikes exponentially, to the point where climbers often joke that floors 11 and 12 feel easier than the brutal 10th floor trials. Because of this brutal difficulty wall, almost everyone chickens out and drops their chosen tier by 1 or 2 levels below their standard run. However, backing down like that creates a trap. The moment you lower your tier difficulty, the subsequent floors become increasingly punishing to clear with reduced stats. To prevent that downward spiral, he knows he must push through at full power. Looking ahead, he tracks the impending timeline of catastrophe. In exactly 1 year, the dreaded Green Dungeon will manifest in the city of Anyang, triggering a massive outbreak that will mark the first time humanity truly feels the terror of extinction. Coupled with the upcoming January 1st disaster in Gyeong province, countless catastrophic events are fast approaching. Staring toward the horizon, his resolve hardens. He will change this tragic future. This time around, he will protect this world no matter the cost. Stepping once more into the Tower of Trials, he approaches the massive threshold of the 10th floor, walking the lonely path alone. Along the way, an old beggar blocks his path, asking if the boy is heading to the 10th floor. The old man rasps that he won't stop him, but asks if the kid can spare some pocket change before heading into danger. The protagonist stops, immediately recognizing the old beggar's true identity, the gatekeeper of the 10th floor. The protagonist knows that most climbers completely brush this old man off, assuming he is just an ordinary beggar. In reality, his role is critically important. Without hesitating, the protagonist transfers a staggering 5,000 points directly to him. The old beggar gasps in disbelief. Most challengers just look down on him and walk on by, yet this kid is handing over a fortune to someone who looks like a bum. The protagonist calmly replies that it's because the old man is an important figure. Touched by the compliment, the beggar thanks him warmly and asks what kind of intel he is looking for. The boy asks for intel on tier 10. The old man's eyes widen even further. That kind of information is absurdly valuable, but given the massive tip, he has no choice but to spill the beans. Leaning in, he warns the boy to be extremely cautious of the boss. The protagonist asks if that's really all he has to say. The old man nods, confirming that's the whole warning. It sounds ridiculously vague, but intel directly from a gatekeeper is never wrong. The protagonist accepts the cryptic hint, satisfied with the advice. The gatekeeper tells him to watch his back as the boy steps through the threshold. Inside the 10th floor gate, he finds himself standing in an ominous pitch-black void. The trial setup initiates, and he locks in tier 10 without a second thought. The void shifts, transporting him to the outskirts of a rural village. The system prompt flashes, stating that he must uncover the hidden trial objective, complete it, and survive without dying. Deep within the 10th floor zone, a local village boy is busy picking wild berries in the woods. He smiles to himself, thinking he really hit the jackpot today since he never expected to fill an entire basket so fast. Feeling proud of his haul, he's about to pop a sweet berry into his mouth when a sudden clap of thunder shakes the ground. A colossal monster drops out of the trees right above him. Terrified, the kid screams for his mother and bolts through the woods as fast as his legs can carry him. The beast closes the gap in seconds, claws outstretched, inches away from tearing him apart. Just in the nick of time, the protagonist darts into the clearing. Calling out for the kid to hold on tight, he triggers transformation, scooping the boy out of the monster's path in a flash. Spinning on his heel, the protagonist draws his weapon and cleaves the massive salamander clean in half, dropping the beast on the spot. He sets the kid down and asks if he's hurt, but the boy is still trembling in terror after being saved by a total stranger out of nowhere. Deciding to escort the kid safely back to his village, the protagonist expects some basic gratitude, but the reception he gets is downright hostile. He tries explaining to the villagers that he isn't a kidnapper, just a wandering traveler who saved the boy from a monster in the woods. But the villagers slam the heavy wooden doors straight in his face. A voice from inside yells that regardless of what he claims, they know outsiders always have evil intentions. The woman shouts that taking hostages won't work, since the village has nothing left of value to steal anyway, ordering him to get lost immediately. The protagonist stands on the porch, completely baffled. He insists there's a massive misunderstanding, but the villagers refuse to utter another word. He sighs, feeling totally humiliated. He literally just saved a kid's life, only to be branded a criminal on sight. From behind the closed shutters, worried eyes quietly track him as he turns and walks away. Right then, the system chime echoes in his mind, updating the scenario. He has arrived at an unknown village engulfed in crisis. His mission is to resolve the crisis threatening the village and survive. Looking around the gloomy surroundings, he realizes he has almost nothing to work with. The atmosphere is suffocatingly bleak, and the locals are utterly hostile to anyone stepping foot inside. This floor is completely different from anything he has faced before. He wonders if this is truly what the 10th floor is supposed to be, thinking that the objective to save the village and survive sounds unnervingly ominous. Right now, he has no idea where he's going to gather any reliable intel. Peering through the cracks of closed window shutters, Several villagers track his every move with hostility. The protagonist easily picks up on their stares, since they aren't even trying to hide their suspicion. Getting any information out of people this guarded is going to be an uphill battle. They are supposed to be background entities, mere NPCs created by the tower, but their appearance, emotion, and behavior feel disturbingly human. Nothing about them feels like flat, pre-programmed code. Their deep-seated hatred for outsiders, combined with the village's suffocating despair, reminds him vividly of his previous life. It is the exact atmosphere of a world on the brink of total annihilation. Frustration bubbles up inside him. The creators of this tower never lived through a real apocalypse, yet they replicated that misery with sickening accuracy. He sits down under the shade of a large tree, realizing he needs an informant to make any real progress. But with the streets completely deserted, he can't find a single person to talk to. Suddenly, a quiet voice calls out to him. Turning around, he spots the very same boy he rescued earlier. The kid keeps his distance, trembling slightly as he looks at the traveler. The protagonist softens his expression and gently asks how he is doing. Gathering his courage, the boy scurries over, drops a handful of freshly picked berries into the protagonist's lap, and immediately darts back behind a tree to hide. Peeking out, he softly thanks the protagonist for saving his life earlier. Relieved to see a friendly face, the protagonist waves him over, pulling out a bag packed with fresh rations far better than wild fruit. The boy approaches hesitantly, takes a bite of the bread, and his face instantly lights up. Chewing happily, he warms up completely, exclaiming how delicious it is. Surprised by such an intense reaction to basic bread, the protagonist asks if food is scarce around here. The boy nods, explaining that starvation is the real reason everyone acts so hostile, terrified that an outsider might steal their remaining rations. The protagonist pieces it together, realizing the villagers are living through extreme famine. The kid adds that everyone is only managing to survive thanks to the village chief, praising him as their true local hero. The word hero instantly catches the protagonist off guard. The boy mentions that his father always says the chief has dedicated his entire life to shielding this village, which is why everyone trusts and supports him unconditionally. The protagonist goes silent, pondering the situation. Noticing the heavy pause, the boy asks what's wrong, but the protagonist brushes it off as thinking out loud. Curious, the boy asks why the traveler came to their village in the first place. The protagonist replies that he wants to help the chief, offering to share extra rations or hunt down the monsters menacing the settlement. The boy asks if he saw that terrifying creature in the woods earlier, mentioning that no one ever knows when it might strike. But then, the kid proudly claims that monsters can never step foot inside the village boundaries, stating that the chief set up a barrier to keep them all safe. A sharp intuition clicks inside the protagonist's mind. He leans in, asking the boy to explain that barrier in more detail. Before the child can answer, heavy footsteps approach. An older man calls out, asking if he is the outsider who entered the village. Accompanied by a burly guard, the elder steps forward and introduces himself as the village chief. Every danger sense in the protagonist's body instantly blares at maximum alert. Staring at the smiling elder, the gatekeeper's cryptic warning echoes loudly in his mind, "Beware of the boss." To be extremely careful around the boss. The chief sighs, saying it's unfortunate to bring this up right as they meet, but food in this village is extraordinarily scarce. Handing out rations so recklessly could stir up unrest, so as the village chief, he would prefer it if the traveler refrained from sharing supplies without his explicit permission. With those words, the protagonist's suspicions are instantly confirmed. Facing the elder, the boy remarks that it's actually convenient he showed up, since he was planning on seeking him out anyway. The chief asks for his identity. The protagonist introduces himself as a wandering traveler who happened upon the settlement, asking if he might be granted permission to lodge there for a few nights. The guard beside the chief steps forward to warn him against it. The elder pauses to consider, then offers a polite apology, explaining that the villagers are deeply wary of outsiders. The protagonist can tell the old man has no intention of letting his guard down. Before addressing the lodging request, the chief turns his gaze onto the little boy, sternly asking if he wasn't explicitly forbidden from accepting food without permission. The child begins to tremble, frantically apologizing. The protagonist gently places a hand on the boy's head to calm him, telling him not to worry and reassuring him that there's no reason to feel discouraged. Turning back to the elder, the boy clarifies that he simply shared a bit of his own personal rations, which won't burden the village's resources in the slightest. Reaching into his dimensional bag, he reveals an abundant stash, announcing that he carries more than enough provisions to share with everyone. Eyes widening, the guard whispers to the chief about the massive mountain of food. The protagonist proposes a deal. If they provide him with a quiet place to sleep during his stay, he will supply all the food the village needs, offering to lend a hand with other troubles if that still isn't enough. The chief quickly changes his tune. Smiling warmly, he gestures for the boy to follow, promising to accommodate him in a vacant house on the edge of town. As they walk deeper into the village, the protagonist notices a group of zealots gathered in prayer. They plead for God to have mercy on his lambs and wash away their ignorant sins and blood. He watches the ritual in silence. He understands the impulse. In desperate times, It's completely natural for terrified souls to cling to an absolute deity. He witnessed the exact same thing countless times in his previous life. As the world crumbled toward its end, people driven mad by despair reacted in all sorts of twisted ways. Countless survivors hid behind the shield of religion when confronted by sheer terror, while others abandoned their humanity entirely, committing horrific atrocities once hope was gone. Yet in the end, none of it mattered. Not a single soul survived. Suddenly, a disturbing scene snaps him back to high alert. The cult leader proclaims that they are about to offer a contaminated soul as an offering, begging the entity to grant its humble lambs honor, peace, and eternal rest. Without hesitation, they shove a bound, gagged man straight into a pitch-black pit. A blood-curdling scream echoes from the depths, followed by a sickening crunch, and then dead silence. The protagonist's eyes narrow. Human selfishness truly remains the same no matter the world. Nearby villagers mutter among themselves, calling it a terrible tragedy for the Miller family, but rationalizing that it had to be done for the greater good of the settlement. They praise the chief for protecting the land by borrowing the power of the earth god, claiming that without him, the entire village would have fallen to ruin long ago. Whispers circulate that another sacrifice will be demanded in 3 days. Some express quiet terror over the thought of their own families being chosen next, but someone else reassures the group that they should be safe for a while. Glares dripping with quiet bloodlust shift toward the protagonist, who continues walking with total composure. Stepping up beside the elder, the guard murmurs that today's ritual went smoothly, wrapping up without any issues. However, the guard points out that they still lack a proper offering for the ceremony 3 days from now. The chief casually asks how their new guest is settling in. His subordinate replies that the outsider hasn't raised any suspicions. Just as the protagonist predicted, the only reason the elder welcomed him was to turn him into cattle for the slaughter. The chief smirks, claiming the boy was sent by their god to become the next divine offering. He instructs his man to spike the boy's food with a potent sleeping draft on the day of the ritual, making it effortless to toss him down to the subterranean beast. As the days go by, the village's situation grows increasingly desperate. The chief rationalizes that a small sacrifice for the survival of the greater collective is simply unavoidable. He asks his subordinates whether it isn't their duty to spare their own people whenever possible. He recalls when a man-eating serpent first burrowed beneath the settlement, turning the underground caverns into its personal nesting ground. By sheer coincidence, the apex predator's territorial scent kept all external monsters from approaching the perimeter. Thanks to that monstrous presence, the village was miraculously shielded from outside invasions. Paralyzed by the constant terror of roaming beasts, the elder convinced himself that feeding the subterranean creature was his only option as a leader. He had to feed several villagers to the beast along the way, but he feels zero remorse, telling himself that this was the grim burden he had to carry as their savior. 3 days later, the cultists slip into the protagonist's room while he appears sound asleep, dragging him toward the sacrificial altar. Strapped over the drop hatch, the chief whispers a hollow apology, cutting the ropes, and dropping him straight into the pit, while repeating that this is all for the greater good of the village. The cultists watch cold-heartedly as the boy plunges into the darkness. Down in the abyss, surrounded by clutches of serpent eggs, the massive beast uncoils, jaws wide and ready to swallow its meal whole. A full day passes before the chief climbs down into the underground cavern to inspect the feeding ground. He figures that after a day of digesting the outsider, the serpent will soon emerge to refresh its territorial scent. Remembering a recent beast sighting near the northern border, he plans to herd the creature's scent markers toward that direction. Reaching the bottom of the cavern, he freezes in absolute horror. His eyes bug out as if he's staring at a ghost. Sitting calmly in the center of the cavern, the protagonist looks up, casually asking what brought the old man down there. Spread across the blood-stained rocks behind the boy lies the colossal serpent, butchered into clean, diced chunks. The chief stammers in disbelief, asking what on earth happened and if the beast lying dead is truly their guardian serpent. The protagonist tilts his head, asking what he means by that, mocking the fact that the old man sounds upset the beast is dead. The chief loses his composure, shouting furiously that keeping the snake fed was the only thing keeping the village safe. Without its scent markers, every monster in the region will overrun the settlement. The protagonist cuts him off with a cold stare, asking if feeding the beast was truly for the village's sake, or simply to preserve the chief's own fragile reign. Hit right where it hurts, the old man clenches his fists in silence. The protagonist explains that he knows the species inside and out. It's a gluttonous serpent, a naturally lazy creature that spends almost all its time sleeping when it isn't gorging itself. After digging a nest, it only marks its territory before slithering off to hunt, which naturally scares away lower-tier beasts in the area. However, to nurse its growing brood, the serpent constantly demands fresh flesh and blood. And another key trait of this beast is that it never views whoever feeds it as prey. Hearing this, the old man freezes, realizing this outsider knows far too much. The protagonist smirks, claiming he's merely taking an educated guess, but exposes the truth. The chief knew this all along, yet continued feeding his own villagers to the serpent while playing the righteous savior. He steps past the trembling elder, his crushing aura bringing the man straight to his knees in terror. The protagonist coldly declares that the chief's disgusting hypocrisy ends today, leaving the old man crumpled on the cavern floor. Dragging the severed head of the colossal serpent up to the town square, the protagonist drops it before the crowd. The villagers erupt in sheer chaos, struggling to believe their eyes. Whispers ripple through the crowd that their respected chief deceived them all. He had claimed to offer sacrifices to the divine earth god, when in reality, he was merely feeding their loved ones to a bloodthirsty monster. A heartbroken woman collapses, remembering that her missing husband was thrown into the pit. Another villager quickly speaks up, calling it utterly horrifying and asking how anyone could commit such an atrocity. They reel from the shock that their leader intentionally fed his own people to a beast. Yet, some cowardly voices mutter that feeding it was the only reason outside monsters stayed away, frantically questioning what they are going to do now that the guardian serpent is dead. The protagonist interrupts, stating that he will help them solve the problem. The villagers stare in confusion, asking what he means. He brings out the clutches of serpent eggs, explaining that these were left behind after the mother was slain. The crowd backs away in panic, terrified of the unhatched monsters. The protagonist tells them to quiet down and listen. He reminds them that gluttonous serpents imprint on whatever feeds them, never viewing their provider as food. They can exploit this psychological loophole to raise and tame the hatchlings. He reassures them that no human sacrifices will ever be needed again. Still shaken, the villagers ask what they are supposed to feed the brood. The protagonist replies that they will feed them hunted monster meat. The crowd panics even more, questioning if he expects them to hunt wild beasts just to keep the serpents fed. They demand to know who is going to hunt the monsters in the first place. The protagonist offers to supply the meat initially, but reminds them that he is merely a passing outsider who will leave soon. Once he is gone, they must take responsibility and hunt for themselves. The villagers look at him as if he's lost his mind. They complain loudly, asking how ordinary farmers with simple tools are supposed to fight ferocious monsters. The protagonist glares at them, asking whose village this actually is. If they refuse to defend their own home, who else will? When they whine that fighting back isn't that simple, his tone turns ice cold. He tells them to just give up, asking why they don't simply abandon the idea and go back to sacrificing their own neighbors. The crowd falls dead silent, shivering under his murderous gaze. Looking at the trembling villagers, the protagonist sighs inwardly. Refusing to stand up for themselves, they constantly seek a savior to shoulder their burdens. It is precisely this pathetic mindset that creates corrupt heroes in the first place, false champions born from the weakness of cowards. He admits he was overly optimistic, expecting spine from people broken by despair, wondering if he needs to find another way to clear the trial. Suddenly, a small voice breaks the silence, declaring that he will do it. Stepping forward from behind his mother's skirt, the little boy the protagonist saved earlier clenches his small fists. Trembling slightly, the child admits he doesn't know how much help he can be, but announces that he wants to grow strong just like the protagonist and protect his own village. Surprised by the child's courage, the protagonist smiles, praising him as a truly brave kid, adding that if everyone bands together, they truly can protect their home. The child's eyes light up, asking if that's really true and promising to give it his absolute all. Turning back to the crowd of cowards, the protagonist points out that even a young kid has the guts to stand his ground. Shamed and inspired, one of the farmers steps forward, declaring he will try too, agreeing that fighting back is far better than rolling over and dying. The spark catches instantly, and the rest of the villagers join in. An older man admits that they were weak, easily frightened, and utterly selfish for demanding salvation without lifting a finger. Before the traveler departs, he asks if Soo-hyun could teach them basic combat techniques. A new system prompt chimes. The villagers have reclaimed their lost hope. Trial progression hits 60%. The protagonist wonders if they should begin training immediately. Unaware that far off in the mountains, the disgraced village chief is already orchestrating a disaster. Sneaking deep into an uncharted cavern, the old man seethes with venom, cursing the arrogant outsider who looked down on him. Cackling madly, he approaches a slumbering horror, determined to bring ruin down on everyone. Sometime later, the villagers are out in the woods successfully trapping smaller beasts. The plan is working smoothly. By securing the serpent hatchlings in the cellar and having every family take turns feeding them, the creatures will never view any villager as food. The locals marvel at the outsider's absurd combat prowess as he single-handedly slaughters dangerous beasts. Facing down a colossal centipede, the protagonist cleanly dices the monster into pieces with a few swift slashes of his blade. Calling out from the tree line, the villagers urge him to call it a day since the sun is setting, telling him not to push himself too hard. He waves them off, replying that he's fine and will wrap things up shortly. The system chimes again, announcing that trial completion has reached 90%. The serpent hatchlings are growing rapidly, yet the progression refuses to tick any higher. He wonders if the missing chief is holding things back, wanting to achieve a full 100% clear before exiting. Right as he questions what's missing, the ground trembles violently. Bursting straight out of the earth, a massive avian beast cloaked in azure fire launches into the sky. The protagonist recoils in shock, immediately recognizing the creature. The sacred blue flame bird, the natural predator of the gluttonous serpent. He instantly realizes why his trial progression froze. The disgraced chief orchestrated this waking nightmare. Emerging nearby, the old man laughs hysterically at the magnificent, terrifying beast, boasting that keeping it sedated with sleeping poison paid off. He gloats that once he unleashes it, the villagers will worship him as their true savior again, believing he holds command over apocalyptic monsters. The chief shouts up at the fiery creature, demanding it obey the master who woke it from its slumber. Without a single glance of mercy, the beast unleashes a torrential blast of blue fire, completely incinerating the old man into fine ash in a split second. Watching the inferno, the protagonist grits his teeth at the beast's overwhelming destructive power. Turning its glowing eyes toward the settlement, the fiery bird streaks straight for the defenseless village. Refusing to let the settlement burn, the protagonist sprints at full speed to intercept it. Activating the leap skill, he launches himself high into the air, driving his blade straight into the creature's fiery hide. Yet, even with a direct strike, the blade fails to pierce deep enough, because the beast maneuvers mid-air, dodging his strike with unnatural speed. Realizing he's out of reach, the protagonist braces as the fiery creature whips around, slamming its massive talons straight into his chest. The heavy impact sends him plummeting back toward the earth. Gritting his teeth as he falls, he refuses to let things end like this, not when the villagers have finally found the resolve to stand together. As the wind rushes past him, he spots a coiled rope coming loose from his gear, and a desperate plan instantly takes shape. Meanwhile, back near the perimeter, two villagers notice that the outsider hasn't returned yet. They wonder if he's still out there hunting, commenting on how he hasn't slept a wink over the past few days. They chuckle, figuring it must be the boundless stamina of youth, completely oblivious to the shadow creeping up behind them. The rope unspools through the trees just as the fiery avian beast descends silently above the two men, locking its predatory gaze onto them. The villagers freeze and scream in absolute terror. The bird opens its glowing maw, ready to incinerate them with a torrent of blue flame. Suddenly, a blade wrapped tightly in rope streaks through the air, embedding itself deep into the beast's beak. The protagonist lands nearby, declaring that if the sky is out of reach, he will simply drag it down to his level. Wrapping the trailing rope around his wrist, he yanks with all his might, reeling himself upward and slamming onto the creature's back. He secures his grip on the sacred bird, demanding it surrender its power. Triggering transformation, he copies the core of its azure fire, channeling the stolen flame directly through the tethered line to burn the fiery beast with its own blazing essence. Meanwhile, miles away in the real world, the protagonist's mother is on the phone at home. She reassures the caller that everything is fine, explaining that Soo-hyun went on a trip right after finishing his exams. She tells them not to worry, mentioning that he has matured so rapidly lately, becoming remarkably reliable to the point where, at times, he feels like a completely different person. At that very moment, the son who truly is someone else is locked in a life-or-death aerial struggle against the sacred bird. Even after taking the fiery counterattack, the beast refuses to die, glaring at the boy with pure malice. The protagonist grits his teeth, realizing the harsh limitation of a copied technique. Transformation is an evolutionary skill whose output scales directly with skill level, and at its current low rank, the copied fire simply isn't potent enough to deal a fatal blow to an apex boss. In retaliation, the creature's true blue inferno surges backward, engulfing the protagonist entirely. Flames scorch his flesh, but he forces his hand through the searing heat, grabbing his embedded sword. The agony is blinding, but dying here is not an option, not when far greater calamities await humanity. In the final split second before his health hits zero, he remembers the sacred relic obtained from the Lizardman tribe, the treasure of the Shar tribe. Activating the recovery relic, a brilliant light washes over him, completely erasing all sustained burn damage and restoring his body to peak condition. Shocked that the human survived the inferno, the beast hesitates. Capitalizing on that split second of confusion, the protagonist drives his blade down to the hilt through the monster's skull, yelling for it to die as both crash violently onto the forest floor below. The massive impact levels the surrounding trees. The sacred bird lies motionless on the dirt, finally slain. Battered and completely drained of stamina, the protagonist's vision fades to black, collapsing beside the fallen titan. Sometime later, he snaps awake to the sound of the little boy crying out his name. He jolts upright in a panic, disoriented and asking where he is. The villagers gather around him with warm smiles, overjoyed to see him open his eyes. They admit they genuinely thought he was a goner after seeing him get scorched by those blue flames. Groggy, he asks if he blacked out and what happened to the trial. The villagers gently tell him to lie back down and rest. They explain that thanks to his sacrifice, the nightmare has finally ended. The fiery bird is dead, and the settlement is safe. They even butchered the massive beast into portions, ensuring they have more than enough high-grade monster meat to keep the serpent brood well fed for months to come. It's all thanks to the protagonist, yet the villagers still find it hard to believe. That inferno should have reduced anyone to ash, but aside from a few bruises from the fall, he came out completely unscathed. With glowing eyes, they begin whispering that he might truly be a hero. Hearing that word makes the protagonist cringe internally. He despises that title more than anything. He brushes it off casually, claiming he just got lucky, insisting that he feels fine apart from some mild soreness. Suddenly, the little boy rushes forward and wraps his arms around him in a tight hug. Right then, the system chime echoes. He earns a massive haul of achievement points along with a perfect completion rating, officially clearing floor 10 of the Tower of Trials with a full 100% conquest rate. Seeing that pristine 100% mark brings him immense relief. It guarantees that no lingering threats remain, allowing the villagers to live out their lives in genuine peace without the shadow of impending ruin hanging over them. Then, he remembers the global leaderboard. Sweeping first place yet again is bound to make his name trend across the entire community, bringing another wave of unwanted headaches. The crowd bows in deep gratitude, openly hailing him as their true hero and promising never to forget what he did for them. Watching their tearful smiles as they chant that cursed title drags up painful memories from his past life. Eager to dodge the praise, he slips away, heading quietly toward the trial exit. A voice calls out from behind, asking if he's already leaving. Turning around, he sighs, realizing the little boy caught him red-handed. The kid jogs over, asking why he's trying to sneak off without saying goodbye. Scrambling for an excuse, the protagonist stammers, prompting the boy to ask if he's heading off to save another village. To keep things simple, the protagonist plays along, thinking what a pain it is that he couldn't leave unnoticed. The child holds out a small pouch packed with wild berries. He tells the traveler to do his best, promising that no matter where he goes, the village will never forget him. He adds that he picked these fresh, telling him to eat up whenever he feels hungry. Beaming proudly, the child reveals his name is Melly, thanking the hero one last time with all his heart. The protagonist softens, gently telling Melly to take care of himself before stepping through the exit gate. Back in the real world, Choi Hak-jun is riding inside a sleek executive vehicle. The Era's guild master, Young Dong-young, glances over, asking if the young prodigy is doing alright. Choi mutters under his breath that he obviously isn't, but the leader laughs it off, claiming there's no way the rising star among all rookies would feel nervous about a routine guild evaluation. He points out that since Choi is already climbing the 15th floor, securing at least a B rank or even an A rank is practically guaranteed. Choi stares out the window in sullen silence, utterly exhausted by the situation. Noticing his mood, Young shifts the conversation, casually mentioning that the infamous rookie, Kim Soo-hyun, should be arriving for an evaluation any day now. Choi looks over, asking how the master could possibly know that. Young smirks, claiming it's purely leader intuition. Since the guy just conquered the 10th floor, it's about time for him to register his official rank in the real world. Choi realizes with a sinking feeling that the guild master has been obsessively tracking Soo-hyun's trial progression. Kim Soo-hyun has firmly landed directly on Young Dong-young's radar, and Choi can't help but feel genuine pity for the newcomer. Young leans in, adding with a cold smile that if Choi happens to cross paths with Soo-hyun, whether inside the tower or at the evaluation center, he must recruit him into Eras at all costs. After all, if Soo-hyun proves capable enough to replace Choi as the guild's primary golden goose, Choi might finally be granted his freedom. The sinister implication hangs heavy in the air. That future massacre, the bloody wipeout of an entire guild, might not have been born out of pure malice, but out of sheer desperation to break free from these twisted chains. Choi clenches his fists, despising every single word coming out of the master's mouth. Arriving at the Awakened Certification Agency, Choi steps out of the vehicle. Young's parting words echo chillingly in his mind, reminding him that the guild made thorough preparations for him to climb the abyss the moment this evaluation wraps up, reminding him that he needs to deploy immediately once the testing concludes. If he dares to change his mind, everyone he cares about will suffer the consequences. Choi's blood boils with rage. He grits his teeth, knowing all too well that he has zero leverage to fight back. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrives at the complex for his official evaluation. He notes that his timing is spot on, reflecting on how long it's been since he last had his rank measured. The Awakened Certification Agency operates as a centralized government body, measuring and issuing official ranks to all awakened, from freelance mercenaries to unaffiliated locals. They essentially manage the global database of registered climbers. Stepping up to the front desk, the boy announces his name for his scheduled appointment. In truth, this place functions as a goldmine for talent scouts. Every awakened is required to undergo periodic evaluations, as a verified official rank is strictly mandatory to enter sanctioned dungeons and legally profit from dungeon raids. In his case, however, wealth is the last thing on his mind. His sole objective is clearing the gates before before the coming disasters strike. An attendant directs him to the waiting area alongside several other candidates. Securing a certified rank grants the legal right to operate as an active awakened in the field. The assessment rigorously scans a user's physical conditioning, core magic output, innate special traits, and overall growth potential. Because of this comprehensive breakdown, guild representatives looking to bolster their ranks are always lurking in the lobby, scanning the floor with eagle eyes, desperate to poach any standout prospect. The attendant politely mentions that he will be escorted to the testing chamber once his name is called, and the protagonist nods and thanks. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupts from across the hall. A burly climber is screaming at an evaluation clerk, demanding they do their damn jobs properly. He yells that his raw magic power is ranked at tier 3, which is more than enough to qualify for C rank, aggressively questioning why the hell he was slapped with a lowly D rank. The technician standing beside him explains calmly that the certification criteria were recently adjusted, meaning there isn't anything they can do for him. Losing his temper completely, the thug grabs the examiner by the tie, demanding to know whose fault it is that the standards changed and screaming in his face. The protagonist watches the scene unfold, noting that an Awakened's baseline profit split in official dungeon raids is strictly determined by individual rank. Even so, throwing a tantrum like that with dozens of premier guild scouts watching is peak stupidity. Just as the brute winds up a punch to strike the examiner, Choi Hak-jun steps in, effortlessly catching the man's wrist. Choi sighs aloud, wondering how morons like this still exist in the world. The protagonist looks over, surprised to see Choi stepping into the fray. Holding the aggressive thug in a vice grip, Choi glances down at the man's wrist and points out the hidden artifact he's wearing. He explains that the bracelet temporarily inflates the wearer's magic power for a brief duration, a rare black market item that is practically impossible to find through standard trade channels. Choi remarks that he has no clue how a low-tier scrub managed to get his hands on such gear, mockingly adding that while the guy's combat rank is garbage, he certainly excels at cheating. Humiliated and seething with fury, the thug curses Choi out, flailing desperately to land a hit. But pinned effortlessly under Choi's grip, he can only thrash around like an upturned beetle. Choi coldly asks if the brute honestly thinks the certified examiners evaluating him are complete idiots. He dares the man to retake the test on the spot without the cheating bracelet if he's so confident. When the thug freezes in terror, Choi lets out a chilling laugh, radiating a dark, suffocating pressure completely different from his usual cheerful demeanor. He sneers that without that cheap trick, the man wouldn't even manage to scrape a D rank. The thug screams in outrage, but Choi simply releases him as security guards tackle the cheater, dragging him out through the lobby doors while he kicks and curses all the way down the hall. Choi lets out a quiet breath, thinking he let his foul mood get the best of him. Suddenly, a casual "hey there" echoes right behind him, sending an icy shiver straight down his spine. He whips around, coming face to face with the plain-looking boy. Soo-hyun smiles, remarking that this is the first time they've crossed paths since the second floor, asking if Choi still remembers him. Choi nods stiffly, his mind racing as he tries to make sense of the bizarre, overwhelming pressure he just felt for a split second. Soo-hyun asks if this is Choi's first official evaluation. Choi glances back, asking why he sounds so surprised, pointing out that this is obviously Soo-hyun's first evaluation as well. The protagonist laughs it off awkwardly. Choi presses on, mentioning that newly awakened individuals typically register within a month of awakening. Soo-hyun gives a vague excuse, claiming he was simply tied up with other things. In reality, he wanted to stay under the radar as long as possible to avoid dragging his mother into unnecessary trouble. Besides, suddenly rolling in mountains of unexplained cash would have been impossible to justify to her. Turning the question back around, the protagonist points out that becoming a certified awakened is the only legal way to enter dungeons and collect lucrative raid payouts. Yet Choi climbed all the way to the 15th floor without ever registering his rank. Caught off guard, Choi stammers a half-hearted excuse about being busy. For a brief moment, that cold, hollow expression returns to his eyes, a dark look the protagonist recognizes all too well. Breaking the tension, Choi remarks that they've been talking all this time without even exchanging names. Before they can introduce themselves, the intercom blares, calling candidate Choi Hak-jun from the Ares Guild to the stage. Choi stands up, saying he has to head in first, telling the boy he'll catch him in a bit. Watching him walk toward the testing chamber, the protagonist goes quiet. Ares Guild. That was the exact same organization Choi ended up brutally annihilating in the future. Realizing Choi was already trapped in their ranks at this point in time, the protagonist wonders what kind of horrors drove him to commit that massacre. Moments later, the results flash across the main board. Choi Hak-jun is officially certified as a B rank, an absurdly high tier for someone his age. Murmurs erupt across the lobby, with onlookers whispering that he awakened barely a year ago, noting that there's a damn good reason a premier organization like the Ares Guild scooped him up so quickly. Returning to the waiting area, Choi is greeted by Soo-hyun, who casually congratulates him on landing B rank. However, the protagonist notices that Choi looks utterly miserable despite the achievement. The intercom rings out once more, announcing the next candidate, Kim Soo-hyun, unaffiliated. The entire lobby freezes. The name hits the crowd like a thunderclap, especially Choi. Scouts and climbers alike begin whispering frantically, realizing this is the legendary Phantom Ranker who has been sweeping impossible, record-breaking scores across the global leaderboards since day one. They chatter nervously about his insane, flawless clear on the 10th floor. Choi's eyes widen as Young Dong-young's prediction flashes through his mind. Looking around frantically, he wonders where this Kim Soo-hyun is. Right beside him, the plain-looking boy calmly gets to his feet. Flashing a faint smile, Soo-hyun tells Choi he'll catch him in a minute. Choi freezes in pure shock. The unassuming guy sitting next to him this entire time was the mythical Kim Soo-hyun all along. Young's sinister voice echoes in Choi's head, demanding that he deliver this monster to Eras so Soo-hyun can take his place as the guild's enslaved prodigy. Choi watches the boy walk toward the testing unit, praying with every fiber of his being that this nightmare isn't real. A short while later, the protagonist walks out of the agency building with slumped shoulders, looking visibly annoyed. He completely botched his calculations. Minutes earlier, inside the testing chamber, the head technician instructed him to channel a steady flow of mana into the central measurement core. With Choi and dozens of eagle-eyed guild scouts watching closely from the observation deck, the protagonist placed his hand on the sphere and began infusing his magic. A blinding pillar of light erupted from the device. The sheer density of the aura sent a suffocating shockwave through the room. Scouts gripped their clipboards in terror, sweating profusely, wondering what kind of monstrous mana frequency they were looking at. The core stabilized, and the automated voice announced the final verdict. Unaffiliated candidate Kim Soo-hyun was officially registered as a C rank. Up in the viewing gallery, Choi stared at the display in total disbelief, muttering that such a low result is completely impossible. Questioning how on earth the boy only registered as a C rank when that raw magical pressure clearly felt like an A rank. Across the viewing deck, scouts quickly shrugged it off, muttering that, as expected, it was just an ordinary guy who happened to share the same name as the record holder. Choi realized that the others in the room failed to perceive the terrifying depth of that aura, but he was dead certain of what he felt. The protagonist calmly walked out, accepting his C-rank certification without complaint. Choi watched him go, deeply conflicted. His instincts screamed that this boy truly was the mythical Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. Yet, the advanced measuring device officially declared him a C rank. Choi reasoned that deliberately suppressing one's own mana output to manipulate a test result is an absurd feat, even for a prodigy. Only world-class global rankers could ever pull off that level of precision. Stepping out into the fresh air, the protagonist smiled wryly to himself. That was exactly what he wanted everyone to think. It was a close call. For a split second, he nearly miscalculated his mana suppression. He was lucky he managed to choke it back just in time, because letting his full aura leak out would have triggered utter chaos. The near slip-up happened because his base stats had surged unexpectedly over the past few days. Clearing the 10th floor on tier 10 caused his attributes to scale at a breakneck pace. Along with the stat jump, he secured remarkable rewards, officially obtaining the Sacred Flame of the Blue Bird. As a high-tier evolutionary skill, the Holy Fire deals devastating amplified damage against demonic-type monsters, making it an incredible asset for future battles. On top of that, clearing tier 10 unlocked the exclusive high-tier achievement shop, packed with breathtaking items. However, instead of grabbing standard top-tier gear, he blew his points on an unhatched egg of an unknown divine beast. He only bought it because its acquisition method had been an unsolved mystery in his previous life. Still, not knowing its true origin made him slightly anxious, especially since the egg was far smaller than he imagined. He recalled rumors from the future about a certain ranker who bought a mysterious egg, hatched it, and rose to godlike status with the power of the high-ranking sacred beast inside. Yet, despite holding onto it for a while now, his egg showed zero signs of hatching, making him wonder if he got scammed with a dud. Suddenly, Choi calls out from behind, startling the protagonist, who assumed the boy had already left. Choi explains that he just stepped out for a second, asking if Soo-hyun received his final assessment. The protagonist casually confirms that he officially placed in C rank. Choi remains visibly skeptical, opening his mouth to press further, but a commotion interrupts them. The disgraced thug who made a scene inside stomps out of the building, spotting the freshly certified C-rank kid. The protagonist sighs, recognizing that repulsive scowl, wondering if the idiot is looking for petty revenge. Choi politely asks Soo-hyun to excuse him for a moment, stepping forward to handle the brute. The protagonist watches with interest, genuinely curious to see what kind of combat prowess Choi possesses at this stage. Before Choi can make a move, an invisible strike hits the thug out of nowhere, dropping him instantly to the pavement. A shadowy aura coils around the fallen brute. Standing nearby, Young Dong-young slowly walks into view, casually asking Hak-jun why he's taking so long, remarking that he got tired of waiting. As Young speaks, a lethal poison steadily drains the thug's life force. The protagonist stares, wondering who this dangerous newcomer is. Choi answers the unasked question immediately, his voice completely flat as he addresses Jung as the guild master. The bully lies writhing on the ground, coughing up blood, as the protagonist instantly identifies the infamous leader of the Era's guild, Young Dong-young. Young clicks his tongue, complaining that Choi always addresses him with such a lifeless expression. Walking past without breaking stride, Young delivers a brutal kick straight into the fallen thug's face, sending the battered kid skidding across the concrete. The protagonist narrows his eyes, immediately recognizing the sickening malice oozing from this man. Jung throws an arm around Choi's shoulders with fake warmth, telling him to address him more affectionately, then asks if the kid managed to make a little friend while he was waiting. Choi quickly fabricates a lie, claiming he simply ran into the boy during the evaluation. He adds that he was originally planning to scout him for the guild if his rank looked promising, but it turns out the guy's stats are thoroughly underwhelming. Young glances over at the protagonist with pure disdain. However, a sharp suspicion lingers in his eyes. He knows Choi wouldn't waste his breath talking to an ordinary rookie, concluding that there must be something special about this stranger. Approaching the protagonist, Young introduces himself as the guild master of Eris. Flashing a predatory grin, he asks the boy for his name. Standing behind Young, Choi frantically signals for the boy to keep his mouth shut. The protagonist clearly reads Choi's desperate attempt to protect him, but he stands his ground anyway. Meeting the guild master's gaze dead on, he calmly introduces himself as Kim Soo-hyun. Hearing that exact name, Young's eyes light up with intense interest. Choi frantically cuts in, doubling down on the lie. He insists this can't possibly be the monster rookie from the rumors, stating that the guy is just a mere C rank and mentioning that he personally watched his practical exam. Young sharply tells Choi to shut his mouth, declaring that he will verify the facts with his own eyes. Turning back to the protagonist, Young asks with forced politeness if he can inspect his official awakened identification card. The protagonist hands it over. Scanning the physical card, Young raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise, confirming that the boy is indeed registered as a flat C rank. Dropping his intense gaze, Young offers a half-hearted apology, admitting he must have jumped the gun since Kim Soo-hyun is a fairly common name. He scoffs, remarking that he would have extended a lucrative guild offer on the spot had this been the true record break. The protagonist stares back in cold silence. Young shrugs, sneering that dragging a plain C rank back to HQ would be downright embarrassing for a premier guild. Still, he tosses out a parting remark, telling the boy he can drop by for an entry-level test if he's desperate for work. The protagonist shuts him down instantly, stating that he has zero interest. He looks Young dead in the eye, adding that even if he were the mythical Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors, he would never join a guild like Eris. Young stops in his tracks, looking back over his shoulder with eyes filled with venomous hatred. The protagonist calmly asks how anyone could trust an organization that treats human life like disposable garbage. The guild master smiles coldly, dismissing the dying thug on the pavement as a necessary example. He asks if Soo-hyun has a problem with a guild leader disciplining trash that picked a fight with his elite member. The protagonist counters that the thug was barely a D rank, asking if stomping a defenseless loser to death isn't taking self-defense a bit too far. Young lets out a dark chuckle, remarking that it seems they see the world quite differently. He reminds the boy of the unwritten law among the awakened. No one intervenes in a dispute between climbers, regardless of who ends up dead in the aftermath. He adds that the stronger an awakened becomes, the less accountability they ever have to bear, no matter what atrocities they commit. An organization backed by an apex ranker holds absolute authority, granting immunity even in the wake of a total slaughter. Young asks if that raw, untouchable power isn't the exact reason climbers are desperate to join premier guilds in the first place. The protagonist maintains his stone-cold expression, replying that, just as Young pointed out, they fundamentally disagree on how strength should be used. Irritated by the boy's unflinching defiance, Young cuts the conversation short, stating he has nothing left to say to a nobody. Turning on his heel, he barks at Choi to follow him, leaving the courtyard behind as the tension slowly dissipates. Choi quietly mouths an apology for dragging him into the mess. But before they can walk away, the protagonist calls out to him, slipping a small item into the boy's hand. He tells Choi that if he ever finds himself backed into a corner and needs real help, all he has to do is reach out. Watching the two leave, the protagonist reflects on Young Dong-young. Young is an A-rank awakened and the leader of the mid-sized heirs guild. Long before awakening, he was a notorious underworld gangster who ruled the streets with violence. Even though he supposedly left his past behind to build the guild, an organization like Era's is far from clean. In his syndicate days, Young ran illegal loan sharking, human trafficking, narcotics distribution, and contract violence. Watching him casually execute that thug earlier proved that a monster like that never truly changes. The protagonist knows for a fact that the bastard is hiding dark operations behind closed doors, which explains why he holds such a suffocating grip over Choi Hak-jun. Yet, at this point in the timeline, no major public scandal has tied Choi to the Era's Guild's crimes just yet. The protagonist resolves to investigate their dynamic and uncover what kind of leverage Young holds over the kid. Glancing outside, he notices soft snowflakes falling against the glass. He reflects on how the world eventually froze over as the apocalypse took hold. Back then, neither gentle snow nor rain ever fell. The dry, poisoned winds only magnified the daily devastation. Living through that nightmare, he never realized how much of an unattainable luxury a peaceful snowy afternoon truly was. He realizes New Year's Day is just around the corner. That sparks another urgent memory he almost lost track of amid the chaos with Choi and the evaluation. Registering his official rank was only half the reason he paused his climb in the abyss to return to the lower floors. According to the safety regulations established by the Awakened Business Administration, possessing a certified Awakened license is strictly mandatory to join official real-world dungeon raids. His initial plan was to take his time and register much later, but with a major catastrophic incident looming on the horizon, he could no longer afford to delay. A practical problem still stands. What if raid teams reject him despite meeting the baseline requirements? He admits he overlooked the reality of being registered as a plain C rank. On paper, he has zero recorded track record in real-world dungeon raids. Then, he remembers a recruitment contact flyer handed out earlier. He wonders if an open raid squad would even take him in, disliking the idea of having to rely on standard recruitment channels. Meanwhile, inside a nearby coffee shop, two registered Awakened are reviewing a stack of candidate profiles for their upcoming raid. Scanning the list, the woman comments that the applicants look decent overall. While nobody stands out as a generational prodigy, the party composition has solid synergy. The man scoffs, complaining that every single one of them is an unproven nobody. The woman calls him overly cynical, reminding him that she is an elite member of the raid team herself. With her on the front line, the filler members barely matter, telling him to stop whining since he's supposed to be an experienced B-rank Awakened. The man pushes back, insisting this roster is still too thin and declaring that they need at least one more reliable member to balance the team. The woman frowns, asking if another recruit is truly necessary. Adding extra heads directly cuts into everyone's individual payout split. She mocks him for acting like a total coward despite his B-rank status. Unfazed, the man fires back that survival always comes first, asking if she has any idea how high the raid mortality rate really is inside dungeons lately. He explains that the only reason he stopped climbing the tower was because he values his own life, asking what good money or glory is if you end up dead inside a dungeon. The woman rolls her eyes, mocking him for acting terrified over a simple orange dungeon. She tells him to do whatever he wants since he's the leader anyway, adding that she has to follow his call regardless. The man sighs, wondering if there isn't a single competent candidate left in the applicant pool. Right then, the woman's phone rings. She answers, and her eyes suddenly widen in shock. She turns to the leader, exclaiming that they just received a brand new application from a guy named Kim Soo-hyun. The protagonist explains that the simplest way to measure a dungeon's difficulty is by its gate color. The classification follows the colors of the rainbow, with the threat level scaling exponentially higher as the hue shifts closer toward violet. An orange dungeon sits as the second easiest tier, meaning a coordinated strike team of C-rank Awakened should be able to conquer it without breaking much of a sweat. However, this specific orange dungeon is a critical anomaly. On January 1st, 2024, in the city of Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province, the protagonist arrives at the staging area to meet the rest of the raid squad. The party gathers around, warmly welcoming him and mentioning they've been waiting for his arrival. The protagonist remarks that it looks like he's the last one to show up, but the squad leader assures him it's completely fine since everyone else just arrived a moment ago. Stepping forward, the leader formally introduces himself as the raid captain, Lee Jo-ro. He presents the newcomer to the squad as Kim Soo-hyun. Hearing that name, one of the younger teammates lights up with excitement, frantically asking if he's truly that legendary Kim Soo-hyun, the mythical climber currently sweeping first place on every single floor of the tower. Captain Jo-ro quickly waves his hands, clearing up the misunderstanding. He explains that it's just a coincidence. This guy merely shares the same name, is registered as a standard C rank, and this raid is actually his very first dungeon run. Jo-ro admits that both he and his vice captain were stunned when they first read the application too. The excited recruit deflates in disappointment. Watching the reaction, the protagonist smiles internally, glad he deliberately suppressed his mana output during the evaluation. Letting everyone draw their own wrong conclusions makes flying under the radar infinitely easier, ensuring his true combat prowess stays hidden for now. Suddenly, an arrogant blonde girl struts over, scoffing loudly. She complains about getting her hopes up after hearing the name Kim Soo-hyun, only to find out he's just a raw beginner with a common name. She crosses her arms, asking condescendingly if a greenhorn like him will be of any actual use inside the gate. The protagonist bristles slightly at her toxic attitude. Captain Jo-ro immediately intervenes, telling her that's no way to speak to a fellow C-rank teammate. The girl sneers back, asking what he just said. She demands to know if Jo-ro honestly lumps her together with a scrub just because they share the same letter rank, boasting that her combat skills are on an entirely different level. The vice captain steps in, telling the blonde girl to shut her mouth and cut the drama. She warns her that if she has that much spare energy to burn before stepping foot inside the dungeon, they can start marching right now. The blonde girl pouts with forced sarcasm, saying everyone will soon see just how amazing this rookie really is. The protagonist watches her walk away, noting that she acts like a caricature of a cartoon villain. The vice captain, Kim Ba-ryan, is a close friend of Captain Lee Jo-ro and serves as the squad's second-in-command. Right as the tension clears, another party member approaches Soo-hyun with a bright, friendly smile. She introduces herself as Kim Ye-yoon, explaining that she serves as the team's designated healer. The protagonist is momentarily caught off guard by her radiant, bubbly energy. Ye-yoon warmly tells him not to take the earlier hostility to heart, pointing out that there are always insecure jerks who love power-tripping over rookies. The protagonist stares at her upbeat attitude, mildly bewildered by how quickly the squad's dynamic shifts. She adds with a gentle smile that Miss Ye-yoon definitely didn't mean to hurt his feelings. The protagonist thinks to himself that if that was her being polite, he would hate to see her actually trying to be mean. Still, Ye-yoon beams, mentioning how excited she is to work alongside him. He nods back, doing his best to match her friendly tone. Curious, he glances over and asks about the quiet figure standing entirely off to the side, away from the rest of the group. Ye-yoon admits she has no idea who he is, adding that Captain Jo-ro and Ba-ryan don't seem to know his name either. The protagonist frowns, asking how that makes any sense for a coordinated raid squad. The girl explains that the man claimed he couldn't reveal his real name or show his face due to private personal circumstances. However, the raid leaders thoroughly verified his official awakened license, so everything should be completely fine. The protagonist stares back in cold doubt. He knows damn well that things are far from fine. The real reason he took time off from climbing the tower to join this specific orange dungeon raid is simple. Very soon, every single person in this squad is scheduled to die. On January 1st, 2024, an entire raid team was wiped out inside a dungeon. It was an unprecedented disaster at the time, given that dungeon difficulties were supposed to be manageable back then. What made the incident a dark mystery was the official casualty report. 5 corpses were recovered, but investigation logs later revealed that 6 individuals had originally stepped through the gate. That meant the real culprit behind the massacre walked among them, posing as one of their own. With his own last-minute registration, the total headcount has increased to 7. In the killer's eyes, he is likely just another disposable insect that needs to be quietly eliminated along the way. His mission is clear: protect the party, assess the room, and pinpoint the traitor hidden in plain sight. Pulling that off without exposing his own cards is going to take some real work. Captain Jo-ro calls the team together for the final pre-raid briefing. Wrapping up the plan, he checks in with Soo-hyun to make sure he understood the strategy. The boy nods calmly, confirming he has it down. Jo-ro rallies the squad, telling everyone to step through the gate and reminding them there's no reason to be nervous for a routine raid. Stepping inside the dungeon, the captain remarks that since it's just an orange dungeon, they should only encounter standard beast-type monsters, such as low-tier wolves and basic hounds. Suddenly, a colossal shadow blocks out the light. Looming directly ahead, a massive, towering cyclops glares down at the party, ready to tear them to shreds. The entire squad freezes in shock. The protagonist's eyes widen, questioning why a high-tier monstrosity like that is lurking inside a low-level gate. The party panics, screaming in confusion about why an orange dungeon has this kind of threat level. Before anyone can react, the cyclops swings its colossal club, sending the frontline fighters flying across the chamber with a single brutal shockwave. The protagonist braces his footing, realizing something is severely wrong. A cyclops is a mid-tier brute that only spawns in yellow dungeons or higher. That means this gate is actually an evolutionary dungeon. Just like certain specialized skills, some rare dungeons possess evolutionary traits, dynamically spiking in difficulty and mutating their internal ecosystem in real time. He pieces the timeline together. The historical wipeout of this raid team wasn't just foul play, but likely triggered by the unexpected mutation of the dungeon itself. Yet, too many loose ends remain. A human traitor cannot magically alter a dungeon's core difficulty. However, an environment like this provides the absolute perfect cover to slaughter the entire squad without leaving a trace of murder behind. Watching the terrified group, the protagonist knows that someone among them is hiding sadistic joy behind a fake face of sheer panic. Losing her mind completely, the arrogant blonde girl shrieks, demanding to know what they are just standing around for. She screams that they need to retreat immediately, pointing out that this is easily a yellow dungeon threat level. A couple of greedy members hesitate, murmuring about the massive potential payout from clearing a mutated gate. She screams back, asking if gold coins are worth more than their lives, demanding to know how on earth they expect to kill a monster like that. She yells that she's backing out, but the others shout for everyone to stop bickering. The Cyclops charges straight past the protagonist, nearly crushing him, and barrels directly toward the rest of the squad. Everyone's attention was so caught up in the argument that no one is in position to block the incoming strike. At the last possible second, Captain Jo-ro dives in front of the beast, bracing himself and stopping the massive blow dead in its tracks. The protagonist raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. They said Jo-ro was a B rank, and it seems that wasn't just empty talk. However, the Cyclops is far smarter than it looks. Shifting its weight, the beast drives a brutal knee straight into Joro's midsection, launching him across the chamber. The protagonist notes that a standard B rank is still far from being a true match for a mutated Cyclops. Watching their captain crash violently into the stone wall, the entire squad freezes in absolute horror. Their strongest fighter is down and out. Panic sets in as they realize a certified B rank was taken down with a single strike, screaming that they need to turn back and run for their lives. The Cyclops raises its club to crush Joro and deliver the finishing blow. Before the weapon can hit the ground, Soo-hyun steps in, blocking the devastating strike with effortless ease. The party gasps in disbelief, stunned that the Greenhorn C-rank rookie just stopped a boss-level attack. Baorian rushes over to the captain, frantically asking if he's alright. Joro groans that he's still in one piece, while Soo-hyun glances back, relieved to see the leader isn't mortally wounded. Enraged, the monster sweeps with its offhand and throws a heavy punch with the other. Soo-hyun weaves through the onslaught with total poise, retreating gracefully toward the group. The party stares wide-eyed, noticing how easily he dodges attacks from a high-tier Cyclops. Soo-hyun tells everyone to pull themselves together and calm down, warning them that running away is completely pointless because escape is already off the table. They frantically ask what he means. From the shadows, the hooded man finally speaks up, stating bluntly that the exit is gone. The path they used to enter has been sealed shut. The squad panics, demanding to know what he's talking about. Soo-hyun explains the dungeon mechanics. In yellow dungeons and above, entry and exit portals are completely separate. The moment you step through, there is no turning back until you locate the designated exit gate. Joro confirms the boy's words, admitting he has no idea why this gate mutated so abruptly, but agreeing that their only option now is to fight their way through. Suddenly, the ceiling begins to crack. Debris rains down as tremors rock the entire cavern. The protagonist tells the squad to leave the Cyclops to him. Joro shouts for Soo-hyun to wait, offering to back him up, but desperate screams cut him off. A horde of lesser humanoid monsters drops from above, swarming the rest of the party. Scanning the room, the protagonist counts roughly 30 beasts. Fortunately, aside from the Cyclops, the rest of the mob sits at standard orange dungeon level, meaning the squad should be able to handle them without being wiped out. While his high-tier skills could incinerate the entire room in a split second, revealing his full hand right now would blow his cover. For now, he needs to bring the boss down cleanly. Everyone assumes a Cyclops' primary weak point is the massive eye on its face. However, a mutated Cyclops hides its true fatal flaw somewhere else entirely. Darting upward, Soo-hyun appears right beside the monster's head. The beast lashes out, but the protagonist lands lightly on top of its outstretched hand, locking eyes with the brute. Stabbing his blade straight down into the creature's palm, the protagonist smirks. The real reason this beast grips its club with such desperate force isn't just to attack, but to fiercely guard the hidden, vulnerable third eye concealed right inside the palm of its hand. Driving his weapon deep into the palm, the protagonist pierces the flesh, thinking this settles the fight once and for all. Across the cavern, the rest of the squad is still struggling against the mob, with one of the members yelling out to Joro and Baorian that his sector is finally clear. Confident in his strike, Soo-hyun lets his guard down for a fraction of a second. Joro screams out a desperate warning as the shadow looms above him. The Cyclops lashes out, snatching Soo-hyun in its massive grip before the boy can even react. Realizing the beast is still alive, the protagonist curses his own stupidity. He targeted the wrong hand. The hidden eye wasn't in the palm gripping the club, but on the other hand entirely. Realizing he miscalculated, he braces as the Titan slams both hands together, crushing him between its palms like a bug. Joro screams in horror, watching the boy get flattened into what looks like paste. The entire party descends into utter panic, asking if the rookie just died and crying out that they never should have set foot in this cursed place. Suddenly, someone shouts for the group to look up. Against all odds, the protagonist didn't die. Activating the leap skill, he rockets out from between the monster's crushed palms, landing lightly on a high rock ledge. He lets out a breath, admitting that was a razor-thin close call. That blow would have shattered him if he hadn't borrowed the giant's breath trait in the nick of time, drastically boosting his physical durability and health regeneration. Dropping down from the ledge, he feels the sheer power surging through his veins, glad he invested time into leveling up the transformation skill. Previously, with traits like the Shar Chieftain's Berserker or the Blue Flame Bird's Sacred Fire, his skill level only allowed him to mimic the surface appearance of a target's abilities. Now, after repeated growth, he can actively replicate their raw physical power and core stats. He smirks, wondering if he should play around a bit longer with this newfound strength. Seeing him land, Joro rushes over in a panic, desperately asking if he's injured. Instead of answering, Soo-hyun launches forward with terrifying speed, leaving the veteran B rank completely stunned by the sheer velocity. The protagonist tears through the lesser monsters like a whirlwind, effortlessly dicing every beast in his path before dropping right in front of the Cyclops. The giant swings with crushing force, but Soo-hyun vanishes, reappearing instantly behind the monster's neck. Whispering cold in its ear, He asks where it's looking before delivering a devastating strike straight to the back of its skull. Joro watches in absolute awe, mesmerized by the boy's flawless movement and godlike technique, frantically questioning if these could ever belong to a mere C rank. Soo-hyun continues trading blows face to face with the towering boss. Lesser beasts charge at Joro, snapping the captain out of his trance. Realizing he needs to focus on his own survival rather than being mesmerized by the rookie, Joro shouts orders to the squad. He commands Ba-ryeon to hold the left flank, telling Min-soo and Ye-yoon to provide continuous rear support. Ba-ryeon barks at the others to fall in behind her, forming a defensive wall. Noticing the party finally pulling themselves together, Soo-hyun decides it's time to wrap things up between him and the boss. Dodging the giant's desperate counterattack, he unleashes a flurry of blinding slashes across the creature's massive frame. Targeting the true hidden eye on its other hand, he drives his blade straight through the pupil, bringing the Cyclops crashing down in a pool of blood. Turning around, he sees that the rest of the party has barely managed to wipe out the remaining mob. Ba-ryeon slumps against the wall, breathing heavily, admitting she genuinely thought they were all going to die. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, the arrogant blonde girl nervously looks around the bloodstained chamber, asking what they are supposed to do next. Even with every monster slaughtered, they still have no idea where the exit gate is hidden. If these monsters keep sprouting endlessly from the ground, their fate is sealed. Trembling, the blonde girl asks if they shouldn't just send a distress beacon to the agency for an immediate rescue. Joro sighs, admitting that, honestly, this is the very first time an anomaly like this has happened to him, leaving him completely in the dark about what to do next. Deciding that this chamber seems clear for the moment, they agree to take a breather and regroup. Joro walks over to Soo-hyun, asking if he's holding up all right. The protagonist nods, claiming nothing is seriously wrong. Internally, however, he realizes a major problem. He is supposed to be an ordinary C rank. He knows it was an extreme emergency, but he definitely overdid it, leaving his entire body tingling from the sudden output. Joro tells him they will have Ye-yoon treat his bruises immediately while he confers with Ba-ryeon on their next move. Approaching with a worried look, Ye-yoon asks where it hurts. The protagonist brushes it off, saying it isn't that bad. Activating her healing magic, a soothing glow surrounds his injuries as he politely thanks her. Ye-yoon can't hide her absolute awe, praising his combat prowess and admitting she still can't believe he soloed a Cyclops, a beast that even seasoned B-ranks struggle against on their own. The protagonist plays dumb, sheepishly claiming he just got lucky. Lowering her voice, Ye-yoon asks if he isn't deeply worried about their situation. The boy asks if she means the mutated dungeon difficulty, but she shakes her head, pointing out the suspicious behavior among the squad members. She whispers that Min-suk is paralyzed with fear, barely attempting to fight, while Miss Yeon-mi does nothing but lash out with hostility. On top of having an anonymous, hooded stranger in their ranks, two specific members worry her the most. She reveals that she read disturbing rumors on the Abyss online forums about the squad's leaders. Stories about them hoarding dungeon payouts, fabricating excuses to claim party members underperformed, and pocketing the loot for themselves. She fears that regardless of how well they clear this mutated gate, they won't walk away with a fair share. Hearing this, a vital piece of the puzzle clicks for the protagonist. He tells the girl not to worry, reassuring her that he now has a clear grasp of what's really happening. Right then, Captain Joro approaches, asking if Soo-hyun can step aside for a private chat. The protagonist agrees immediately. Ye-yoon shoots him an anxious look, but Soo-hyun looks Joro dead in the eye, adding that he actually has a few questions of his own. Joro flinches slightly, unable to read the boy's calm, piercing gaze. Following their private exchange, the party advances down the dark corridor. Ye-yoon breathes a sigh of relief, noting that no monsters have crossed their path. The protagonist explains that wiping out the previous wave cleared the entire sector, making this path safe until the next checkpoint. Glancing over her shoulder, Ba-ryeon whispers to Joro, asking what he discussed with Soo-hyun and checking on the status of that plan. Remembering the boy's chilling demeanor, Joro mutters that the plan is completely cancelled. Shocked, Ba-ryeon demands to know why. Joro replies darkly that, from the looks of it, something far worse is waiting for them in the boss room. Arriving before a colossal, ominous gate, the entire squad freezes in dread. The protagonist narrows his eyes, thinking it's almost time for the true culprits to drop their masks and reveal their real motives. Pushing through the heavy doors into the grand chamber, the party looks around in bewilderment. Joro remarks that this appears to be the central core of the dungeon, searching for any signs of an access point. Scanning the far end of the cavern, the blonde girl suddenly spots a glowing archway. Pointing frantically, she asks if that isn't the exit portal they've been searching for. Desperate for a way out, the party rushes toward it, praying with all their might that escape is finally within reach, shouting that they can finally get the hell out of there. Joro yells for her to hold on, warning that rushing in blindly could trigger a fatal trap. Right on cue, the dungeon system activates directly in front of them. The automated voice rings out, offering its sincere welcome to the travelers who managed to reach the core, announcing that the final dungeon trial is about to begin. The squad freezes, recognizing the exact cadence of the tower's system voice. They panic, asking what kind of trial this is when the exit gate is sitting right before their eyes. The protagonist explains the hidden rules. In yellow dungeons and above, clearing a gate isn't as simple as wiping out roaming mobs. Just like the trials inside the tower, completing the dungeon strictly requires meeting specific objective parameters. The system chimes, instructing the party to select their trial method. Option 1. Stand their ground and fight the horde summoned behind the rear gate for 30 minutes. Option 2. Unlock the opposite gate and flee from the summoned horde for 30 minutes as the beasts hunt them relentlessly. The system warns that if a decision is not locked in within 10 minutes, a method will be chosen at random by force. Ba Ryan grits her teeth, asking why the system gives them an illusion of choice when it's clearly rigging the game. Yi-Yoon realizes the grim reality. They aren't setting foot outside until they clear one of the two conditions. The arrogant blonde girl immediately screams that they have to pick running. She tells everyone to look at the mutated difficulty, arguing that fighting head-on is pure suicide. The bald teammate pushes back, asking if the rewards wouldn't be vastly higher if they choose to fight instead of run. He points out that they've handled every threat surprisingly well so far. The blonde girl snaps, asking if he's out of his mind. She sneers that he barely lifted a finger during the previous skirmish, demanding to know where he gets the nerve to make tactical calls. The man fires back, telling her to shut up and accusing her of grasping at straws just to run away like a coward. Ariane cuts in, telling both of them to shut their mouths and stop acting like toddlers. She asks if this looks like the time or place for a petty screaming match. Meanwhile, Captain Joro stays silent, deep in thought. He turns his gaze toward the protagonist, silently checking what the boy wants to do. Soo Hyun simply meets his eyes with a faint, knowing smile. Ba Ryan asks Joro what the play is, reminding him that the 10-minute timer is ticking down fast. Joro states that, in his view, the only reason any of them made it this far, especially through the Cyclops fight, is entirely thanks to Soo Hyun. Because of that, he believes it is only right to hear the boy's opinion first. The blonde girl scoffs in utter disbelief, as if she has complete amnesia, outraged that their veteran leader is taking tactical advice from a lowly C rank, conveniently forgetting that the exact same lowly C rank saved their lives 2 minutes ago. Yi-Yoon steps in, backing the captain up by pointing out how flawlessly the boy fought. Stepping forward, the protagonist addresses the group, stating that his recommendation is to stand and fight. Panic ripples through the party. The blonde girl shrieks, accusing him of letting a single Cyclops kill go straight to his head, sneering that his greed for clear rewards is clouding his judgment in a life-or-death crisis. Soo Hyun calmly explains his logic. High clear rewards are a great bonus, but everyone needs to read between the lines. On paper, running away sounds like the safer, easier route. However, if the system explicitly designs a survival trial around fleeing, it guarantees that the monsters summoned to pursue them will be unkillable apex predators far beyond their ability to fight back. Furthermore, charging blindly down an unknown path leaves them entirely vulnerable to ambushes. Standing their ground allows them to establish a solid defensive formation and control the choke points. Joro nods slowly, finding the analysis completely sound. In their current situation, holding the line is undeniably the most logical tactical choice. Looking around the circle, Joro asks if anyone has anything left to add. They are going to lock in their defensive formation. With no further objections, the party braces themselves and officially selects the path of head-on combat. A suffocating tension grips the chamber. The system confirms their choice, and the massive rear gates grind open. A horde of ferocious beasts floods into the room, charging straight for the front line. Everyone scrambles to execute their roles, but disaster strikes immediately. A massive lizardman snaps its jaws around Captain Joro's blade, trapping the weapon. Joro panics, horrified by the creature's absurd physical strength. Before he can recover, the beast's claws clamp around his throat, choking the life out of him. Suffocating and staring death in the face, Joro's vision blurs. Suddenly, Soo Hyun flashes past, cleanly severing the monster's tail before carving through its torso with effortless precision. The boy glances around, wondering how much time has ticked off the clock. In the rear, Ye-Yoon works overtime, casting continuous healing and support buffs on the frontline fighters. The rest of the squad desperately bands together, taking down whatever lesser beast they can. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun cuts down waves of monsters single-handedly. As he slashes through the horde, his eyes dart around the chamber. He wonders what the traitor's next move will be, whether the saboteur will drop their cover to strike, or play along just to survive the timer. Suddenly, a violent mechanical crunch echoes across the hall. Everyone freezes mid-combat. Even Joro and Soo Hyun turn their heads, caught completely off guard. Yi-Ian gasps in utter horror. Over by the far exit door, the hooded stranger lies impaled by a massive cluster of iron spikes, having triggered a lethal pressure trap. Seeing the exit gate reveal itself as a death trap, leaving their mysterious party member dead on the spot, the team falls into complete hysteria. Joro screams for everyone to snap out of it, warning that the monster wave isn't over yet. However, the remaining beasts suddenly dissolve into dust before their eyes. A loud system chime blares throughout the room. The prompt announces that Route 1 has been forcibly terminated due to a protocol breach. In 10 minutes, Route 2 will initiate in its place. The survivors are instructed to pass through the newly unlocked gate and reach the designated exit safely. The squad stares in absolute bewilderment. They had less than 5 minutes left on the defense timer. Ba Rian demands to know who touched the opposite door. Trembling, Yi Yun stammers that she has no idea, only seeing the hooded man bolt toward the threshold the second the mechanism shifted. Turning to Joro, Ba Rian asks if they can stand their ground and fight the incoming Route 2 wave instead. Joro shakes his head, stating that holding the line is pure suicide now. Just as Soo-hyun warned earlier, the monsters summoned for the pursuit trial will be vastly stronger than the previous wave. On top of that, the entire squad is running on fumes, completely drained of health and mana. Ba Rian argues that charging down the escape route could lead them straight into more lethal traps. Stepping up, the protagonist tells everyone to calm down and follow his lead. The arrogant blonde girl shrieks, pointing frantically at the impaled corpse on the door. She asks if he's blind, demanding to know where the hell he thinks he's leading them, accusing him of dragging everyone into a mass suicide. Soo-hyun looks at her coldly, calling out her complete ignorance. He explains the exact mechanics of the system. The prompt for Route 2 explicitly stated that summoned monsters would hunt them down, with zero mention of environmental traps along the path. The blonde girl screams back that a deadly spike trap is literally sitting right in front of their faces. Soo-hyun counters that the system never lies. That lethal mechanism was only triggered because an individual broke the rules and betrayed the chosen trial route mid-challenge. He asks if seasoned climbers truly don't understand basic trial mechanics. He points out the harsh reality. In 3 minutes, the pursuit wave will spawn, and everyone left in this room is guaranteed to die. He asks if it isn't infinitely better to make a run for it and take their chances on the open road. Captain Joro steps forward, backing the boy unconditionally. He declares that anyone who wants to stay behind and die is free to do so, but the rest of them are moving out immediately, exactly as Soo-hyun instructed. Someone tries to object, but Joro shuts them down with authority. He tells them they can call him an incompetent captain, or curse him out as useless trash all they want, but their only priority right now is walking out of this nightmare alive. Hearing Joro's firm command, the blonde girl immediately backtracks, admitting she is on board since sticking together as a unit is their best shot at survival. Joro rallies the survivors to move out immediately, pointing out that their time is running out. The heavy stone gate grinds open, clearing the path ahead. The party prepares to bolt down the corridor, but noticing the boy isn't moving, someone asks if Soo-hyun isn't coming along. The protagonist calmly replies that he is staying behind. The squad stares in disbelief, asking what on earth is wrong with him and demanding to know if he has a loose screw in his head. They scream that staying in the chamber alone to face a mutated horde is pure madness. Soo-hyun smiles faintly, explaining that he won't be staying alone. There is someone who needs to keep him company for the safety of everyone else. Turning his gaze directly toward Kim Ye-eun, he asks if she agrees. Ye-eun freezes, her bubbly expression faltering as she claims he is acting completely out of line. The protagonist gestures for her to step back and stay. Panic creeps into her voice. She shakes her head, crying out that she wants to leave with the team and asking why she is being forced to stay. The rest of the squad rushes through the threshold, leaving Yi-eun behind with Soo-hyun. Ba Rian looks back, demanding to know what is going on and what the poor healer did wrong to deserve this. Joro cuts her off, promising he will explain everything later. Yi-eun screams desperately toward the doorway, begging the captain to wait, pleading not to be abandoned. Soo-hyun looks at Joro, asking if he remembers the promise they made during their private chat. Joro meets the boy's eyes, firmly confirming that he hasn't forgotten. He grabs the massive door handle and slams the stone gate shut, locking the two inside. Collapsing to her knees on the stone floor, Ye-eun looks up with tears in her eyes. She asks why Soo-hyun is doing this to her, crying that staying behind guarantees both of their deaths. She begs him to reconsider, claiming she only wants to live, just like him. The protagonist scoffs coldly at her act. He asks why she is talking about wanting to survive, telling her to put that poisonous dagger away first before crying fake tears. He asks if she honestly believed he didn't know who she works for. With a blinding flick of his blade, Soo-hyun slashes clean through the fabric of her sleeve, exposing a hidden emblem beneath. He states her true identity out loud, an operative of the Dark Guild, Damp, the single most vile assassination syndicate in existence. Damp operates from the shadows, orchestrating catastrophic black market crimes and carrying out horrific atrocities behind the scenes. In the current era, the name Damp is virtually unknown to the public. However, in just a few short years, this syndicate will evolve into a global threat to humanity comparable to the outbreaks themselves, actively accelerating the collapse of civilization. If he wants to prevent the coming apocalypse, he has to rip out this evil by its very roots. The protagonist reveals that her mission was to wipe out this entire raid party inside the mutated gate to secure high-ranking merits within the syndicate. Seeing her cover blown, the innocent facade completely vanishes from Ye-yoon's face. Soo-hyun explains that her plan was undeniably cunning. Miss Ye-yoon-mi was abrasive and uncooperative, but she valued her own life above all else, spending the entire fight looking for an escape route. Min-suk was utterly blinded by greed, but lacked the raw combat power required to massacre the entire squad. The hooded stranger made himself the perfect target by hiding his identity behind a mask, allowing her to easily manipulate the pressure mechanism to use him as the first sacrificial lamb. On top of that, she deliberately fed Soo-hyun rumors about Jo-ro and Ba-ryeon hoarding loot, setting up the squad leaders to take the blame the moment people started dying. Yet, that excessive manipulation was the exact trigger that made him see right through her scheme. Ye-yoon breaks into a cold, twisted laugh. She admits she suspected something from the moment he effortlessly pulverized the Cyclops, recognizing that he is far from an ordinary climber and confirming he truly is the mythical Kim Soo-hyun from the leaderboards. Her smile turns sadistic as she tells him none of that matters now. In a matter of seconds, the pursuit wave will spawn and tear him to pieces. She taunts that while he is busy dying under the claws of the mutated horde, she will simply activate her high-tier stealth skill, slip through the gate, and walk out alive. She sneers that she was never a healer to begin with. Her entire skill kit is built exclusively for assassination. That high-tier stealth was the exact ability that allowed her to trigger the exit door trap without anyone noticing. Right on cue, Route 2 initiates. The girl smirks, telling him to do his absolute best to survive. The protagonist watches her coldly, remarking that he genuinely wonders about that. He asks if her precious stealth skill is capable of masking the pungent scent of fresh blood. Ye-yoon freezes, looking down at her arm. Her eyes widen in horror as she spots a fresh, bleeding/wound. Frantic, she stammers, asking when on earth he managed to cut her. Before she can activate her concealment, the bloodlust of the summoned horde locks onto the scent. The mutated beasts swarm her from all sides, tearing through her defenses and finishing her off in seconds. Standing alone, the protagonist looks forward. The chamber is packed with high-tier horrors, multiple towering cyclopes, and dozens of violent lesser beasts. Drawing his weapon, he remarks that it's unfortunate for them, but not a single one is getting past this door. Moving with lethal efficiency, Soo-hyun solos the entire horde by himself. Every swing of his blade cuts down ranks of monsters in a single clean pass. He notes that the monsters keep spawning in waves, seemingly without end. Yet, far from being a problem, this endless supply of prey is the ideal setup to test his newest high-tier technique. Gathering concentrated mana into the palm of his hand, he challenges the horde to charge all at once. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad sprints down the corridor toward the exit. Party members shout at everyone to keep running, warning that the pursuit wave could catch up at any moment. The blonde girl snaps back that she already knows that. Breathing heavily, Ba-ryeon turns to Jo-ro, asking if Ye-yoon was truly the traitor who killed the hooded man with the pressure trap, demanding to know how he figured that out beforehand. Jo-ro admits he didn't uncover it on his own. He was given precise intelligence in advance. His mind flashes back to their private conversation earlier in the hallway. Standing face to face, the boy had calmly asked what Jo-ro wanted to discuss. Jo-ro hesitated before asking bluntly if Soo-hyun was genuinely a C-rank awakened. The boy asked why he was bringing that up. Jo-ro explained that after talking things over with Ba-ryeon, seeing someone obliterate a cyclops with one hand made it obvious. They realized this boy had to be the mythical Kim Soo-hyun from the global leaderboards. Feeling his low profile slipping away, the protagonist listened as Jo-ro made a shocking proposal. If he truly was the legendary Soo-hyun, Jo-ro wanted to step down and offer him the position of raid captain. Jo-ro believed someone with that level of overwhelming strength was far better suited to lead the party through an extreme crisis. He pressed the boy for the truth, asking one last time if he was really just a C-rank. Soo-hyun dropped his facade. Looking the leader in the eye, he admitted the truth. He was indeed the Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. Jo-ro asked if he hid his true rank intentionally. The protagonist confirmed he had his reasons, but chose to come clean because he determined Jo-ro was someone worthy of trust. Jo-ro looked stunned, asking what he meant. The protagonist apologized, but firmly turned down the captaincy. He insisted Jo-ro had to remain the leader of the squad. Watching him willingly put his own life on the line during the earlier ambush proved Jo-ro possessed the calm resolve and self-sacrificing spirit of a true reliable captain, qualities far better suited for leadership than his own. In return, the protagonist asked Jo-ro to grant him a single favor. Jo-ro asked what he needed. Soo-hyun reminded him of the question he wanted to ask earlier, dropping a chilling warning. An assassination was about to take place within the raid party, and he had every intention of stopping it. Staring at the boy in utter disbelief, Jo-ro listened intently as Soo-hyun laid out the entire deadly conspiracy in precise detail. But first, Jo-ro had to make him a promise to lead everyone out safely, leaving him behind. Joro had asked what the boy planned to do. Soo-hyun simply stated that he was staying behind because his entire purpose for entering this dungeon was to catch a dangerous criminal. Reflecting on that moment, Joro realizes that only the undisputed top rookie of the abyss, someone possessing that level of monstrous skill and renown, could ever volunteer to hold the line alone and buy time for the entire squad. Yet, worry gnaws at him. Even if the boy is a generational prodigy, can a single person truly survive against an endless horde of mutated dungeon beasts? Joro tries to shake the thought, telling himself that worrying is useless. A veteran like him would only be a dead weight dragging Soo-hyun down. He grits his teeth, realizing he simply cannot stomach it. No matter how much he tries to rationalize the situation, abandoning Soo-hyun to die alone goes against everything he stands for as a leader. Slowing his pace, Joro mutters an apology under his breath. Ba-ryeon turns around, frantically asking where he thinks he's going. Joro admits he cannot keep his promise to run away. Turning on his heel, he bolts back down the corridor toward the central chamber. He slams the massive stone doors open, only to be hit by a wall of blazing heat. The entire room is an inferno. Bewildered, Joro struggles to process the sea of flames. Suddenly, a beast lunges from the smoke straight at his throat. Before the monster can touch him, brilliant blue fire erupts. Soo-hyun unleashes the sacred flame, completely reducing the beast to ash in a fraction of a second. Joro stands frozen in sheer shock. Soo-hyun turns his head, surprised to see the captain running back into danger. Spotting another cluster of beasts closing in, the protagonist coats his blade in holy blue fire. With a single fluid sweep, he bisects and incinerates the entire line of monsters in one stroke. Landing gracefully, Soo-hyun catches his breath. Joro rushes over, but the protagonist scowls, asking why on earth he returned when he explicitly told him to get the hell out. Joro offers a sheepish apology, admitting he just couldn't bring himself to leave the boy behind. He glances around nervously, asking what happened to Yi-yoon. Soo-hyun replies that she was dealt with, or more accurately, torn to shreds by the very horde she tried to summon. Looking at the mountain of smoking corpses, Joro laughs bitterly, remarking that he sprinted all the way back only to find the room already cleared, feeling completely useless. Soo-hyun shakes his head, telling him that isn't true. He notes that the captain can still lend a hand, because the real fight is only beginning. The central portal begins to warp, pulsating with a dark, ominous aura. Stepping out from the swirling void, a terrifying figure emerges, a true undead sovereign, a lich. Soo-hyun narrows his eyes, declaring that the final boss has finally arrived, warning that things are about to get ugly. Staring at the horrific entity, Joro stammers in disbelief, asking what kind of nightmare they are looking at. The protagonist confirms it is the dungeon's true ruler. Joro swallows hard, questioning if the final boss is seriously an undead skeleton. The creature glares down with burning crimson eye sockets, speaking with a chilling, echoing voice. It scolds Joro, calling it profoundly rude to dismiss him as a mere skeleton monster. It demands to be addressed by its proper, exalted title. Joro frowns, asking what title that would be. The boss swells with arrogance, formally introducing itself as the High Priest of Darkness, a glorious lich. The protagonist snorts, telling the creature to stop acting so mighty when it's barely holding itself together by a thread. Joro blinks, not quite grasping the boy's insult. Soo-hyun clarifies that this creature isn't a genuine, fully realized lich. In reality, it is a half-baked failure that only managed a partial transformation. The mana density and absolute magical authority of a true lich exist on an entirely different plane of existence. Enraged by the disrespect, the undead ruler sneers, asking if the human truly believes it will fall for such pathetic, amateur taunts. The protagonist doubles down without missing a beat, relentlessly mocking the boss, calling it a half-dead weakling, an absolute failure, and a noisy mutt that barks loud because it can't accept its own mediocrity. Hearing this insolent human drag its pride through the dirt with relentless insults, flies completely into a blind rage, screaming that the boy is an arrogant little parasite. The undead ruler roars that it will tear the human limb from limb and feed his remains to the horde. Chanting a dark incantation, thick necrotic mana bursts outward, reanimating the fallen beasts. Even the charred corpses reduced to ash begin stitching themselves back together. Joro watches in absolute dread as the undead rise to their feet. The protagonist remains stone-faced, noting that even a half-baked lich is still a lich. Its command over the dead remains absolute. In fact, this creature's presence was likely the direct catalyst that mutated the dungeon into an evolutionary yellow tear. Joro breaks into a cold sweat, frantically asking why Soo-hyun had to provoke a monster of that caliber. The boy explains that he drew its aggro on purpose, ensuring the boss focuses its wrath entirely on him. Coating his blade in radiant blue flames, Soo-hyun swiftly draws a glowing barrier of holy fire on the stone floor, encircling Joro. Soo-hyun turns to the captain, stating bluntly that without sugarcoating it, Joro simply lacks the raw stats to survive these mutated beasts. Fighting while babysitting an ally would be an impossible handicap. Joro looks down, stung by the harsh truth, but acknowledging his own limitations. The protagonist reassures him that the undead horde cannot cross the consecrated circle of sacred fire. All Joro needs to do is draw their attention from inside the ward without stepping outside. Joro asks what the boy plans to do. Looking up toward the vaulted ceiling, Soo-hyun declares that his target is the floating bastard above. Rocketing off the ground, Soo-hyun launches directly at the boss with blinding speed. He swings his blade, but his strike cuts through empty air as the lich blinks out of existence. Landing back on his feet, the boy raises an eyebrow. Hovering lazily in midair, leaning back with total smugness, the lich mocks his agility. It remarks that the boy is exceptionally fast for a mere mortal, but boasts that human hands will never touch him. The protagonist analyzes the maneuver, recognizing a high-tier short-range blink. Liches are notoriously weak in close-quarters physical combat. Their entire combat doctrine revolves around raising undead meat shields, maintaining distance, and bombarding foes from afar. All of this is done to safeguard their fatal weak point, the life core embedded in their forehead. Since that mana stone serves as their literal heart, liches naturally evolved teleportation magic to guarantee their own safety. This means that as long as one can read their spatial trajectory, bringing them down is just a matter of timing. Launching upward a second time, Soo-hyun charges with terrifying momentum. The lich vanishes again, utilizing its billowing shadow cloak to create a brief blind spot before reappearing directly above the boy's head. Condensing high-voltage necrotic lightning into a swirling, orb-shaped sphere, the boss hurls the devastating blast straight into the protagonist's chest. Taking the strike head-on, Soo-hyun ignites the sacred flame instantly to counter the lightning, triggering a violent aerial explosion right in the lich's face. Blown back by the shockwave, the protagonist drives his blade deep into the cavern's ceiling to arrest his momentum, dangling high above the battlefield. He narrows his eyes through the smoke, checking if the counter landed. The lich emerges from the haze with a sickening grin. It admits that holy fire could indeed inflict catastrophic, lethal damage on an undead sovereign, but mocks that a deadly attack is utterly useless if it never makes contact. Hovering condescendingly, the boss laughs at the boy hanging from the ceiling. Soo-hyun grits his teeth in mild frustration, realizing his mid-air maneuvering isn't quite sharp enough to snipe a levitating target. The lich chuckled, saying it finds the boy's desperate strategizing quite amusing while swinging like a pendulum. It remarks that thinking isn't a bad habit, but suggests the human take a close look at his own weapon first. Looking up at his blade, the protagonist notices dark, crackling arcs of necrotic lightning eating away at the steel. The lich boasts that its death energy corrupts everything it touches, rapidly eroding structural durability. In roughly 5 minutes, that sword will shatter into worthless rust, leaving him completely weaponless. Soo-hyun simply smirks. He tells the monster not to worry, declaring that he will end this fight long before those 5 minutes run out. Kicking off the ceiling, he rockets back toward the lich. Down on the floor, Joro stands surrounded by the snarling undead horde, staring at the blazing ring of sacred fire holding them at bay. Clenching his fists tightly around his sword, Joro grits his teeth, telling himself that he didn't risk his life running back here just to stand around like a useless burden waiting to be protected. Up above, the protagonist continues clashing with the undead sovereign. Watching the sheer scale of the mid-air duel, Joro knows with absolute certainty that stepping out is pure suicide for an ordinary B rank. Yet, clenching his fists, he finds his resolve and steps clean outside the protective ring of flames. Standing still and doing nothing while someone else fights for his life simply isn't his style. Charging forward, Joro ambushes the nearest beast, driving his blade deep into its back and carving a massive, devastating wound across the creature. From the ceiling, Soo-hyun spots the captain breaking the perimeter. However, his annoyance turns to genuine surprise. Joro isn't just surviving, he is actively utilizing the residual holy fire lingering on the ground to empower his own strikes. Taking a closer look, the protagonist realizes Joro's total mana pool has surged noticeably since entering the gate. An awakening evolution mid-dungeon is exceptionally rare, prompting Soo-hyun to instantly alter his tactical approach. Dropping down from above, Soo-hyun rejoins the ground battle. The lich laughs mockingly, asking if the human is running away with his tail between his legs. Ignoring the taunt, Soo-hyun dices through a cluster of charging beasts in a single breath, landing back-to-back with Joro. Looking up at the boss, the boy smirks, telling the monster to stop talking nonsense and quit being a buzzkill when the real fight is just getting started. Joro glances over, surprised that the boy came down to back him up. Soo-hyun sincerely apologizes for his earlier remark, admitting he misjudged the captain's growth. Joro definitely possesses the combat power to hold his own against these lesser mobs. He tells Joro to help him wipe out the remaining front line, then team up to bring down the floating bastard once and for all. The lich grins condescendingly, asking if these pathetic insects truly believe a 2-on-1 makes any difference against absolute authority. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Joro asks Soo-hyun if he genuinely believes they can pull this off. The boy nods with complete confidence. Joro admits that, personally, he has no idea how they'll manage it, but decides to place his full faith in Soo-hyun's tactical rid, swearing he'll do everything in his power not to drag him down. Enraged by their defiance, the Lich roars that it will teach them the true terror of death, commanding the entire undead army to swarm them. Soo-hyun calls the break, slicing down multiple beasts in a single sweep while Joro charges straight toward the airborne boss. The Lich sneers, noticing the slower target approaching, mocking Joro for being vastly weaker and slower than the kid. Suddenly, Soo-hyun condenses a heavy wave of sacred flame around his blade and slashes diagonally, sending a blazing arc of holy fire directly toward both Joro and the Lich. The boss recognizes a split pincer maneuver, laughing that while they are clever, neither strike has the trajectory to hit him. Without hesitating, Joro channels his entire mana reservoir into his weapon, executing his signature Storm Sword combined with Wind Rush directly into the path of the flames. The raging gale catches the sacred blue fire, fusing instantly into a colossal, spiraling vortex of holy flame that engulfs the Lich in midair. Stunned by the unexpected elemental fusion, the undead ruler takes a direct hit from the blazing vortex, suffering severe holy burns across its frame. As Joro begins to lose altitude, Soo-hyun dashes underneath, catches the captain's blade with his own flat steel, and launches him back into the air with explosive momentum. Recovering from the fiery blast, the Lich snarls, refusing to fall for the same launch trick twice. Condensing high-density necrotic lightning, it fires a devastating ray of death directly at the airborne captain. Joro grits his teeth and parries the beam with his reinforced blade. While the boss gloats over intercepting the aerial attack, Soo-hyun materializes directly behind its blind spot. Pincer formed, Joro in front, Soo-hyun behind. The protagonist smirks, declaring the fight over as he drives his blade down toward the Lich's skull. Right at the moment of impact, the necrotic corruption takes its toll. The steel sword shatters into brittle fragments, breaking apart instantly, under the creeping erosion of the death curse. Seeing the shattered steel, the Lich breaks into a triumphant, mocking grin. It cackles that it's a real shame, asking if the human fool completely forgot his blade was infected with lethal necrotic energy. The boss gloats, asking how he expects to bring down an undead lord without a weapon. Soo-hyun smirks back, asking who said he was the only one holding a sword. Right behind the distracted boss, Captain Joro drops from the sky with a roaring battle cry, channeling every ounce of his surging wind mana into his blade. Joro delivers a clean, devastating cleave straight through the Lich's crown, shattering the glowing life core embedded in its forehead, and slicing the creature clean in half. The undead sovereign lets out a blood-curdling screech of pure agony, crashing violently onto the stone floor as its physical vessel breaks apart. Looking down at the dying boss, the protagonist explains the gambit. From the moment he teamed up with Joro, he knew the Lich would assume the captain was merely a disposable distraction. The boss focused its entire spatial awareness on Soo-hyun, fully expecting an easy kill the second the corrupted blade shattered. From the very beginning, Soo-hyun planned for Joro to land the fatal blow, predicting the Lich would leave its blind spot wide open out of sheer arrogance. Writhing on the ground, the fading entity hisses with venomous hatred. It rasps that this is far from over, declaring that when the true darkness blots out the sun, its exalted king will be resurrected. As its skeletal frame disintegrates into fine ash, the Lich spews its final curse, screaming that its king will banish humanity into an endless realm of agony before dissolving entirely. Silence falls over the cavern. Breathing heavily, Joro asks if it's finally over. The protagonist confirms the kill, though a heavy unease lingers in his gut. The entity's dying prophecy about an awakening king and the ominous abyssal shadow that lingered above the gate leaves him with a deeply unsettling premonition. After navigating through the collapsed tunnels, the two finally emerge outside the gate into the cold winter air. Ahead of them, the staging area is in complete chaos. News crews, reporters, and agency officials have swarmed the perimeter with cameras flashing. A reporter thrusts a microphone toward Ba-Rion, frantically asking about the status of the remaining teammates trapped inside. Ba-Rion breaks down in dramatic tears, sobbing hysterically and blowing snot into a handkerchief, wailing that she desperately prays they make it out alive, but fearing they've already been wiped out. Watching the media circus from the tree line, Joro realizes Ba-Rion called in an emergency rescue squad, complicating their exit. He turns to the protagonist, knowing Soo-hyun cannot afford to expose his true identity, especially the fact that he is the mythical record breaker Kim Soo-hyun. The protagonist agrees, while the truth is bound to leak eventually. Drawing intense public attention right now would ruin his plans. Joro offers to handle the press alone. Soo-hyun asks if he can truly navigate that mess by himself. Joro chuckles, assuring him that coming up with bulletproof excuses and cleaning up PR disasters is his specialty, having cleaned up after Ba-Rion's reckless antics countless times. However, Jo-ro adds a strict condition. He insists that Soo-hyun take the entirety of the dungeon's reward payout, including all the high-grade monster cores. The protagonist looks at him in surprise, pointing out that a massive haul of high-tier aether stones is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the open market. Jo-ro brushes it off, stating that as a certified B rank, he already earns more than enough to live comfortably. He insists the boy take every single stone, claiming he neither wants nor deserves the credit. When Soo-hyun asks why he feels that way, Jo-ro looks at him with genuine respect. He explains that taking down the Lich was only possible because of the boy's unmatched tactical guidance. Furthermore, he knows Soo-hyun could have easily soloed the boss from the start, realizing the boy intentionally stepped back to grant him the combat experience needed to trigger his mid-rate awakening evolution. Realizing he can't fool the perceptive captain, Soo-hyun accepts the terms with a nod. Jo-ro hands over the spatial pouch of loot, instructing the boy to slip away unnoticed through the secluded rear mountain trail. He adds that he'll call a trusted acquaintance who works as a discreet taxi driver to pick him up down the road, dialing the contact immediately. With the cover story set and his massive haul secured, the protagonist turns toward the shadows, ready to disappear into the snowy morning. Slipstreaming down the winding backroads, Soo-hyun settles into the passenger seat, genuinely surprised that an active taxi would drive this deep into the snowy mountains. He chuckles quietly, realizing Captain Jo-ro possesses far more resourceful connections than he let on. Leaning his head against the cold glass, the protagonist reviews the raid's outcome. He successfully exposed and eliminated the Dark Guild assassin, exactly as planned. Yet, looking back at the body count, a bitter taste lingers in his mouth. He wasn't able to save everyone. Keeping the rest of the squad alive was only possible because of Jo-ro's unexpected battlefield growth and unwavering courage. Pulling it off entirely alone would have been an excruciating uphill battle. He reflects on how far he still has to go. In his previous life, he believed he was an unstoppable powerhouse, surviving all the way to 2042 as the lone standing awakened after every single hero fell. But surviving alone wasn't enough to prevent total extinction. To rewrite the coming apocalypse, raw individual strength must be paired with trustworthy, capable allies. For now, his immediate priority is basic physical recovery. His internal fatigue gauge has spiked to a dangerous 83%, leaving his muscles burning and his mana core thoroughly drained. Glancing in the rearview mirror, the taxi driver remarks that despite looking so young, the kid appears completely wiped out, asking if he feels fragile. Soo-hyun stares out toward the snowy horizon, muttering that his first order of business is securing enough cash to settle his mother's looming hospital bills. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious penthouse office, a high-ranking executive casually scrolls through market feeds on his phone. His private secretary bursts into the room, respectfully asking for a moment of his time. The man asks what the emergency is. The secretary explains that a high-profile walk-in client has arrived, looking to liquidate an extraordinary batch of raw aether stones. The executive is Lee Chang-jong, the head director of the Aether Stone Management and Auction Department. Glancing over the client's intake profile, Lee scowls when he spots the registration rank, demanding to know why his senior staff can't handle a routine C-rank transaction on their own without bothering him. The secretary stammers nervously, clarifying the scale. The young client walked through the front doors carrying over 500 grams of pristine, high-density aether stones. Lee freezes in genuine shock, immediately rising from his desk. Down the hall, the protagonist sits patiently inside a private VIP appraisal lounge. The heavy double doors swing open as Director Lee steps in with an overly polished, friendly grin. He bows respectfully, apologizing for making such an esteemed client wait. Introducing himself as Lee Chang-jong, the chief director in charge of raw aether acquisitions and high-tier auction appraisals, he mentions hearing rumors that the young man brought a massive personal haul. Soo-hyun places the spatial pouch on the glass table and empties the contents. Lee steps forward, meticulously examining each radiant core. His eyes widen as he confirms every single stone is authentic, high-grade crystal. Gems of this density and purity only drop from yellow dungeons or higher. Narrowing his eyes, Lee leans in, asking with veiled suspicion if these stones were acquired through strictly legal raid channels. The protagonist catches the subtle shift in tone, asking bluntly what the director is implying. Lee offers a quick, rehearsed apology, claiming he meant no offense. However, he points out that with Soo-hyun registered as a standard C rank, the house naturally has compliance concerns regarding how a rookie managed to walk out with yellow tier dungeon rewards. Reading the room instantly, Soo-hyun realizes the director is attempting to undermine his standing to lowball the appraisal value. The protagonist plays along, casually remarking that he was simply exceptionally lucky, claiming these drops were his allocated cut from a clear chest. Reaching back into his coat, Soo-hyun pulls out one final item and places it on the velvet display pad. Both Lee and his secretary gasp in utter disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging out of their heads. Resting on the velvet is a radiant, pulsing high-tier aether stone infused with pure life attribute mana, the life core of a fallen lich. Most climbers are entirely unaware that a lich's life core is classified as an ultra-rare variant of aether stone, because the core must be be shattered in combat to extinguish the undead lord. An intact core can only ever be obtained as a microscopic drop rate bonus inside the final dungeon clear chest. Securing it was a stroke of miraculous luck. Soo-hyun scoops the core off the table, stating calmly that if the house doubts the legitimacy of his haul, he is more than happy to take his business to a competing auction house. Panic hits director Lee. He frantically waves his hands, telling the boy not to be hasty and begging him to sit back down, asking why they can't negotiate like reasonable partners. Looking down at the empty velvet, Lee realizes the core has already vanished back into the boy's coat. Soo-hyun looks at both executives with a chilling, unyielding gaze, warning them that he will only listen to their purchase offer one last time. Terrified by the suffocating pressure radiating from the plain C-rank boy, the executives scramble to calculate the maximum payout. Later that evening, Soo-hyun checks his secure banking application. A notification pings across his screen, confirming a massive, astronomical direct deposit that instantly wipes out all his financial worries. A staggering 600 million won deposited straight into his account for the entire haul. He nods to himself, figuring the auction house offered a fair market valuation. While physical currency will be rendered completely worthless once the true apocalypse hits, he desperately needs liquidity right now. At the very least, money won't be an issue for a long time. And the absolute best part is that he will never have to ask his mother for a single cent again. Stepping through the front door of their modest apartment, he calls out that he's home. His mother rushes out to greet him, her face lighting up with genuine relief seeing him back in one piece. However, as the protagonist looks closer, the warm atmosphere instantly shatters. His eyes lock onto a nasty, dark purple bruise blooming across her cheek. She smiles warmly, asking how his trip went, mentioning that she wasn't expecting him back so early and apologizing that dinner isn't ready yet. She asks if he had fun hanging out with his friend, gently patting his cheek while worrying that he looks like he lost weight. Soo-hyun freezes in horror, his heart dropping into his stomach. Interrupting her gently, he points to the bruise on her face, demanding to know what happened to her. She waves her hand dismissively, telling him it's nothing to worry about. She explains that a couple of drunk customers got into a brawl at the restaurant where she works, and she accidentally caught a stray hit while trying to break them up. A wave of pure, boiling rage surges inside the protagonist. His voice trembles as he asks why she won't just quit that miserable job, pleading with her to stop putting herself in danger for petty wages. His mother looks at him in confusion, asking what on earth he is talking about. She reminds him that college admissions are right around the corner, insisting that she has to earn enough to cover his tuition. Tears well up in her eyes as she admits that she feels terrible for never providing a lavish, comfortable upbringing, but as his mother, she wants to support him with everything she has. Looking at him with endless warmth, she tells him that he has always been her greatest pride. Hearing those tender, selfless words hit Soo-hyun like a sledgehammer. His mind flashes back decades into his original past to his birth mother in the pre-apocalypse timeline. He vividly remembers her cold, venomous scowl as she threw his magical evaluation papers at his feet, screaming at him, asking if he honestly believed he could become the strongest awakened with such pathetic mana reserves. She constantly berated him to try harder, coldly reminding him that he had to become a respectable, elite son because he was destined to be a hero. The sharp contrast leaves him completely dazed. His mother's gentle voice snaps him back to reality, softly asking if he's feeling alright. Taking a deep breath, Soo-hyun decides it's time to come clean. Sitting down across from her at the kitchen table, he tells her there is something critical she needs to know. He reveals the truth. He is an officially certified awakened. His mother's eyes widen in utter shock, asking if he means those incredible superhuman heroes featured on the news 24/7. He confirms it with a nod. He explains that working as an awakened brings in massive financial stability and carries high social prestige. Because of that, his plan is to work full-time as an active awakened rather than attending college. He lowers his head, sincerely apologizing for hiding the truth for so long, admitting he wanted to find the right time to tell her from the very start. She stares at him, taking a long moment to process the revelation. Instead of asking about the money or the fame, she looks deep into his eyes. She asks if this is truly what he wants to do from the bottom of his heart, not just chasing wealth or status, but genuine fulfillment. Images of the burning future, the dying world, and his resolve to protect humanity flash through his mind. Meeting her gaze, he answers firmly that yes, this is what he truly wants. She gives a gentle, understanding nod. Surprised by her calm reaction, the protagonist asks if she isn't furious with him. He fully expected her to scold him for keeping such a massive secret for over a year, especially given how dangerous the profession is. His mother smiles softly. She admits that she is terrified for his safety, but seeing how determined he was to carry the secret alone for an entire year proved to her that yelling at him won't change his mind. She refuses to force him down a path against his will, wanting nothing more than for him to forge his own choices and live a happy life. Taking his hands in hers, she adds that whenever life weighs him down, or if anything ever troubles him, he must always remember that his home is right here, or making him miserable, she begs him to promise to tell her right away. The boy nods with a soft smile, thanking his mother from the bottom of his heart. He mentions that he managed to earn a modest sum from his recent awakened work, adding that it is more than enough for her to quit that dangerous restaurant job immediately. Pulling his phone from his coat pocket, he opens his banking balance and turns the screen toward her. Curious, she asks how much he could have possibly made. The moment her eyes lock onto the screen, they nearly pop out of her head. Staring at the 9-digit figure of 600 million won, she gasps, stammering in pure shock. She asks how on earth they became filthy rich overnight, frantically wondering if all awakened pull in this kind of absurd money on a regular basis. Soo-hyun chuckles, asking if she isn't overreacting just a little bit, admitting he half expected her to scold him out of worry instead. His mother laughs back, admitting that while she is naturally worried sick about his safety, who in their right mind turns down cold, hard cash. Her eyes light up as she declares that tonight's plain dinner simply won't do. She tells him to sit back and relax while she whips up a massive feast, asking if there's anything special her son has been craving. Basking in the gentle warmth of the kitchen, the protagonist closes his eyes. It has been decades since he felt an atmosphere this pure and comforting domestic bliss he never once experienced in his bleak, apocalyptic first life. At times, this cozy warmth feels so intoxicating that he catches himself tempted to abandon the endless war, surrender his burdens, and simply melt into a normal, peaceful existence. Yet, a grounded clarity washes over him. He knows he is not the original Kim Soo-hyun who was born into this household. This boundless maternal love rightfully belongs to the real Kim Soo-hyun, not the hardened soul occupying his flesh. Still, that realization brings no bitterness. He was granted a second chance at life to protect the fragile peace of this world. Looking inward, he makes a silent vow to the boy's lungering presence. If the real Kim Soo-hyun ever returns to this body, he will ensure the young man can stand proudly before the world with unshakable confidence, never losing such an extraordinary, loving mother. He promises to forge Kim Soo-hyun's name into that of a legendary hero. Later that night, the protagonist retreats to his bedroom. He knows that to stand against the coming catastrophes, he must become vastly stronger than his current baseline. If a mutated half-lich gave him that much trouble, surviving the global outbreaks is completely out of the question. He needs to resume his climb in the abyss immediately. To conquer the higher floors, he requires a proper weapon, not some cheap, standard-issue government blade that shatters under necrotic pressure, but an authentic, masterwork armament. That means paying a visit to a very specific artisan. The next morning, Soo-hyun arrives at a secluded traditional blacksmith workshop on the outskirts of the city. Listening to the steady, rhythmic clang of a hammer echoing from the forge, nostalgia washes over him. It has been years since he last heard that familiar ring. Inside the smoke-filled workshop, the master smith is engrossed in refining a row of raw blades. Soo-hyun steps through the open doorway, repeatedly calling out greetings to the craftsman. Engrossed in his craft, the old man ignores the kid entirely. Annoyed by the persistent voice, the smith finally drops his tongs and storms out from the furnace in a blazing temper. He barks aggressively, demanding to know what little punk is busting his balls, growling that if nobody answers the door, a normal person assumes the shop is empty and gets the hell out. Soo-hyun merely smiles back, completely unbothered, warmly greeting the old master. Baffled by the boy's cheerful grin, the blacksmith frowns, demanding to know who the hell he is. Looking at the weathered craftsman, the protagonist's mind floods with memories of the sacred dragon-slaying blade, Balmung. Named after the legendary sword wielded by the hero Siegfried, Balmung was the absolute apex divine weapon, a peerless dragon slayer forged from countless legendary ores, mythical beast cores, and the combined blood and sweat of mankind's greatest awakened. The master artisan who forged Balmung in the ruined future was none other than the stubborn old man standing before him, the legendary weaponsmith, Kim Dae-achwa. In his previous timeline as Kim Sung-in, he visited Master Dae-hwa deep within his fortress forge. Back then, the old man sat alone among the embers, greeting him with his usual grumpy scowl. When Sung-in asked about his custom commission, the master had tossed over a breathtaking masterpiece, proudly declaring it to be one of the finest blades his hands had ever crafted. Declaring it to be his finest masterpiece. Back then, Kim Sung-in had immediately refused, stating he couldn't possibly accept a divine weapon of that magnitude. When the old smith asked why, Sung-in revealed he already knew the truth. Master Dae-hwa had poured his own life's hoard of ultra-rare materials treasures saved for his ultimate magnum opus entirely into forging Balmung. Sung-in questioned how he could take such an priceless artifact without offering adequate compensation, refusing to walk away with the smith's life work for free. Dae-hwa had simply sighed, remarking that everyone across the ruined world hailed Sung-in as humanity's lone hero. The boy's legendary deeds were so massive that even an old hermit locked away in a mountain forge heard the tales. Yet, Dae-hwa noted that the heavier the hero's legend grew, the more miserable the boy's life became. The old man asked if Sung-in never felt the bitter injustice of it all. Despite the world offering him nothing in return, millions demanded his unilateral protection, forcing a young man to bleed endlessly just to shoulder humanity's expectations while his eyes grew hollow with grief. Sung-in had stood in silence, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Daehwa explained that because the boy was the sole pillar holding up the world, he decided to form an equally unfair bond. Just as the masses demanded the hero's blood for free, the Master Smith would gift him the ultimate weapon without asking for a single coin in return. Forging the blade to keep humanity's savior alive was a duty only Daehwa could fulfill. Master Kim Daehwa had been his greatest craftsman, his selfless benefactor, and one of the cherished comrades he failed to save before the world fell to ash. Standing before the living blacksmith once more, the protagonist feels a deep resolve settle in his chest. Looking at the old man, he swears to himself that this time, he will protect him to the very end. Snapping out of his memories, Soo-hyun offers a polite greeting and introduces himself with a genuine smile. Daehwa scoffs, stating he has never heard of the kid's name before. He asks if the boy is some spoiled influencer or celebrity ranker, demanding to know how he managed to sniff out this secluded workshop. The protagonist replies smoothly that he heard rumors of a peerless master who crafts specialized armaments for Awakened. Daehwa snaps, barking that whoever told him that is a complete liar. He growls that he doesn't forge weapons for random brats, ordering the kid to get lost. The protagonist smiles wryly, having fully anticipated this prickly reaction from the stubborn old artisan. Without moving an inch, Soo-hyun mentions that he came fully prepared, noting that he brought his own raw materials. Daehwa pretends not to care, but after a few seconds of tense silence, curiosity wins. The old man grumbles, stating that he supposes he can at least glance at what the boy brought before throwing him out. Soo-hyun smirks internally, knowing the master took the bait. Stepping inside the forge, the protagonist unwraps his bundle, revealing the radiant ore. Daehwa's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Sitting on the workbench is an ultra-rare, highest-grade aether stone, the second miraculous drop pulled directly from the mutated Lich's clear chest. At this early point in the timeline, an aether stone of this supreme tier is practically an impossible myth. In his previous life, this grade of crystal was only discovered years later following the catastrophic Gwangju dungeon outbreak. That historical anomaly was the exact reason Soo-hyun prioritized clearing that specific gate. While a highest-grade aether stone holds countless arcane applications, its true potential only awakens when forged directly into a masterwork weapon. Daehwa stammers, demanding to know where on earth a young brat got his hands on a mythical treasure like this. Soo-hyun counters with a calm smile, asking if the ore's origin truly matters to a craftsman. Daehwa concedes with a sharp grin, barking that results are the only thing that counts in a forge. He asks what kind of weapon the kid wants. Soo-hyun states clearly that he wants a sword, a truly powerful, unbreakable blade. Daehwa chuckles, admitting he mistook the boy for an arrogant rich punk, but concedes that anyone bringing materials this breathtaking came to the right place. The smith declares that he won't charge a single one for labor, considering the chance to forge such magnificent ore an honor in itself. Reaching for a standard guild commission form, the old man remarks that they should draft up a formal contract first. Soo-hyun immediately stops him, stating with total confidence that between the two of them, a piece of paper is completely unnecessary. The hero asks him why, questioning if he has completely lost his mind, and asking if he truly understands just how valuable this item is. Frodo replies that he is well aware of its worth, and trusts the old man completely, knowing that what he truly wants is the challenge of forging the sword using the Aether Stone, rather than simply keeping the blade for himself. The old man bursts into laughter, remarking that the kid is quite amusing and admitting he genuinely likes his boldness. He agrees to take on the request, promising to craft the finest possible weapon to match such rare material. Frodo nods in agreement, urging the smith to give it his absolute best. The craftsman warns him that the process will take considerable time, offering Frodo any suitable weapon from the workshop to use in the meantime. Frodo picks out a blade and heads home, reflecting on the 10-month crafting time frame, which he anticipated, though it still feels like an agonizingly long wait. At the very least, the temporary weapon in his hands feels remarkably solid, proving the old man's master craftsmanship is more than enough for now. With that settled, all that remains is to push further into the abyss. He steps inside to face the Guardian once more, who acknowledges that the boy has passed and immediately initiates the 11th floor trial. Day after day, he climbs floor after floor as the pioneer, conquering the 14th, 15th, 16th, and so on, pushing through every challenge despite the rising difficulty. 6 months later, Joho ends up in bad shape, resting in a hospital bed while Baryon scolds him for being reckless. She points out that he needs 6 full weeks of recovery, warning him that he should have taken things much slower. Joho admits the climb proved far harder than expected, but she presses on, demanding why he suddenly raised the difficulty to the 5th tier. She points out that this time he got away with just a simple injury, but things could have turned out far worse if luck had not been on his side. Joho argues that he cannot afford to back down just because things get tough, since falling into that mindset means he will never catch up to that kid. Just then, his phone rings, and he wonders who could possibly be calling him at this hour. Quickly realizing the screen shows Soo-hyun's name, the protagonist speaks to Jo-ho, expressing relief that he answered after such a long time, and asks if he is open to handling a few important favors. He explains that he has 3 specific requests for Jo-ho to look into. First, he asks him to find a suitable residential building tailored for awakened individuals, since securing the shop for his mother means he now needs a proper place of his own to live independently. His second request concerns the Damp Guild, noting that news of the Wonjo dungeon must have reached them by now. While the threat in G1 seems resolved, the guild will definitely investigate why their operative died without completing the objective. Because of this, he worries that digging into them could turn hazardous, but Jo-ho reassures him that he will operate carefully to avoid detection, allowing the protagonist to rest easy on that front. Finally, the third and most crucial request involves the catastrophic dungeon break destined to strike Anyang on December 24th. The protagonist warns that the incident will claim hundreds of thousands of lives in an unprecedented disaster. When Jo-ho asks how he could possibly know about an upcoming event with such precision, the protagonist explains that he cannot reveal the full details right now. He admits that this mission is exceptionally dangerous, making it clear that Jo-ho can refuse without any hard feelings. But he brings it to him because he trusts Jo-ho implicitly, reminding him that their mutual trust runs deep. He promises to do everything he can, and the protagonist agrees completely, saying he will leave the entire matter in Jo-ho's capable hands. Turning to the final request, he brings up the impending disaster in Anyang, explaining that he asked for assistance to stop a dangerous green dungeon break. With less than 6 months remaining until Christmas Eve, he knows he must become significantly stronger before the Anyang incident unfolds. He expects to retrieve his forged sword from Daiho soon, and if he manages to clear the 20th floor trial, he is confident he will have the power to stop the calamity. Clearing the 19th floor with a perfect record would make his chances even better. Upon arriving at the 19th floor, he finds himself facing an endless desert stretched out before his eyes. As he drops down, he spots a horde of monsters swarming around a large pile of bones, quickly recognizing them as giant rats. The system promptly notifies him that he has entered the rat den, where his primary objectives are to survive and escape. Realizing the sheer size of the colony, his sudden landing near the creatures startles the entire pack, drawing all their hostile gazes directly toward him. He notices the bones have been picked completely clean, assuming these beasts must be starving and likely view him as an easy meal. The rats charge aggressively, but the protagonist wipes out the front line with a single swift strike. One rat manages to leap at him, ripping through his clothing before he finishes off the remaining attackers nearby. Admitting he let his guard down, he wonders whether their fangs carry lethal venom, knowing a bite would cause severe damage either way. When the swarm surges forward again, he unleashes his sacred flame to clear the area, leaping atop a large bone structure to assess the battlefield. He observes that while individual rats are weak, their massive numbers make sustained sacred flame usage an inefficient drain on his mana, especially since countless enemies remain hidden. Wiping them out all at once would be the ideal solution, but the creatures immediately begin climbing the bone structure toward his position. Forced to jump down to avoid being surrounded, he realizes there is no time to formulate a complex strategy while slicing through incoming beasts and watching reinforcements gather. Darting along the bone path, he cuts down every monster in his way until he spots a hole in the ground surrounded by cracked pavement, suggesting an open hollow space lies underneath. Seeing a clear opportunity, he channels his sacred flame into the fissure to blast the ground wide open. Driving his sword into the cracked stone, he delivers a powerful kick that completely shatters the floor, breaking directly into their subterranean lair below. Dropping through the newly formed crater, he lands in a hidden underground ruin, confirming his suspicion about the open chamber and betting this is the true trial ground. Nearby, he spots a lone rat that survived the blast, but he quickly notices the creature is trembling in sheer terror of something else entirely. Panicking, the rat bolts across the floor, only to trigger a hidden pressure plate that impales it on sharp spikes instantly. The protagonist begins to grasp the deadly nature of this underground labyrinth just as dozens of mounted torches flare to life around him, illuminating the wide corridor ahead. A sense of danger sets in as he realizes things have gone horribly wrong, knowing a trial of this caliber would never rely solely on simple vermin, and towering in the shadows right before him is a massive, deadly basilisk. Facing off against that towering monster, the protagonist barely manages to dodge a crushing tail whip sent flying straight at him. Even after dodging the strike, he immediately goes on the offensive, attempting to pierce the beast with his blade, but the attack fails entirely. The steel bounces right off the thick hide, making him realize that even Darrow's weapon is ineffective against such an insane level of physical resistance. Wondering how it will handle magic, he channels his sacred flame directly into the creature's gaping maw. The serpent simply swallows the roaring blaze, seemingly unaffected as it stares back at him with calm indifference. Seeing that it absorbed the attack without taking visible damage, he notes that while its magical defense might not match its physical toughness, it is still high enough to make winning with basic sacred fire nearly impossible. The monster lunges forward again with ruthless aggression, but the protagonist sidesteps the charge, only for the creature to whip its tail around. He leaps high into the air to evade, but the beast snaps its massive jaws upward to swallow him whole. Left suspended midair with no footing to push off, he uses his sword to wedge the jaws apart, preventing the razor-sharp teeth from snapping shut. Surprised by how shockingly fast the creature moves despite its size, he gets slammed violently into the stone wall and crashes hard onto the floor. Dusting himself off, he analyzes the situation, realizing this beast possesses absurd agility for its massive frame and seemingly possesses zero exploitable weaknesses. Acknowledging that he is taking a beating, he knows he cannot afford to stay on the defensive. The monster lunges for another bite, but he narrowly dodges again, realizing mid-leap that his mana has dropped to half. Before his reserves run completely dry, he decides to cripple its mobility by landing a strike directly on the crown of its skull. He rolls backward upon impact, spotting thick hanging vines from the ceiling, and quickly grabs hold to swing across the chamber. He figures that no matter how absurd the beast's magical defense might, a precise hit to a vulnerable spot will still deal significant damage, aiming a strike right beside its eye. The serpent writhes in pain, furiously whipping its tail across the arena and forcing the protagonist into an acrobatic backbend to dodge the crushing blow. Seizing the opening, he coats his blade in magical flame once more, striking the softer underbelly of the beast. The serpent thrashes violently against the strike, hurling the protagonist across the chamber before charging at him in total fury. However, the protagonist simply smirks. The monster realizes too late that it has walked into a trap, ending up completely tangled and immobilized by the surrounding vines, with only its head exposed directly in front of him. The protagonist mocks its impressive combination of high physical armor, strong magical resistance, and rapid regeneration, admitting it is the very first enemy he has faced that excels in all three traits at once. Yet despite those overwhelming defenses, he reminds the beast that it still cannot defeat him, proving that his own raw strength is superior. Gathering a massive surge of sacred fire, he blasts it directly down the monster's throat, incinerating it from the inside out to finish the battle once and for all. Following the intense fight, a sudden notification announces the evolution of his sacred flame ability. He summons the roaring fire in his hand and launches it upward, where it takes the form of a magnificent blazing bird. The creature circles above before descending gracefully toward him, solidifying into the phoenix form, a powerful sacred flame evolution unlocked on the 18th floor. When the sacred flame evolves, it becomes far more than just a basic combat skill, allowing him to actively control and issue complex commands to the summoned phoenix. The only real downside is the absurd amount of mana it consumes, but burning through his reserves is completely worth it considering the sheer destructive output is easily 10 times greater than the original sacred fire. The massive serpent, which seemed defeated earlier, is actually still lingering and waiting to strike. Without hesitation, he hurls the blazing phoenix straight at the beast, piercing right through its chest and obliterating it in a single decisive strike. With that devastating blow, he clears the 19th floor with complete mastery, breathing a massive sigh of relief that the ordeal is finally over. The difficulty inside the Tower of Trials spikes exponentially every 10 floors, meaning the 20th floor carries a massive risk of throwing him into another terrifying crisis, just like the 10th floor did previously. Having pushed his limits to accomplish everything possible over the past 6 months, only one final task remains on his list: returning to Darrow to collect the custom weapon he commissioned from the master blacksmith. Meanwhile, the public erupts into heated discussions over the latest leaderboard rankings, stunned to see the protagonist secure first place on the 19th floor yet again. People find it unbelievable that anyone could clear the stage with such an astronomical score, maintaining his position at the absolute top across 9 consecutive floors over half a year. Everyone desperately wonders who this mysterious prodigy is, especially since he ghosted every call from the Awakened Association and completely ignored lucrative recruitment offers from world-renowned guilds. While the general public remains completely in the dark about his identity, Joho knows the truth and greets him enthusiastically the moment they meet up. The protagonist brushes off the excessive hype, shifting the conversation toward urgent business, but Joho immediately asks how he likes the luxury sports car provided for him. The protagonist admits the high-end vehicle feels far too flashy, but Joho scoffs, insisting that a top-tier hunter driving anything less is unacceptable. He mentions how utterly shocked he was to learn the protagonist had been getting around on simple subways and public buses, reminding him that awakened rankers need reliable, fast transportation, especially with a naturally aspirated V8 engine under the hood. The protagonist cuts the car talk short, urging him inside so they can discuss serious matters in private. Once seated, Joho asks how preparations for the 20th floor are going, and the protagonist confirms everything is on track, explaining he only delayed his challenge while waiting for his weapon to finish. He warmly thanks Joho for finding a new home for his family and securing a retail shop for his mother. Joho happily waves off the gratitude and asks where the family ended up moving, looking thoughtful upon learning they settled in Ansan, which sits uncomfortably close to Anyang. Sensing the slight tension, Joho quickly pivots to share good news. He managed to schedule a meeting with the director of the Certification Bureau next month, giving them a chance to warn officials and secure official backing before disaster strikes. The protagonist calculates that meeting next month leaves barely 2 months before the catastrophic outbreak, which is far from an ideal preparation window. Turning to the matter of the Damp Guild, Joho admits that tracking them has yielded little intelligence due to their stealth, though mysterious awakened disappearances keep climbing under the guise of higher-tier dungeon casualties. So he does not need to look too deeply into it, but there was an odd case recently where an awakened suddenly dropped dead in the middle of the street, and the autopsy revealed traces of poison. The protagonist ponders this detail, immediately recalling the guildmaster of the Alice Guild, and asks if they can investigate the incident further since he feels strongly that following this specific trail will yield critical answers. Joho agrees to handle the matter for him, telling the kid to stay safe on his way back home. Walking toward his car, the protagonist reflects on the fact that only 3 months remain until the Anyang outbreak. He acknowledges that Joho is doing everything humanly possible, yet the overall situation still looks bleak, especially with the Alice Guild leader still holding Choi completely under his thumb, making him realize that handling the crisis alone might actually be the safest route. Soon after, he visits the blacksmith workshop, noticing that every single piece of weaponry displayed around the forge is crafted with exceptional quality. The blacksmith thanks him for his patience, bringing out the finished weapon while mentioning how tough the forging process was due to the sheer purity of the materials, though the extreme difficulty only made the project far more thrilling. He proudly guarantees that the weapon's overall performance is flawless, urging him to pick it up and inspect the craftsmanship for himself. Taking hold of the hilt, the boy instantly senses that it is an extraordinary masterpiece. Though its design appears more conventional than Balmung, the blade feels alive from the very moment his fingers wrap around the grip. To test its edge, he tosses the spare sword from his scabbard into the air, letting it drop straight down onto the newly forged blade. The instant the falling steel touches the edge, it shatters cleanly into pieces, demonstrating unmatched sharpness alongside peak structural durability. The weapon actively synchronizes with his mana flow, instinctively discerning what he wishes to cut, making it the ultimate masterpiece. The blacksmith asks if he has chosen a name for it, noting that the blade belongs to him now and deserves a proper title. The protagonist declares its name will be Graham, the Dragon Slayer. The smith looks puzzled, asking if he means a unit of measurement like 100 or 200 grams and mocking it as a cheesy name he dislikes. But the protagonist explains that Gram is simply another historical name for Balmung in Northern European lore. Since he cannot reuse the exact name Balmung, he still wants to honor the heritage of a true dragon-slaying blade, especially since he will soon have to slay a dragon himself. As evening falls, he bids the old man farewell, but the smith asks if he really has to leave right away without having a warm cup of tea first. He promises to share tea next time, explaining that he must immediately head to his next destination. Meanwhile, at a distant border fortress, a solitary sentry keeps watch across the ramparts until a heavy hand rests upon his shoulder. The soldier whirls around on high alert, only to find Commander Maximin standing before him. The commander apologizes for startling the guard and asks how the border perimeter patrol is proceeding, checking if any irregular activity has occurred. The guard assures him that everything remains calm and fully in order, but Maximin acknowledges his fatigue, emphasizing that everyone must remain on high alert just a little longer because a sudden ambush by the Aldrin Kingdom would place the entire fortress in immediate jeopardy. The guard agrees firmly, promising to give his absolute best before heading off. Watching him depart, Maximin worries over the month-long stalemate, knowing the deteriorating conditions both inside and outside the walls will ultimately ruin the innocent commoners if nothing changes, leaving him desperate for a solution. Just then, an unexpected figure approaches out of the shadows, remarking on how heavily weighed down Maximin looks, startling the commander into turning around to ask if the newcomer has finally arrived. Addressing the ultra-suspicious figure simply as retainer, he asks what brings him all the way out, questioning if he is supposed to be attending to his highness. The retainer replies that he came to inspect the garrison, demanding an update on the current defensive situation. Maximin explains that they are doing everything possible to hold the fortress, though their standing remains heavily unfavorable against the superior military might of Uldren. Cutting him off mid-sentence, the retainer orders him to stop, questioning if he just implied a retreat from the stronghold, or if his ears are deceiving him. Maximin clarifies that abandoning the fortress remains a tactical possibility, emphasizing that if this prolonged siege drags on much longer, maintaining combat readiness will become nearly impossible, leaving him no other viable choice. The retainer coldly snaps back that surrender is completely out of the question, declaring that everyone will die together inside these walls before abandonment is ever considered. Maximin finds the remark sickening, wondering how the man can speak so casually when he has zero intention of standing on the front lines himself, demanding to know what the retainer truly thinks a soldier's life is worth. Shortly after Uldren declared war, this man, serving as His Highness's premier retainer, was appointed supreme commander over the entire regional division. While unquestioned obedience to commanding officers is the standard rule of engagement, this man treats the lives of ordinary foot soldiers as lower than common insects. Maximin silently curses the crown, unable to fathom why the royal court would place such a callous tyrant in charge of their armed forces. The retainer dismisses his complaints, telling him to stop entertaining pointless doubts and simply hold out for one more month, mockingly asking if such a task is too hard for the legendary ancient kingdom hero, Captain Maximin. Maximin scoffs at the idea of enduring another month, arguing that surviving that long will change nothing about their grim outcome. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the fortress walls to their very foundations, throwing everyone off balance as a frantic guard rushes into the courtyard shouting that a massive, unexpected assault has just breached the front gates. In an instant, the protagonist crashes straight through the defenses, shattering everything in his path. A few hours earlier, standing before the 20th floor trial entrance, the protagonist had approached the massive gateway to find a slumbering gatekeeper lounging by the portal. When asked about his purpose there, the gatekeeper introduced himself as the official guardian of the 20th floor, noting that seeing a challenger here is quite rare nowadays, and asking if the kid came seeking tactical guidance. The protagonist confirms he wants valuable advice, but the guardian replies that offering guidance depends entirely on whether the challenger provides an appealing offer first. Expecting this reaction, knowing gatekeepers grow more cunning with every higher floor, the boy offers a direct payment of 100,000 points, leaving the gatekeeper completely stunned by the sheer sum. The guardian bursts into laughter, remarking that paying a fortune that takes most rankers 10 entire years to gather proves the kid is truly built differently. Asking what difficulty setting he intends to challenge, the protagonist reveals he plans to tackle the trial at difficulty level 10, asking if there is any crucial warning he needs to keep in mind. The gatekeeper assures him that dying inside is unlikely, stating others will surely perish before he does, though he strictly advises against killing anyone if he can possibly avoid it. Understanding the underlying hint, the protagonist listens as the guardian reminds him to maintain focus on his true objective at all times, curtly telling him to hurry inside after taking the massive fee. The moment he steps through the portal, he realizes the gatekeeper is back to his usual cryptic habits, speaking in riddles that always prove useful in the end yet leave him wondering what the guardian truly meant by focusing on his objective. Stepping forward into the boundless white void, he suddenly plunges into a dark vortex, emerging high within the canopy of a dense forest. Grabbing a thick tree branch to break his fall, he lands safely on the forest floor and notices a fortified kingdom looming nearby. A system prompt announces the start of the 20th floor trial at difficulty level 10, explaining that the kingdom of Gandalum stands as an iron fortress defended by thousands of elite soldiers. The trial grants him a strict 1-month time limit to bring down the castle. However, the system explicitly warns him that he is not their enemy, suggesting he might forge a valuable alliance through their shared plight, and instructs him to uncover the hidden secret within the fortress, while ensuring his own survival. The protagonist notes that the system description is unusually wordy this time, yet the extra detail provides critical clarity regarding his overall mission. The dual requirement of toppling the castle while uncovering its core secret proves this challenge cannot be resolved through brute force alone. The system's hint about not being their true adversary directly aligns with the gatekeeper's warning to avoid unnecessary killing, clearly indicating he should bypass mindless slaughter. Still, he puzzles over how one brings down an entire fortress without engaging in direct warfare. Throughout the night, he analyzes the massive defensive ramparts ahead, admitting they truly live up to the title of an iron stronghold. The perimeter guards and stationed mercenaries are remarkably skilled, with several capable of casting offensive magic, placing their strength around C-rank hunter tier. Supported by superior numbers and an advantageous geographical layout, they form a formidable defensive line. Faced with a month-long trial deadline, he knows the system provided ample time, yet with barely 2 months remaining before the Anyang outbreak, he cannot afford the luxury of waiting. Concluding that overthinking will only waste precious time, he decides to rely on his signature direct approach, marching openly toward the main entrance and startling the posted sentries. Stepping forward, he politely introduces himself as a passing traveler, apologizing for the late disruption and asking if he might secure lodging inside the castle for the night. The guards shout back in disbelief, asking if he has lost his mind and demanding to know which kingdom he thinks he is dealing with, clearly standing on high alert for combat. Seeing their hostile posture, the protagonist reiterates to himself that clearing this trial as quickly as possible is vital, so he can return and finalize preparations for the upcoming outbreak. Acknowledging their firm refusal, he draws his newly forged blade and offers a quick apology, warning them that he will have to force his way inside. In a single explosive motion, he leaps high above the guards, landing squarely atop the main iron gate. Channeling raw power through his sword, he slashes downward, bringing the massive reinforced barrier crashing to the ground in a terrifying display of destructive force. Paralyzed by absolute shock and terror, the sentries watch helplessly as the boy steps calmly over the shattered debris, breaching their iron fortress by sheer brute force, while deliberately avoiding taking a single life along the way. And it is precisely because of the protagonist's completely reckless approach that utter chaos erupts, as the intruder has just shattered the main castle gate. Glancing down at his sword, he feels genuinely thrilled, because feeling its weight in his grip makes him realize this weapon is truly exceptional. The unique way it was forged actually lets him adjust its sharpness at will. Suddenly, all the guards rush straight at him, but our protagonist has zero patience today, plowing through the whole squad, effortlessly taking down everyone and breezing past them in seconds. Looking back, he realizes there is literally nothing he cannot cut with this blade, yet at the exact same time, he can also choose not to cut at all. He simply knocked everyone out without taking a single life, cleanly clearing a path forward. Just then, archers stationed above open fire, unleashing a barrage of arrows right at him, but he calmly deflects every single projectile with his sword. Utterly shocked that even their bows cannot hit him, the soldiers are terrified. The protagonist takes advantage of their fear, leaping directly onto the ramparts right into the middle of them, and instantly hurling their squad leader over the edge, though he mutters to himself that a fall like that definitely will not kill him. Down below, a guard frantically asks if their leader is okay, and the man is miraculously still breathing, though walking away from that might be another story. As they start talking near the protagonist, who is totally baffled by their behavior, a high-ranking officer yells to let him go and defend the castle walls, insisting he will deal with the intruder himself. However, the men plead that the commander cannot fight, because if something happens to him, the future of the kingdom is over. The protagonist is surprised to learn this man is actually the commander, seeing how everyone is prioritizing his safety over battle. As they apologize to Captain Maxman, orders are shouted to escort him inside to safety. Recognizing they are ignoring orders to protect their boss, the protagonist decides capturing him is the fastest way to end this whole conflict. Leaping right past the soldiers, he closes in on the captain, but an archer fires an arrow that snags the protagonist's foot mid-air. Thinking fast, the protagonist kicks out, pulling the archer into a hard collision and tumbling down with him before landing smoothly on the wall. The soldiers desperately shout not to attack since their comrade was grabbed, but it is already too late. Tossing the soldiers aside, he heads straight for the commander, who quickly breaks free. As the protagonist slashes the binding rope, he gets a clear look at his opponent, realizing this commander is the real deal. Their blades clash violently, generating a massive shockwave that sends the remaining soldiers flying. Facing Captain Maxman directly as the dust settles, a worried guard asks if the captain is hurt, but Maxman calmly tells his men not to worry, declaring that he will handle this fight himself. Then they quickly assess the situation outside the castle walls, instantly realizing that this man is definitely not an operative from the Uldren Kingdom. The protagonist is genuinely surprised by how quickly the captain deduced that, while Maxman figures he must be an independent third party operating completely on his own. Our protagonist is thoroughly impressed by this incredible level of situational awareness, acknowledging that it is entirely fitting for a supreme military commander. On top of that, the captain possesses combat prowess easily comparable to an elite S-rank awakened, proving that this veteran warrior is undeniably the real deal. The anxious soldiers desperately shout for Maxman to stay on high alert, frantically reminding him that the entire army is utterly helpless without his leadership. However, Maxman firmly questions how many times he has told them to stop acting so pitifully weak, but the loyal troops push back, declaring their absolute faith in him. They passionately recall that 20 years ago, during the brutal war against the Uldren Kingdom, he led them straight to an impossible victory, and as long as they stand united behind him, crushing Uldren once again will be effortless. Watching this emotional exchange, the protagonist finally understands why these soldiers place such immense trust in the man, recognizing him as the celebrated war hero of this nation. Even so, the protagonist silently notes that nobody seems to realize this overwhelming trust is the exact same burden that chains him down, reminding him of how he used to carry the world when he was Kinson. Turning directly to the commander, he casually apologizes for smashing the castle gates without permission, explaining that he has extremely urgent business inside, and politely asking if the captain could just grant him entry. Maxman scoffs at the absurd request, telling the young intruder he is talking pure nonsense. reminding him that the kingdom is currently in an active state of war, and there is no way they would ever grant passage to a dangerous wildcard who just obliterated their gates and attacked their men. Accepting the harsh refusal, the protagonist calmly replies that if that is the case, the commander will have to forgive him one more time. He reasons that the cleanest way to bring down this castle without shedding unnecessary blood is simply to persuade the single most trusted figure inside, immediately launching himself straight at Maxman. Before the captain can even demand to know who the protagonist really is, his wrist is swiftly bound by the boy, realizing in shock that it is the exact same rope that held him earlier. Clamping the end of the rope between his teeth, the protagonist activates his unique transformation ability, unleashing Gigantomachia to instantly morph his hand into that of a massive giant. He resolves to use the captured commander to uncover all the inner secrets of the castle, clearing this entire trial flawlessly, while also freeing the captain from these invisible shackles if possible. With a mighty swing, he shatters the entire ceiling overhead. Frantic guards scream the captain's name through the falling debris, desperately asking if he is unharmed, but as the dust settles, their eyes widen in utter disbelief. With the commander nowhere in sight, they bark orders to maintain defensive perimeters rather than aimlessly searching, and everyone falls in line, wondering how on earth a man standing right in front of them could simply vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle interior, the protagonist smoothly emerges from the darkness, dragging the captain straight out of a pool of shadows and tossing him onto the floor. Stunned, the captain demands to know what just happened. The protagonist silently reflects that spending all those valuable points in the 15th floor shop was definitely worth every penny. The shadow assimilation skill allows seamless movement from one shadow to another, a signature dark ability typically reserved for high-tier assassin classes. Even though it requires a long casting time, burns through massive amounts of mana, and has strict distance limits, it remains the ultimate infiltration tool, prepared specifically for moments just like this. Remaining completely off the radar during such a chaotic provocation turned out to be the absolute right move, and the protagonist confirms he is now safely inside the inner castle grounds. However, a foul scent instantly catches his attention, a distinct odor he recognizes all too well. All that is left now is extracting the secrets of this fortress from the man before him. Untying the ropes, the protagonist asks if the captain is hurt and offers a sincere apology, explaining that given the heated confrontation outside, this dramatic kidnapping was truly the only way to speak with him entirely in private. Still on guard, the captain questions whether he was actually attempting to invade the kingdom. The protagonist denies this immediately, prompting Maxman to ask why on earth he shattered the castle gates and beat down innocent soldiers. The young man plainly admits he had no other option because the guards refused him entry, and being in a desperate rush, he simply could not afford to waste precious time. Baffled by this bizarre logic, the captain demands clarification. The protagonist warns him that a catastrophic disaster is about to strike this castle very soon. Shocked, Maxman asks what kind of trouble he means, wondering if the Uldren Kingdom is launching a surprise offensive. The protagonist admits that he came here specifically to uncover the full truth himself, but emphasizes that if this threat awakens, it will become an unimaginable crisis far worse than any petty war between two mortal kingdoms. He then asks if anything suspicious has occurred within these walls lately. That specific question triggers a memory for the captain, reminding him of a very strange encounter he had earlier with an eccentric individual. Even so, Maxman hesitates, asking how he could possibly trust a complete stranger, pointing out the risk of leaking secrets to an enemy spy. The protagonist bluntly retorts that if he were truly a spy, he never would have chosen such an exhausting and noisy method, seeing as he possesses enough raw power to wipe this entire fortress off the map single-handedly. Hearing those chilling words, the captain reflects on their brief clash at the battlements, silently acknowledging that from the exact second their blades crossed, he knew there was not a single warrior in this entire nation capable of defeating this monster in combat. Maxman realizes he basically has no choice in the matter, because even if he refuses to believe the boy's story, he lacks the strength to physically stop him anyway. When the protagonist asks once more if he will share what he knows, the captain reveals he does have a few dark suspicions, but insists on accompanying him every step of the way. Thrilled that everything is proceeding smoothly, the protagonist welcomes him along. As they navigate through quiet underground corridors, the boy asks if they still have far to go, and the captain confirms they are nearly there. Pushing open a heavy iron door, Maxman announces they have arrived, explaining that this eerie subterranean chamber used to be a high-security dungeon, roughly a century ago. The place carries an oppressive aura because countless convicts perished within these damp stone cells, eventually forcing the kingdom to abandon the facility and build a new prison elsewhere, leaving very few living souls aware of its existence. He then turns to question what an abandoned dungeon could possibly have to do with the impending catastrophe. The protagonist replies that the answer will reveal itself shortly, as he clearly recognizes the unforgettable stench drifting through the castle air, the unmistakable smell of the undead. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoes through the darkness, demanding to know who is trespassing. Caught off guard, the two whip around to face a high-ranking royal retainer who furiously confronts Commander Maxman, demanding to know why a general abandoned his post during active wartime. Glancing over, the official spots the young stranger and asks if he is the dangerous intruder from the gate, while the protagonist immediately questions how this man gained access when the dungeon was supposed to be completely sealed. The commander had only just unlocked the heavy iron door, leaving him deeply puzzled as to how this retainer could have tracked them down to such a hidden place. The official smoothly claims he was simply walking by, felt a strange presence lunging in the hallway, and came down to investigate, pointing out that everyone must stay extremely vigilant inside the fortress walls during a full-blown military crisis. However, the protagonist silently suspects the timing is entirely too convenient, deducing the man was most likely tailing them the whole time. Dismissing the suspicion as pure nonsense, the retainer sharply tells Captain Maxman to snap out of his trance, pointing out the dangerous intruder and demanding to know why a supreme commander would wander off with an enemy infiltrator, aggressively asking if he has somehow been mind-controlled. But before the retainer can finish lecturing the general, the protagonist casually steps forward and slices the man's head clean off right in front of Maxman's eyes, leaving the veteran warrior completely horrified. As the headless body collapses onto the stone floor, Maxman furiously demands to know what the boy just did, screaming that by murdering the royal retainer and the supreme commander's close advisor, he has definitively proven himself to be a vicious enemy spy. Unfazed, the protagonist smirks, noting that the king's trusted aide makes for quite an intriguing disguise. Suddenly, the decapitated corpse begins to rise from the floor, thoroughly terrifying Maxman as a horrifying, authentic lich manifests directly before them. The stunned commander cannot believe his own eyes, shouting in sheer disbelief that the royal advisor was actually a bloodthirsty undead abomination all along, desperately wondering what kind of nightmare has taken over this kingdom. Connecting the dots, the protagonist recognizes that the putrid stench of death and the gathering darkness inside a fortress not yet engaged in active warfare were dead giveaways that an undead abomination was lurking in the shadows. Having faced a similar creature in his previous life, he managed to unmask the fiend much faster than usual. However, there is a massive difference this time. This monster is an authentic lich, operating on an entirely different level compared to that fake imitation he once fought back in the Gwangju dungeon. The undead sorcerer sneers, admitting he knew the young man was no ordinary intruder, and curiously asks which kingdom he originally hails from, assuming he was sent by a neighboring rival realm. But the protagonist has zero interest in chatting, cheekily suggesting he might come from an entire world beyond the creature's wildest imagination. The lich scoffs, declaring that the intruder's origin makes no difference now that the overarching plan has shifted, leaving Maxman utterly confused by the sinister declaration. Confirming their worst fears, the monster begins weaving dark spells before them, loudly proclaiming that both of them will perish in this dungeon today. He unleashes a lethal beam of crackling black and purple magic directly at the pair, but the protagonist immediately steps into the line of fire, driving his blade straight into the dark energy and cleanly slicing the magical beam in two, shocking both the commander and the undead creature. The protagonist observes that his new weapon handles magical pressure surprisingly well, wondering if it owes its exceptional resilience to the highest grade ether stone used during its forging, since this blade shows no signs of shattering like his previous one. Yet possessing a superior sword will not be enough on its own, because a lich is a high-tier darkness entity, meaning ordinary physical attacks will accomplish nothing unless empowered by holy attributes or landed directly upon its core life stone. Glancing over at Maxman, the protagonist recognizes the veteran is strong, but realizes it is unrealistic to expect meaningful support against an undead sorcerer from someone lacking divine abilities. Deciding to finish this battle swiftly on his own terms, he immediately channels his holy energy, igniting his blade with brilliant sacred flames. Leaping aggressively toward the undead sorcerer, the protagonist strikes with full force, but the monster effortlessly drifts away through the air to evade the blow. In response, the creature summons another devastating beam of crackling dark purple lightning directly at the youth. Channeling his sacred fire, the protagonist unleashes a brilliant wave of flames, colliding with the spell to completely neutralize the magical blast in an intense, blinding flash of light. Raising an arm to shield his eyes from the overwhelming glare, he silently admits this outcome was quite unexpected, as his sacred flames failed to instantly overpower the monster's suffocating aura of death. This creature is vastly superior to the mediocre, half-baked lich he easily defeated in the past, while he could comfortably survive by continuously burning through his divine energy. Dragging this exhausting battle out would needlessly drain his precious mana reserves, which would only lead to a terrible outcome down the line. Realizing he has no choice but to target the monster's hidden life stone, he charges straight ahead at top speed to deliver a fatal strike, yet the undead fiend swiftly evades once again. Reacting instantly, the young warrior firmly kicks off the stone dungeon wall, reorienting himself midair to unleash another intense volley of sacred flame. The Lich continuously dodges the blazing projectiles while simultaneously charging another deadly beam of dark energy. As the monster unleashes the blast, the protagonist instantly disappears from view, reappearing right behind the creature to deliver a thunderous kick straight into the skeleton's back, sending the pile of bones crashing violently through the air. Following up immediately, he dives in for the finishing blow. But before his blade can connect, the Lich suddenly manifests large magical wings woven from dark purple lightning, releasing a dense burst of foul energy that cushions the heavy impact and completely deflects the attack. The monster swiftly turns to fire another barrage of dark spells, which the protagonist expertly slices apart before the fiend calmly touches down on the stone floor. Checking on him, Commander Maxman asks if he is uninjured, to which the boy casually replies that he is perfectly fine, though something feels deeply unsettling. Despite possessing such an overwhelming aura, the monster does not seem to be taking the fight seriously at all, holding back its true strength for some unknown reason. As the creature maintains an eerie silence, the protagonist suddenly senses a dense wave of sinister energy radiating from a small doorway to the side. With a wicked grin, the Lich announces that preparations are finally complete, declaring that playtime is officially over. In that exact instant, the side door is violently blown off its hinges, sending debris flying across the corridor as a shadowy mass lunges straight at Captain Maxman. The protagonist reacts in a flash, intercepting the attack to shield the commander and completely baffling the veteran officer. Facing the doorway, the young warrior announces that he finally understands the full scope of this nightmare. Maxman wonders if the undead sorcerer can manipulate shadows from a distance, but the protagonist clarifies that this abandoned dungeon is the ultimate sanctuary for a Lich, a sunless abyss drenched in malice, hatred, and centuries of agony. The Lich cackles in agreement, boasting that this place is indeed their true home, forever echoing with the sweet screams of the dead. Turning his gaze toward the darkness, Maxman is struck with sheer horror as an entire horde of authentic liches emerges from the ruins. 3 authentic liches now stand directly before them, ready for battle, and the protagonist finally pieces the entire terrifying puzzle together. Thousands of loyal soldiers garrisoned inside a massive fortress, an enclosed and isolated territory, and high-tier undead sorcerers successfully infiltrating the royal court disguised as top royal aides. Seeing 3 of them gathered together in one place can mean only one thing. One of the monsters scoffs, complaining that their comrade dragged this confrontation out far too long, warning that they should stop wasting valuable time on pathetic weaklings. Another creature, speaking in a timid yet sinister voice, mutters that he should have eliminated the intruders the exact second they stepped down the stone stairwell, asking if he genuinely believes their master plan can succeed when he acts so recklessly. Utterly bewildered, Commander Maxman demands to know what on earth they are bickering about, desperately asking what horrific scheme is taking place inside his beloved fortress. The protagonist turns to him, calmly asking if the veteran commander knows that liches serve a supreme sovereign. Maxman gasps in shock as the boy explains the terrifying concept of the Lich King, the absolute ruler of the Nether Realm. There are several ritualistic methods to summon this catastrophic entity, but the most potent and direct requirement is a massive human sacrifice. The horrifying reality hits Maxman instantly. He remembers his eerie conversation with the royal retainer last night, recalling how the official strongly urged the military to abandon defensive protocols, clearly plotting to trap everyone inside so they would all perish together. The protagonist confirms his deduction, revealing that the monsters have been systematically harvesting the kingdom's innocent soldiers as living sacrifices to summon the supreme undead lord into this mortal world. Smirking maliciously, the timid Lich praises the protagonist for being remarkably sharp, while the red-cloaked sorcerer angrily demands to know how a mere mortal could possibly possess knowledge regarding their great master. The other monster adds that while scouring the realm for suitable sacrifices, they stumbled across this vulnerable castle, assassinated the sovereign, and used his corpse as an assistant disguise. Discovering that his beloved monarch was assassinated, Maxman is consumed by blazing fury, ready to charge recklessly straight at the purple-robed Lich. The creature taunts him, revealing that although the summoning ritual was originally scheduled for next month, they managed to complete the sacrifice altar far ahead of schedule. As the protagonist physically restrains the enraged commander, the Lich boldly declares that once they dispose of these 2 intruders, the grand summoning will commence immediately. Sizing up his 3 lethal opponents, the protagonist admits they are formidable, yet he remains confident he can defeat them alone as long as he manages his mana consumption properly. Suddenly, one of the liches initiates an attack, conjuring a massive dark perimeter that instantly morphs into an inescapable cube around them. The protagonist watches in pure disbelief, recognizing the spell as spatial darkness orientation, an apex tier ability that collapses surrounding dimensions with pure dark energy. A standard Lich should never possess such overwhelming magic, confirming that these 3 are genuine Lich apostles. Bidding farewell to the doomed mortals, the the monster completely seals the cage, knowing that not even sacred divine flames can pierce this dimensional barrier. Just as the protagonist realizes the situation has turned catastrophic, the indestructible barrier suddenly shatters into countless fragmented pieces right before their eyes. The protagonist is completely flabbergasted, looking at Maxman in utter shock after seeing the commander slice through a spatial darkness prison with ease. The leeches shriek in disbelief, screaming that no physical or magical attack in existence should ever affect their orientation barrier, frantically demanding to know who this warrior is, and assuming his blade must be a holy relic. Hearing their confused panic, Maxman simply scoffs, questioning what kind of nonsense they are spouting, declaring that his weapon is just an ordinary, battered old sword. It simply turns out that he is a genuine holy knight, a shocking truth the protagonist discovers far too late. Roaring with pure hatred, Commander Maxman fiercely declares that they murdered his rightful sovereign and attempted to turn an entire garrison of loyal soldiers into ritual sacrifices, swearing he will never forgive them as he vows their evil scheme ends today. Charging recklessly into the fray, the red-cloaked female lich complains that they have stumbled upon an utterly annoying opponent, though the purple-robed leader dismisses the threat, insisting he is still a fragile mortal and ordering them to crush the knight instantly since their grand ambition is so close to completion. The purple lich immediately commands the blue-cloaked sorcerer to raise the legions of the dead outside, ensuring not a single human soul escapes the castle grounds alive. The blue lich scrambles to obey, but Maxman vows to stop him, prompting the red lich to conjure a massive spear of dark energy, aiming straight at the commander while demanding he die quietly. Stepping in instantly, the protagonist unleashes his divine flames, shaping them into a majestic blazing phoenix that completely shatters the shadowy projectile and rushes headlong toward the dark caster. The red lich shrieks in panic, violently cursing at the fiery beast and desperately trying to swat it away. Terrified by the sight, the blue lich freezes in place as the phoenix turns its fiery gaze toward him, prompting the cowardly creature to scream that he did nothing wrong before fleeing in terror. Watching this shocking display, Maxman demands to know who the protagonist really is. The boy acknowledges the commander's understandable fury over his slain king and sacrificed men, but firmly warns him not to let unbridled anger cloud his combat judgment. When Maxman asks what he should do in such a desperate situation, the protagonist reminds him that he is the rightful commander of this battlefield, yet asks if Maxman would be willing to trust him just this once, and let him take the absolute lead in this fight. While the red lich frantically battles the flaming phoenix overhead, the protagonist asks the hesitant commander if he is truly prepared. Maxman admits he is unsure if leaving is the right thing to do, questioning whether running away while leaving the boy behind to fight alone is truly honorable. He feels terrible about abandoning him after receiving so much help, believing it would be cowardly not to stand side by side in battle. However, the protagonist cuts him off, urging him to make up his mind immediately because time is running out. He challenges Maxman to decide what truly matters most between preserving the castle or saving the lives of his men. Understanding the priority, Maxman agrees and rushes outside to protect his troops. Left alone, the protagonist recalls the gatekeeper's advice about staying focused on his true objective, knowing his role is completely separate from anyone else's. Entrusting the garrison's survival to Maxman, he resolves to fulfill his duty, drawing his blade and charging straight at the undead fiends to strike down the first one. Seeing this, the blue-cloaked lich looks up in absolute shock, desperately questioning what the intruder just did. Without a word, the protagonist simply sheathes his sword as a colossal, devastating dimensional slash tears straight through the entire room, splitting the fortress structure in two. The liches are utterly flabbergasted by the sheer insanity of the youth's raw power. As the massive collapse echoes through the estate, the soldiers stationed outside instantly realize something monumental is happening, staring up in utter disbelief as the entire castle roof begins to violently cave in. The castle roof simply collapsed in a violent roar of destruction, forcing the liches to frantically deploy their dark magical barriers to survive the crushing stone debris. Deeply annoyed by the stubborn mortal resistance, the purple-robed leader sharply snaps at the blue-cloaked sorcerer, sternly warning that he will not repeat himself and directly ordering him to raise the army of the dead immediately, threatening to execute him on the spot before the intruder even gets the chance. Terrified by his commander's wrath, the blue lich scrambles to obey, while the leader orders the red-cloaked sorceress to secure the sacrificial altar, stressing that it must remain completely intact for the upcoming summoning ritual. She desperately sprints toward the chamber, but the protagonist's blazing phoenix swoops down in relentless pursuit, narrowly missing her by mere inches. Panicking and running for her miserable life, she suddenly senses a deadly presence looming directly behind her. Coldly asking where she thinks she is going, the protagonist blitzes forward before she can even process the threat, cleanly cleaving her body in two and shattering her core life stone into dust, causing her to instantly dissolve into nothingness. Thoroughly enraged by her sudden demise, the purple lich curses violently and unleashes a furious barrage of dark purple lightning, but the protagonist nimbly evades the attack mid-air, landing on the floor, the monster instantly conjures another dark cube around the boy. Trapped in midair as the cage rapidly seals shut, the protagonist commands his fiery phoenix to crash directly into the dense barrier, detonating the cube and breaking him out. Catching his breath, the boy wonders if he overexerted himself, prompting the lich to sneer, stating that maintaining such a massive divine creature must be draining his mana reserves at an alarming rate. The monster offers him a painless death if he surrenders right now, but the protagonist merely chuckles, acknowledging that while the phoenix is indeed a heavy mana drain, running low on magic hardly makes him helpless. Dismissing the summon, he reminds the undead fiend that he still has his trusty sword, recalling how Commander Maxman's presence earlier allowed him to copy and awaken a brilliant divine affinity, preparing to coat his blade in sacred light. Imbuing his weapon with the newly acquired Holy Blade skill, the protagonist confidently asks if they should restart their duel from the very beginning. Outside the ruined castle, frantic soldiers scramble to check for casualties, shouting orders not to waste time and to pinpoint the exact location of the enemy. The entire garrison stares in utter disbelief at the devastated palace, completely baffled by what could cause such catastrophic destruction, until a shadowy figure emerges high above the rubble. The timid blue-cloaked lich hovers motionless in the open sky, grumbling to himself that while his leader is a massive pain to deal with, the boss becomes downright terrifying when enraged. Deciding not to risk his wrath, the lich unleashes his dark magic, commanding the deceased to rise as sinister threads of energy shoot across the courtyard, instantly resurrecting hordes of rotting zombies. The poor soldiers, who have absolutely no idea what is happening, stare in frozen horror as waves of grotesque undead surge toward them. Looking up, the garrison realizes that the hovering figure is the puppeteer orchestrating this nightmare and frantically prepares to open fire. Just as chaos peaks, Commander Maxman arrives on the scene and is spotted by a terrified ally named Loki. Relieved to see his commander alive, Loki confesses his deep fear following the breach of the gates and the sudden outbreak of monsters. Maxman reassures him, explaining that he already ordered the full evacuation of every soldier from the courtyard perimeter, ensuring that no further friendly casualties will occur on his watch. Besides, he emphasizes that casualties are not the primary concern right now, urgently asking if the main castle gates have already been fully repaired. Loki admits they are not completely restored yet, but as they converse, endless hordes of the undead begin rapidly scaling the outer fortress walls. Maxman urgently orders him to do whatever it takes to secure the castle gates at all costs, declaring that he will personally handle the airborne threat while Loki must prioritize safeguarding the remaining garrison troops. However, Loki calls out to his commander, passionately insisting that the entire squad wants to stand and fight alongside him. Maxman points out the overwhelming swarm of monsters crawling outside the perimeter, but the loyal soldiers strongly push back, proclaiming that their leader is built different and can easily tear through these fiends, swearing they will never let him shoulder the burden of fighting alone ever again. Surprised by their fierce devotion, Maxman relents and commands them to assume a tight defensive formation and follow his lead. He resolves not to fight with reckless abandon, knowing his true duty here is to protect his soldiers while leaving the rest of the battle to the capable youth inside. Meanwhile, deep within the crumbling ruins, the protagonist is locked in a brutal brawl against the purple-robed lich. The two fiercely exchange heavy blows until the protagonist unleashes an all-out strike. The lich barely dodges in time, yet despite missing the direct hit mid-air, the protagonist twists his body with superhuman agility, landing a clean slash across the monster that nearly shatters its mana core. The lich crashes violently onto the hard stone ground as the protagonist immediately advances to finish him off. In pure disbelief, the undead creature cannot fathom this horrifying reality, having spent nearly an entire century gathering immense dark power to the point of becoming the absolute strongest among all the disciples. He stares in utter shock at the boy, desperately questioning why on earth he cannot eliminate a single mortal human, wondering how all his dark ambitions could fall apart so easily against a lone warrior. Bringing his sword down, the protagonist shatters the creature's mana stone into pieces. The lich falls to his knees, utterly refusing to believe he is meeting his end in such a desolate place, and lamenting that their grand plan is doomed to fail. However, the protagonist notices that the monster's physical form is not dissolving even after having its life stone destroyed. Acknowledging that this creature is genuinely a cut above ordinary abomination, he calmly tells the dying fiend to relax, noting that his plan has already failed completely. Enraged, the lich mocks the boy, declaring that he should be the one trembling in fear. He asks if the intruder genuinely believed they were the only disciples tasked with summoning the sovereign, boasting that countless loyal apostles are working tirelessly day and night to resurrect the Lich King. Even if 10 warriors like the protagonist existed, nothing can prevent their lord from rising again to blanket the entire mortal world in eternal darkness. useless. Annoyed by the endless monologue, the protagonist bluntly repeats that the monster should just relax, closing the distance and declaring that the Lich King will die by his blade regardless. Before the bewildered Lich can even process the declaration, the protagonist executes him cleanly without further explanation. What he stated was absolute truth. The Lich King had invaded reality during the catastrophic outbreak in his previous life, and it was the protagonist himself who personally slaughtered the sovereign. Reflected on recent events, from the chaos in the Guangzhou dungeon to the abundance of rogue Lychis wandering about, he suspects the resurrection might be occurring much earlier than in his past timeline. While this accelerated timeline presents a massive problem, he decides to focus on the immediate battle right before his eyes rather than stressing over distant future threats. With only one Lich left standing, he glances outside, wondering how the veteran commander is holding up as Maxman fiercely attempts to strike down the timid blue-cloaked sorcerer. The timid Lich continues drifting effortlessly through the open sky, openly mocking the commander who simply cannot land a clean hit on him. Maxman silently admits how frustrating it is to fight against such unpredictable, three-dimensional aerial movements, realizing the monster is purposely exploiting his severe lack of aerial combat capabilities. Even so, the veteran knight keeps his composure, reminding himself that defeating this creature alone was never his primary objective in the first place. All he truly needs to do is draw the monster's undivided attention so it stays far away from the vulnerable garrison, knowing the young intruder will return any second. If he can just hold the defensive line a little longer, everything will turn out fine. Suddenly, the blue-cloaked Lich freezes mid-air, sensing that his powerful comrade inside has just been slain. Overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, the monster stammers in confusion, unable to comprehend how his superior could have fallen in battle. Hearing the creature's panicked mumblings, Maxman realizes with great relief that the capable youth successfully eliminated the dark leader inside. However, contrary to expectations, the timid Lich suddenly smiles with twisted joy, completely unbothered by his ally's demise. Unleashing his true dark magic, he conjures a colossal magic circle across the entire sky, releasing an oppressive gravity that suffocates the soldiers below, leaving them gasping desperately for air. Loki screams for his commander as Maxman watches in sheer horror, furiously demanding to know what the monster is doing and ordering him to stop immediately, knowing ordinary soldiers will never survive such overwhelming dark pressure. Just as the commander prepares to unleash his ultimate trump card, the protagonist launches himself straight out of the ruins, soaring into the air and driving a devastating, earth-shattering punch right into the Lich's face. The massive impact sends the undead sorcerer crashing violently into a nearby stone structure, completely embedding him into the shattered masonry as Maxman watches in utter awe, asking if the youth is here to finish the job once and for all. The protagonist nods firmly, admitting things are looking extremely dangerous since arriving even a second later could have been catastrophic. Relieved that the destruction was contained, Maxman listens as the protagonist explains the true nature of the spell, the Grand Drain of Death. This sinister ritual siphons the life force from every living creature in the vicinity to empower the undead horde. Sparing the garrison earlier proved vital, as a higher death toll would have amplified the spell's lethal potency exponentially. Despite acting like a cowardly subordinate to the purple-robed leader, this apostle possesses terrifying, equal strength. Snapping in pure fury, the blue-cloaked Lich repeatedly screeches that he will never forgive them. Vomiting an ornate, massive scepter from his gaping jaws, the monster catches the dark relic and channels his magic through it, instantly projecting another gigantic magic circle across the heavens. Maxman observes that the monster utilized the scepter to construct an impenetrable protective ward over his casting area. Realizing the Grand Drain of Death will activate again if left unchecked, the protagonist knows he must shatter the creature's core life stone immediately before the battlefield descends into total ruin. Lunging forward with full power, his blade violently collides against the barrier, repelling him backwards. The Lich cackles hysterically, mocking the youth and declaring that this ultimate defense was forged with his very life essence, meaning the only way to dismantle the shield is to kill the caster directly. Pushed back mid-air, the protagonist weighs his option, realizing that while he can eventually pierce the defense, dragging out the fight will cause countless soldiers to die from life force depletion. Stepping up beside him, Commander Maxman tells the boy not to worry, reminding him of their earlier pact. The youth's sole job is to destroy the enemy, while his own duty is to protect his people. He will execute his duty flawlessly, plunging his heavy broadsword deep into the earth while declaring that his true purpose is to protect his soldiers. A brilliant radiant barrier immediately erupts from the tip of his embedded blade, expanding outward to envelop the entire fortress in a massive protective dome of divine light. Witnessing the spectacular glow, the exhausted soldiers gasp in utter amazement as the suffocating, oppressive aura completely lifts from the battlefield, leaving them desperately wondering what incredible miracle just occurred. The protagonist instantly recognizes the spell as Sacred Sanctuary Shield, the supreme ultimate ability of a veteran holy knight. It drastically boosts the morale and combat capabilities of all allies within its perimeter while actively suppressing the foul influence of dark magic. Though such immense power comes at a severe price, directly consuming years of the user's mortal lifespan. Even knowing this divine technique could cost him his life, Maxman is fully determined to protect his garrison at all costs, leaving the rest of the battle in the young warrior's capable hands. Wasting no time, the protagonist leaps straight onto the surface of the glowing barrier, using it as a solid launchpad to prepare his final aerial assault against the Lich. He silently observes how fiercely everyone is fighting below, each person willingly putting their life on the line for what matters most. Suddenly, the blue-cloaked Lich materializes right behind him, preparing to strike him down, but the protagonist deflects the incoming blow with effortless precision. Screeching in utter fury, the Lich demands to know how inferior mortals could ever dare slay his companion and oppose him without knowing their rightful place, screaming that humans are weak, helpless insects who need thousands of souls just to match a single offering. Maintaining his guard, the protagonist scoffs at the monster, calling the other creature a friend, noting that even a vile abomination seems to care deeply about its own kind. Grabbing the dark scepter firmly with his bare hands, he shatters the wooden relic to splinters, staring right into the undead creature's hollow eyes as holy energy surges through his blade. The protagonist reminds the monster that every single person it butchered, along with the thousands it planned to slaughter, also had beloved friends and families. Channeling his sacred flames once again, he unleashes a blazing phoenix that engulfs the shrieking creature, asking if it finally understands the agony of losing what is precious. He coldly tells the monster to take those useless regrets straight to hell with the rest of its kind, delivering a decisive slash that bisects both the Lich's body and its core mana stone. In absolute disbelief, the dying fiend stammers, unable to comprehend how it was vanquished by a lowly mortal. Its scepter slips and falls, but before it can touch the stone ground, the blazing phoenix swoops past, utterly incinerating the dark weapon. Deprived of the catalyst, all the undead thralls trapped within the sacred barrier instantly shatter and disintegrate into ash. With the threat eliminated, Maxman deactivates his ultimate ability and wonders if the battle is truly over, but the extreme physical toll catches up to him, causing him to lose consciousness on the spot. The protagonist catches the veteran commander before he hits the floor, reassuring him that he did a phenomenal job. Coming to his senses, Maxman asks if the nightmare has ended, and the boy confirms their victory. Resting against the masonry, the commander admits he needs a long rest before celebrating, asking if the youth is uninjured. Utterly drained, the protagonist collapses onto the floor right beside him, admitting he also needs to take a breather, leaving the surrounding soldiers amused by the boy's casual attitude. Sometime later, at the Awakened Management Bureau, officials are in total disbelief over reports that an unprecedented dungeon will appear in the heart of Anyang, triggering a massive monster outbreak. Song Yutai, director of the Awakened Management Bureau, glares across his desk, demanding to know if his subordinate honestly expects him to believe such an absurd prediction. Song Yutai scoffs in total disbelief as he confronts Li Juho, firmly arguing that humans possess no reliable method to predict the precise appearance of a dungeon. He sharply questions if Juho is genuinely claiming that this sudden gate will instantly trigger a massive outbreak, plunging the entire metropolitan city of Anyang into utter catastrophe and chaos. The director emphasizes that even when a dungeon materializes out of nowhere, an outbreak never occurs overnight, reminding him that basic common knowledge dictates a mandatory grace period of at least an entire month before monsters can breach the dimensional perimeter. However, Juho pushes back hard, pointing out that dungeon manifestations over the past year have completely defied established logic and previous scientific models. He insists they cannot simply ignore a potential catastrophe just because the underlying mechanics remain unexplained, frantically emphasizing that 600,000 innocent citizens in Anyang are currently facing mortal peril. Song coldly counters that if this turns out to be a false alarm, his own position and career will be on the line, warning that initiating an emergency evacuation over an unverified rumor could easily plunge 60 million citizens across the entire country into widespread panic. Before their heated argument escalates any further, Kang Do-hyun steps into the office, ordering both men to stop fighting immediately since this endless back-and-forth debate will lead absolutely nowhere. Turning to Do-hyun, Song asks if this absurd warning makes any practical sense to him. Do-hyun admits that while an instant outbreak is completely unprecedented in modern history, Juho actually raises a valid concern. However, he notes that the real issue comes down to the reliability of the confidential source, questioning who gave Juho this intel if he is not merely being misled by outside agitators. Juho proudly reveals the source is none other than Kim Soo-hyun, the mysterious super rookie currently dominating the Abyss leaderboards and causing massive waves across the Awakened community. Intrigued, Song asks if Do-hyun knows this rookie personally. Do-hyun recalls encountering a C-rank hunter named Kim Soo-hyun who entered the Gwangju dungeon alongside him months ago, confirming the name matches. When Juho asks if this confirmation changes his stance, Song bluntly replies that his decision remains remains entirely unchanged. Juho demands an explanation, prompting the director to state that there is zero concrete evidence proving this rookie possesses accurate future foresight, sarcastically asking if Juho expects him to gamble national security on an unproven novice. Juho tries to plead his case, but Song cuts him off, reminding him that if they evacuate hundreds of thousands of people and nothing happens, the director alone will shoulder the devastating political fallout. He cynically explains that dungeons are classified as unavoidable natural disasters, meaning that even if civilians lose their lives during an unexpected breach, no administrative blame will fall upon his shoulders. Disgusted by Song's cowardice, Juho barely holds back an insult as the director declares that since he bears ultimate authority and responsibility, he will pretend this conversation never took place today. Meanwhile, inside the mysterious tower, our protagonist flawlessly conquers the brutal trial of the 20th floor. He receives a staggering reward of 100,000 points alongside massive stat increases. +1 to strength, +2 to agility, +2 to vitality, and +2 to mana efficiency. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, reflecting on the insane difficulty of fighting 3 apostle-level Lishas simultaneously. Even considering this was a milestone floor, facing such monstrous opposition at merely the 20th floor was pure madness. Nevertheless, the rewards are monumental. His mana efficiency has reached a remarkable 70%, elevating his overall mana mastery to rank 7. This extraordinary benchmark exceeds the standard baseline for elite S-rank awakeners, surpassing the ambitious ceiling he once strived for in his previous life. However, he wonders why the trial has not fully concluded yet, watching as the system continues actively calculating the final tier of his trial rewards. A rapid barrage of system notifications suddenly floods his vision, leaving him utterly confused as he begins processing what just unfolded before him. He realizes that he could have actually coordinated with and received genuine help from those garrison soldiers from the very start, finally understanding why the enigmatic gatekeeper offered that specific advice earlier, and why a full month had been granted for this floor. He silently reflects on whether he has grown far too accustomed to handling every single burden as an isolated lone wolf, feeling as though he somehow fell short in that regard. Yet, looking down at the bustling courtyard below, seeing all the soldiers actively assisting in the reconstruction alongside Commander Maxman, he smiles, admitting that maybe he did not do everything completely alone this time around. Down in the courtyard, Maxman addresses his loyal troops, announcing that while the insidious crisis within the castle has been resolved, the war against the Uldren Kingdom is far from over. He sternly orders the soldiers to prioritize reinforcing the outer defensive walls and repairing the shattered main gate before fixing the interior structures, and the entire garrison enthusiastically roars in full agreement. Walking over, the protagonist remarks that Maxman seems exceptionally busy right now. The commander turns around in pleasant surprise, admitting he had been scouring the entire fortress looking for him, worried that the boy had left without even properly treating his combat injuries. The protagonist casually brushes it off, explaining that he simply went for a quiet walk to clear his head and get some fresh air. Maxman expresses his sincere desire to formally acknowledge the youth's monumental achievements in front of the entire assembled army, but the protagonist chuckles, admitting that avoiding that exact public spectacle was why he slipped away, finding heavy praise and intense expectations quite uncomfortable to deal with. Understanding completely, Maxman solemnly shares that he used to feel the exact same overwhelming burden in his past. As the celebrated war hero of the ancient realm, Maxman earned boundless acclaim following his legendary exploits in the previous war, and while he was proud of the title, the immense pressure slowly suffocated him until it eventually crushed his spirit. The protagonist realizes the veteran experienced the exact same isolating burden that once weighed him down in his past life. However, Maxman explains that the young warrior taught him a vital truth. His real duty is simply protecting the soldiers under his command, and embracing that single purpose has made him feel infinitely lighter. Seeing the commander's genuine smile, the protagonist agrees that true answers are often staring us right in the face. Maxman notes that with the monarch slain, countless political hurdles await them in the capital, but their defensive counter-offensive begins right here. Glad to hear it, the protagonist announces his departure, explaining that his mission here is complete and entrusting the realm to Maxman. Although the commander knows the youth dislikes grand praise, he firmly declares that the true hero who saved the castle, the army, and his own life is Kim Soo-hyun, expressing deep gratitude and wishing him safe travels. With that heartfelt farewell, the protagonist achieves the absolute highest trial reward tier, unlocking an exclusive bonus alongside an incredible new skill, Hero and Immortality. Meanwhile, in the real world, the red-haired hunter trains vigorously in the gym, shouting at Lee Juho to grab his buzzing phone so she does not have to endure that annoying ringtone any longer. Wondering who on earth is calling at such an ungodly hour, Juho checks the screen and instantly drops his weights in pure shock, leaving the red-haired woman baffled. Rushing to answer, Juho exclaims that he has been waiting for Soo-hyun's call, only to freeze in total bewilderment when the protagonist suddenly asks about a hospital. Juho frantically demands some proper context, wondering why the guy dropped such an intense bombshell out of nowhere before hanging up. Over at the local hospital, medical staff lecture the protagonist, sternly warning him that he should not be wandering around in such a battered state, asking what on earth he expects to accomplish with a shattered body like that. Brushing off their concerns, the protagonist explains that as a high-tier awakened hunter, his natural recovery rate is exceptionally fast. He tells them to simply wrap some fresh bandages, hand over a basic painkiller, and discharge him immediately without causing further drama. After persistent arguing, he finally manages to walk out of the clinic, muttering to himself that all the dramatic fuss was completely unnecessary. Just as he steps outside, Juho suddenly rushes up to him, frantically asking if he is seriously injured. Soo-hyun is taken aback by how rapidly the man managed to track him down. Moving over to a nearby quiet park plaza to talk privately, Juho inspects him with deep concern, pointing out that the boy's arm was making terrifying cracking sounds earlier and asking if he is genuinely alright. The protagonist nonchalantly shrugs, stating that as long as his limbs are still moving, everything is perfectly fine. Juho explains that when he saw Soo-hyun conquer the 20th floor and immediately check into an emergency room, he assumed the absolute worst. He enthusiastically adds that the rookie's updated ranking is downright incredible, eagerly asking if Soo-hyun could share some secret tips for climbing the abyss. Surprised by the sudden request, the protagonist bluntly replies that he has no special advice, admitting he simply powered through every trial with sheer stubbornness. Juho laughs, wondering if that relentless recklessness is how he ended up in the hospital, realizing this monster hardly needs anyone worrying about him. Changing the subject, the protagonist asks about the urgent favor he requested, prompting Juho to get straight to the point. With a heavy sigh, Juho apologizes, admitting he failed completely and accidentally revealed Soo-hyun's identity during the heated argument with the agency director. The protagonist is not surprised in the slightest, remarking that he already expected as much, since Director Song has always been utterly useless. Curious, Juho asks if the boy has personal history with. Soo-hyun explains that in his previous life, he worked as an awakened operative under that exact director. Juho adds that while negotiations fell through, he managed to extract vital intel from Kang Daeun, confirming that an emerald-grade green dungeon just materialized in Incheon, and an emergency raid is already underway, drawing the vast majority of active hunters to that location right now. The protagonist realizes the tragic cycle is repeating. In his past life, he was deployed to Incheon as well, leaving him unable to prepare for the sudden catastrophic outbreak in Anyang. A massive reason for that disaster was director Song Yutai, who was entirely obsessed with dodging administrative responsibility. The protagonist resolves to make sure that self-serving coward stays thoroughly occupied very soon. Juho is stunned by how accurately Soo-hyun predicted the timing of the dungeon outbreaks, asking how on earth he knew. The protagonist casually chalks it up to sharp intuition, thanking Juho for his efforts, and declaring they must transition to Plan B. When Soo-hyun states he will handle everything alone from here, Juho passionately objects, refusing to let him shoulder the burden by himself. He insists that since agency assistance is off the table, the boy must share his true strategy so they can cooperate. Taken aback, the protagonist realizes he almost fell into his old isolating habits again, agreeing to outline the full plan. Fast forwarding 2 months to December 17th, precisely 1 week before Christmas Eve. Online communities are buzzing over a viral post claiming that on December 24th at 6 o'clock, the entire city of Anyang will become the target of a catastrophic terrorist attack. The warning claims that the infamous Dump Guild, a wicked syndicate made up of the world's most ruthless assassins, is orchestrating the strike. It urges everyone who values their life to evacuate as far away from Anyang as possible on that fateful day, hoping nobody ends up dead because they foolishly mistook the warning for an online joke. While most netizens assume the post is just an absurd meme, curiosity grows regarding what this mysterious dump guild actually is. On a major broadcast, a news anchor reports on the viral post from the Abyss online community, which has sparked massive controversy across multiple social media platforms. Addressing the chilling terrorism threat, the anchor introduces a special guest who claims to have witnessed this dump guild in person. Turning directly to Lee Juho on live television, the anchor asks if the dump guild genuinely exists. Maintaining a deadpan, poker-faced expression while sweating bullets on the inside, Juho firmly confirms their existence, swearing he witnessed them with his own eyes while silently cursing Soo-hyun for giving him such a stressful task. He claims that their raid squad suffered massive casualties against them during a dungeon raid in Gwangju, leaving the interviewers in absolute shock. Watching the broadcast, the red-haired hunter is utterly stunned, asking what kind of insane nonsense Juho is spouting on live television. Meanwhile, director Song is fuming with pure rage, screaming about how Juho could dare pull such a reckless stunt when the agency is already overwhelmed by the ongoing Incheon dungeon crisis. Do-hyun reminds him that the agency cannot easily dictate an awakened hunter's public statements, suspecting this is all Soo-hyun's doing. Song demands to know if they track down the rookie, but Do-hyun explains the boy has been completely secluded inside the mysterious abyss for the entire past month, leaving the frustrated director desperately wondering what kind of dangerous chaos that kid is plotting behind the scenes. Meanwhile, inside a rented training room, the protagonist has been aggressively chugging high-grade stat potions for weeks on end. As he downs the very last bottle, his heart violently convulses as an overwhelming surge of raw power floods through his veins. Feeling the explosive transformation take hold, he lets out an involuntary roar of raw power. Outside the door, the landlord pounds frantically on the wood, yelling at the youth for locking himself inside for an entire month without stepping out for even a single second, angrily demanding he at least settle the rent before dropping dead inside. Noticing the door is slightly ajar, the landlord peeks inside just as a terrifyingly dense aura erupts from the room. Relieved the boy has not fled on his bill, the landlord is instantly paralyzed by the suffocating pressure rolling off the youth. The protagonist casually apologizes for the commotion, offering to pay double the agreed rate. Sweating profusely, the landlord accepts the generous offer, nervously asking how much longer he plans to stay. The protagonist replies that he is leaving right now. In the blink of an eye, the boy vanishes in a violent blur of wind, leaving behind a heavy pouch of solid gold coins on the table, and leaving the bewildered landlord wondering where on earth he disappeared to. By December 23rd, exactly 1 month has passed since Soo-hyun entrusted the media chaos to Juho and retreated to the tower. He invested all his hard-earned points into purchasing the highest-tier mana catalyst available on the market. During the purchase, the merchant nearly looked down on the young warrior, scoffing in disbelief that a climber on merely the 21st floor could ever handle an item of such immense caliber. The merchant arrogantly claimed that the buyer would need at least 2 million points to afford such a rare treasure, only for the protagonist to casually toss 2 million points straight into his hands, leaving the greedy shopkeeper on the verge of a total breakdown. After securing a private room and chugging the potent catalyst, the youth dedicated his entire focus to mastering the surrounding ambient mana. Frankly speaking, the concoction smelled and tasted absolutely foul, but thanks to that intense refining process, he finally reached his absolute peak condition. Soaring across the urban rooftops like a dynamic character straight out of Attack on Titan, he smiles with quiet confidence, knowing tomorrow is the promised day and that he is fully prepared for whatever comes next. Elsewhere in the city, an operative approaches the guild master, announcing that the appointed time has arrived. Agreeing without hesitation, the master turns to Hakjun, declaring that the operation is officially underway. Walking through the busy streets together, Hakjun brings up the viral online rumor regarding the Dump Guild's impending terrorist attack. The young man points out that the Dump Guild is an underground criminal syndicate operating purely in the shadows, expressing shock that their hidden existence has suddenly been exposed to the general public. The guild master firmly agrees with his assessment, asking Hakjun what he makes of the whole situation. Hakjun figures an incident like that is entirely possible since an emerald green dungeon just manifested in Incheon, though he questions why anyone would go to such extreme lengths over an unverified public claim. However, the master clarifies that his true concern lies with the bastard who authored the warning post in the first place. Confused by his leader's intense fixation, Hakjun listens as the master explains that very few high-ranking awakeners even knew the Dump Guild existed. Conducting his own background investigation, he discovered that the author behind the viral post is named Kim Soo-hyun, a name that rings immediate bells for the young man, prompting the master to declare his intention to dig much deeper into why this mysterious rookie is so utterly obsessed with exposing the syndicate. As their ride pulls up, Hakjun watches the master slide into the car, sensing that something is terribly off. He wonders why a selfish leader who cares about nothing beyond his own ambitions would be so visibly disturbed by these events, questioning how the Dump Guild ties into everything. Sitting inside the vehicle, Hakjun begins connecting the pieces, suspecting that the Era's Guild, Sung Donghyun, and the Dump Guild might be secretly entangled in a dark partnership. Still, he finds Kim Soo-hyun's involvement equally baffling. Remembering the boy's initial evaluation and the strange way he conducted himself outside, Hakjun doubts whether an ordinary C-rank hunter could genuinely be the legendary rookie dominating the rumors. Yet, he distinctly recalls the protagonist handing him a private contact number, telling him to reach out if he ever found himself in desperate need of help. Sensing a looming storm behind the scenes, Hakjun realizes everything is spiraling in an ominous direction. Meanwhile, in the deserted streets of Anyang, an annoyed blonde thug complains bitterly that despite it being the height of the Christmas holiday season, the entire district is completely empty of wealthy targets to rob. His bald accomplice suggests the locals must have fled in terror because of the viral terrorism warning, asking if they should have stayed home too. The blonde thug violently curses at him, mocking the idea of trusting some bourgeois online post, and insisting the whole warning was an obvious lie cooked up by trolls. Just as he finishes ranting that the threat is pure fiction, the protagonist materializes silently behind the gang wearing a bizarre, hideously comical mask, coldly declaring that the warning was never a lie. Struck with sudden terror, all four thugs whip around in utter shock, frantically screaming and demanding to know who on earth this terrifying stranger is. Calling him a bizarre lunatic, the blonde thug openly mocks the ugly mask, asking if it is some sort of low-budget cosplay. Laughing hysterically, the thug boasts that he is more than happy to beat this fool into a pulp, claiming the intruder looks like an escaped mental patient. Without warning, the protagonist lunges forward, grabbing the thug by his collar and effortlessly lifting him off the ground with one hand. Coldly questioning his arrogant remarks, the youth clarifies that unfortunately for them, this is no costume. He is merely an ordinary terrorist doing his job. Resting the cold edge of his sharp blade against the blonde thug's throat, a massive explosion detonates directly behind them, violently shaking the entire street and stunning everyone present. Utterly terrified, the thugs drop everything and flee for their lives, screaming that a real terrorist has actually invaded the district. Breaking news rapidly spreads across national broadcasts, reporting that a massive explosion just rocked the Pyeongchang district in the city of Anyang. Anchors state that this blast appears to be the exact strike foretold in the viral Abyss online post that sparked intense debate, adding that countless terrified citizens are currently scrambling in widespread panic to evacuate the metropolitan area. Over at the headquarters, director Song is absolutely furious, having previously believed Juho was making a fool of himself by demanding an emergency evacuation. Yet, an actual incident has erupted precisely as warned. Kang Do-hyun steps in, reporting that eyewitness accounts indicate the attack was orchestrated entirely by a single individual, connecting the obvious dots back to the rumor's source. Song realizes this is all Kim Soo-hyun's doing, placing the entire containment operation in Do-hyun's capable hands. Song orders him to mobilize as many high-tier awakeners as possible to hunt down and capture Kim Soo-hyun, officially labeling the rogue youth an active domestic terrorist. Standing atop a tall skyscraper amidst a raging sea of blazing fire, the masked protagonist looks down at the chaotic streets, wondering if he finally captured everyone's full attention. Surveying the dramatic damage he engineered, he feels satisfied, noting that the entire scene genuinely resembles a full-scale terrorist attack. While buildings and vehicles appear to be burning fiercely, the visual devastation is purely an illusion. Through precise mastery over his sacred flames, he learned how to project realistic visual fire without actually scorching the surrounding infrastructure. Thanks to this clever trick, he created an alarming public spectacle resulting in 0 civilian casualties, ensuring that the vast majority of the population has successfully evacuated the area. However, his mission is far from complete as he heads straight for downtown Anyang, knowing their arrival is imminent. Right on cue, a massive task force of government awakeners arrives to surround him. Stepping forward, Kang Do-hyun declares that they are acting on behalf of the Awakened Management Bureau, ordering the rogue to cease all acts of terrorism immediately. Formally introducing himself as a state-contracted hunter and the associate director of the agency, Do-hyun politely requests that Kim Soo-hyun surrender peacefully. The surrounding hunters gasp in disbelief upon discovering this masked instigator is the legendary rookie from the rumors. Do-hyun reveals they are aware of his collaboration with Lee Juho, promising smooth proceedings if he cooperates. The protagonist cuts him off, calling him a chatterbox, and stating they can skip the useless negotiations. Raising his blade, he invites the entire strike team to rush him at once, refusing to waste another second. Angered by his sheer audacity, the Awakeners declare that being a famous super rookie does not make him invincible, charging in unison. A blonde striker clashes directly with Soo-hyun, excited to finally meet the prodigy while asking if he belongs to the Dump Guild. Recognizing his opponent as a high B-rank combatant, the protagonist exchanges rapid blows while another hunter readies a heavy long-range bombardment from the rear. Positioned on the flank, the ranged attacker shouts at the blonde striker to stop attacking recklessly and focus on creating a viable opening. He unleashes a concentrated energy beam directly at the protagonist, who casually sidesteps the projectile at the very last fraction of a second, noting that this marksman is merely a low B-rank awakened. Watching the chaotic clash unfold, another operative questions whether they truly have no professional pride left, wondering why they blindly listen to the kid's arrogant taunt to gang up on him all at once. He then asks why Do-hyun has not intervened yet despite being by far the strongest fighter on the entire scene. Do-hyun calmly replies that no matter how he analyzes the tactical situation, something feels completely unnatural about this whole attack. Before the operative can ask for clarification, an agile ninja combatant lunges at the protagonist with a vicious flurry of strikes. The protagonist effortlessly catches the attacker's wrist mid-swing, but a sudden overhead ambush immediately follows as a massive warhammer descends violently toward his shoulder. Vaulting backward to evade the heavy hammer, the youth assesses that while most operatives here hover around B rank, that level of power simply will not be enough to slow him down. Suddenly, Do-hyun activates his unique wing page skill, manifesting an ethereal winged parchment directly above the protagonist. Observing the battlefield with sharp analytical precision, Do-hyun points out that there are 0 civilian casualties and none of the burning buildings have suffered actual structural damage, realizing the destruction is completely staged. Addressing Soo-hyun directly, Do-hyun asks why he is deliberately staging a fake terrorist attack to evacuate the entire populace, questioning if he is desperately trying to clear the metropolitan area before an imminent monster outbreak occurs. Surprised by the mage's sharp intellect, the protagonist asks why Do-hyun does not try defeating him before asking questions. Accepting the challenge, Do-hyun activates his spatial ability to swap positions, hurling the protagonist off the tall skyscraper, and diving right after him into the open air while readying his high-tier magic to settle this clash once and for all. Do-hyun triggers his bookmark page ability, invoking the fifth knowledge, lightning. Massive arcs of destructive lightning streak directly at the falling protagonist, who simply raises his sword to block, causing a violent mid-air explosion. Landing smoothly on the pavement below, Do-hyun is shocked to see the youth completely unscathed. Realizing the boy just endured a coordinated onslaught from multiple B-rank awakeners and a direct spell while falling without suffering a single scratch, Do-hyun wonders if even he is outmatched. The protagonist evaluates Do-hyun as a high A-rank mage, smirking behind his mask and asking if this display provides sufficient proof that none of the agents present stand a chance. Do-hyun immediately grasps the message. As 2 more operatives rush in declaring they will take down the rogue, one asks if Do-hyun is unharmed. Do-hyun confirms he is fine, but urgently asks if they can buy him enough time to contact agency headquarters for emergency reinforcements, planning to summon every available awakened in the region. Meanwhile, the blonde striker charges in again, only for the protagonist to casually leap over him and plant a brutal roundhouse kick right into the side of his head. Battered and disoriented, the striker bitterly wonders why the monster refuses to fight him seriously. The other operatives are equally stunned by the rookie's overwhelming dominance, pointing out that rumors claim he cleared the first floor less than 2 years ago. They note with sheer disbelief that despite being classified as a magic swordsman, the boy has dismantled their entire squad using pure, unadorned swordsmanship. As the task force continues to get completely thrashed, Do-hyun watches from the side, silently convinced that the monstrous youth has not even revealed a fraction of his true power yet. Despite possessing such monstrous power, Do-hyun cannot help but wonder why this gifted youth stayed completely hidden from the public eye for so long, only to suddenly surface out of nowhere in such an aggressive, dramatic fashion. One crucial thing is crystal clear. Recalling the boy's calm remark about their squad not being good enough to face him, Do-hyun firmly deduces that Kim Soo-hyun possesses the raw combat caliber of an S-rank awakener, or perhaps something even higher than that legendary benchmark. Shouting across the chaotic battlefield, Do-hyun orders his entire strike team to stop attacking recklessly, commanding everyone to focus strictly on defensive positioning until emergency reinforcements arrive to back them up. Watching the tactical adjustment, the protagonist silently praises Do-hyun's sharp intellect, noting that the analytical mage is deliberately having the surrounding operatives conserve their stamina for the genuine catastrophic battle looming ahead. In reality, the protagonist has 2 vital strategic reasons for concealing his true identity and staging this elaborate urban spectacle. First, he needed to personally evaluate and assess the actual combat readiness of the nation's frontline awakened hunters. Second, he needed to compel the agency into deploying massive reinforcements straight to Anyang. If he had simply revealed he was not an actual terrorist, director Song Yutai would have categorically refused to mobilize additional hunters, as that selfish bureaucrat does not care whether a monster outbreak destroys the metropolitan region. However, staging a violent domestic crisis broadcast on live national television creates a completely different political nightmare that the director cannot ignore under any circumstances. All the protagonist needs to do now is stall for time, knowing precisely 2 hours remain before the catastrophic outbreak begins. As Do-hyun watches the masked youth standing completely idle, fresh voices echo across the ruined street as elite reinforcements touch down on the scene, making the exhausted task force sigh in collective relief. Do-hyun can only imagine the furious meltdown director Song is experiencing back at headquarters over having to mobilize the elite state-contracted special forces, known nationwide as the ACT unit, giving the protagonist a rare nostalgic sense of familiarity. The blonde striker is utterly starstruck to see the legendary S-rank hunter Park Yong-gil arriving on the front lines, shocked that a figure of such caliber was deployed for this operation. Seizing the moment, the striker eagerly begs Yong-gil for a spot on the ACT squad, only to be told to mind his priorities during an active crisis. Looking at Yong-gil, the protagonist recalls that he was among the strongest S-rank hunters in his past life. Remembering their complicated history when he lived as Kim Sung-in, Yong-gil inquires about the tactical situation, prompting an operative to report that they are severely outmatched. The agent explains that although Kim Soo-hyun is officially registered as a humble C rank, his true combat power easily rivals an S rank, or perhaps something even greater. Do-hyun chimes in, warning that the rogue youth might even surpass Yong-gil himself. From above, Kang Seong-cheol, the A-rank second-in-command of ACT, scoffs in disbelief, asking if Do-hyun has simply grown cowardly from staying off the field too long. He dismisses the masked intruder as nothing more than a brat, but Yong-gil sharply orders him not to underestimate their opponent, instantly silencing the cocky subordinate. Turning to Do-hyun, Yong-gil admits he cannot gauge the boy's exact depth, choosing to hold back for now. Do-hyun asks for confirmation as the S-rank hunter steps aside, allowing his squad to deploy their summon-style familiars to swarm the protagonist. Confident in his abilities, Seong-cheol charges forward, declaring that all he needs to do is capture this rogue brat once and for all. Seong-cheol asks his master if capturing the masked intruder is truly all that is required. Do-hyun politely intervenes, apologizing as he points out that even though Seong-cheol is Yong-gil's prized top disciple, he is still merely an A-rank hunter, expressing strong doubts that he can handle the rogue youth alone. However, Yong-gil reassures him, firmly stating that ACT operatives operate on a completely different tier compared to standard awakened combatants. Watching them step forward to face him, Soo-hyun silently reflects that Yong-gil has not changed in the slightest, remaining the exact same disciplined instructor from his past training days. Smirking behind his mask, the youth decides to test whether the veteran's teaching methods have held up over the years. The strike team surges forward in unison, eager to prove their true worth before their master's watchful eyes. Bracing himself, the protagonist watches as the operatives suddenly split apart mid-charge, flanking his perimeter and taking precise tactical positions around him. The blonde striker watches in sheer confusion, wondering why the elite squad is simply sprinting in wide circles around Soo-hyun, mocking the formation as looking clumsy and awkward. Do-hyun immediately clarifies that while it may appear as though they are merely running in circles, every single member is synchronizing a specialized skill to overwhelm the target simultaneously. As glowing magical formations materialize around him, the protagonist swiftly pivots, deflecting an onslaught of incoming strikes from every conceivable angle. The blonde striker gasps at the relentless barrage, while Do-hyun explains that diverse attack patterns are focused onto a single target at an extraordinary rhythm. Combining crowd control, heavy suppression, and devastating finishing blows, this systematic coordinated assault is designed specifically to dismantle overwhelming raid bosses. Watching his squad flawlessly execute the maneuver, Yong-gil proudly notes that this seamless teamwork is the true pride and signature specialty of the ACT unit. Haunting the youth, Seong-cheol screams at Soo-hyun to stop running like a coward, demanding he show what he is made of as he lunges forward with a vicious sword strike, confident that his calculated team assault will finally bring the mysterious rookie down. As Seong-cheol strikes, the protagonist simply sidesteps to evade the blow, stunning the surrounding operatives. Seong-cheol smirks, noting that by dodging mid-air, the boy will naturally lose his footing the exact second his boots touch the pavement. Right on cue, heavy magical chains whip forward, ensnaring the protagonist in a tangled web of steel and hoisting him helplessly into the open air. Cheering from the sidelines, the blonde striker yells that they finally caught the rogue. Seong-cheol winds up his strongest finishing blow, crashing down with immense force and generating a massive cloud of dust and shockwaves that buffet the entire street. Wondering if the fight is over, an ally reminds Seong-cheol that he was supposed to take it easy on the kid, pointing out that their restraining chains have been shattered. Suddenly, the protagonist emerges calmly from the clearing smoke, completely unharmed. Yong-gil's eyes widen in utter shock, and the entire squad stares in sheer disbelief as they realize Seong-cheol himself has been tightly bound and immobilized by his own heavy sword. Humiliated and furious, Seong-cheol struggles desperately, demanding to know how on earth the boy pulled that off. Realizing their flawless pincer maneuver completely failed, the operatives frantically ask if they messed up the execution. Seong-cheol grinds his teeth, admitting the youth anticipated their entire strategy from the very beginning. He explains that the moment his blade made contact, the trapped boy cleanly sliced through the steel bindings, twisted his body fluidly, and used the redirected chains to wrap up the attacker instead. Refusing to elaborate further out of sheer embarrassment, Seong-cheol glares silently, while Do-hyun remarks that even with superhuman reflexes, anticipating such high-level coordination so effortlessly is simply insane. Wondering how on earth the boy pulled off such complex maneuvers in such a split second, Do-hyun watches with intense curiosity while Park Yong-gil observes the scene with growing concern. The protagonist smirks behind his mask, knowing full well that anticipating their tactics was effortless because the ACT was the exact elite special forces unit he served in during his previous life. He had been drilled in those precise formations and team strategies to the point of absolute mental and physical exhaustion. Stepping forward, Yong-gil solemnly admits his initial misjudgment, declaring that he should have personally stepped in to handle the youth from the very beginning. Asking if his name is truly Kim Soo-hyun, the veteran S-rank hunter remarks that the new generation is undeniably flourishing, confessing that under different circumstances, he would have eagerly recruited the prodigy to ensure such immense talent was never corrupted by malicious criminal influences. Meanwhile, Do-hyun approaches, quietly warning that dozens of awakened hunters are actively gathering across the perimeter, advising Soo-hyun to exercise extreme caution to avoid antagonizing the formidable S-rank powerhouse. The protagonist nods, noting that his grand strategy is falling perfectly into place as elite hunters continue converging on downtown Anyang. For a very long time, he genuinely yearned to test his blade against Yong-gil in a serious one-on-one duel, but recognizing the dire reality of the situation, he lowers his weapon and willingly surrenders on the spot, completing the true objective of his elaborate scheme. The entire task force freezes in utter bewilderment as Yong-gil demands to know why the rogue intruder is suddenly laying down his arms after drawing everyone to the scene. The protagonist calmly clarifies that they should not waste another ounce of precious stamina on a pointless skirmish because the true battle for survival is about to begin right now. In that exact instant, a violent cataclysmic earthquake violently rattles the entire city as a colossal spatial tear fractures the sky overhead, revealing an ominous emerald gate, instantly shocking all the assembled combatants who realize an immediate dungeon breach is taking place right before their eyes. Do-hyun looks up in horror, recognizing that a green-gray dungeon just materialized out of thin air, while Seong-cheol screams in panic as a full-blown monster outbreak erupts immediately without warning. The protagonist explains that from this moment onward, dungeon manifestations and outbreak intervals will become increasingly chaotic and impossible to forecast using conventional metrics. Retracting the illusionary flames that blanketed the surrounding skyscrapers, the fiery aura is absorbed back into his body, confirming Do-hyun's suspicion that the staged destruction was entirely the youth's creation. Addressing the crowd, the protagonist admits they are rightfully confused and likely furious at him for concealing the truth, but passionately implores every awakened present to lend him their strength. Shedding his mask and shifting his flames back to their true, roaring crimson hue, Kim Soo-hyun reveals his face and shouts for everyone to stand and fight alongside him to protect the city of Anyang. Watching from the sidelines, Hak-jun is thoroughly astonished, finally confirming that the mysterious rookie is indeed Kim Soo-hyun. Looking at the catastrophic dimensional tear, the protagonist recognizes this sudden breach as the historical catalyst that will eventually threaten the entire planet. While conventional logic dictates an outbreak only occurs when a dungeon is left uncleared past its deadline, this unprecedented phenomenon triggers instant breaches upon materialization, a nightmare destined to repeat across the globe. Turning to Do-hyun, Soo-hyun asks for an exact count of their mobilized reinforcements, and the associate director confirms they have over 100 elite combatants ready for battle. Soo-hyun mentally thanks Juho for his incredible dedication, deeply grateful that his loyal ally understood his true intentions and gathered the forces needed to hold the line. However, he denies that claim, explaining that it was solely due to the widespread panic generated by his staged terrorist attack that elite reinforcements could be mobilized so rapidly to the scene. The surrounding hunters mutter among themselves in deep confusion, wondering what on earth these two are discussing, as if they somehow possessed advanced knowledge of the catastrophic dimensional breach. Suddenly, a terrified hunter screams at the top of his lungs, desperately pointing toward the fractured sky as the first colossal beast tears through the emerald portal. Absolute pandemonium instantly erupts across the entire city. Do-hyun watches in sheer horror, realizing that this emerald dungeon outbreak is unleashing monstrosities on a scale far beyond anything previously recorded. Swarms of massive beasts rain down upon the metropolitan streets, completely prepared to annihilate everything in their path. Frozen in fear right in their landing zone, an inexperienced hunter watches multiple allies get crushed from a single earth-shattering stomp. A comrade screams desperately, urging him to move before he is crushed, but the paralyzed hunter closes his eyes and braces for a fatal punch. The killing blow never lands. Opening his eyes, he discovers that S-rank hunter Park Yong-gil intercepted the massive fist, saving his life in the nick of time. Shaken by the raw power, Yong-gil admits his disbelief, noting that every single regular monster in this swarm rivals the boss of an orange or red dungeon. Sternly ordering the dazed man to pull himself together and retreat to safety, Yong-gil radios the ACT unit, instructing them to shift into support formation to assist and and stabilize the disordered hunters. Seong Kial objects, arguing it would be much faster if their elite squad simply wiped out the horde directly. Suddenly, brilliant flames flare up behind him. Turning around, Seong Kial finds Kim Soo-hyun standing close, calmly explaining that the gathered hunters are completely disoriented by this unprecedented crisis. Pointing out that even Seong Kial left his blind spots exposed, the protagonist emphasizes that calming the ranks is the top priority, asking if coordinating the front lines is not the exact specialty of the ACT unit, urging him to do his best in his own role. Seong Kial demands to know what the boy thinks he is doing, only to watch in stunned disbelief as the protagonist charges straight into the densest cluster of monsters. Annoyed to his core, Seong Kial curses under his breath, irritated that the rogue youth talks just like his master. Unleashing his divine holy flames, the protagonist sweeps across the battlefield, obliterating countless monsters in a single devastating strike. He notes that Yeonggil should have no trouble dispatching ordinary emerald dungeon beasts, and with the ACT unit managing the perimeter, the civilian evacuation should proceed smoothly without forcing him to micromanage every minor fiend. However, he wonders why the true calamity has yet to emerge. Right on cue, the dimensional rift tears wide open as a colossal, purple-scaled behemoth descends from the clouds. Aeolus, the legendary black dragon. Witnessing the titan, Do-hyun frantically questions what kind of nightmare they are facing, immediately checking the evacuation status. His operatives report that roughly half the population has been safely relocated. Do-hyun notes that while there have been 0 casualties so far thanks to the early evacuation, failing to neutralize the horde quickly will cause catastrophic devastation that threatens not just Anyang but the entire nation. As monsters continue pouring from the breach, the united hunters fight relentlessly to prevent a single beast from escaping the city limits while securing the ongoing civilian retreat. Urging the panicked civilians to stay calm and strictly follow the instructions of the awakened hunters, Do-hyun continues bombarding the encroaching horde with his highest-tier offensive magic. Looking up at the ruined skyline, he spots Kim Soo-hyun standing poised above the chaos, realizing that with conventional hope fading, the youth has become their single greatest lifeline on this battlefield. Even so, Do-hyun nervously wonders if a single young man can truly stand against an entire cataclysmic legion alongside a colossal legendary dragon. Lost in thought, he fails to notice a massive ogre materializing directly behind him. Before the beast can strike, S-rank hunter Park Yeonggil intervenes in a flash, effortlessly slaying the brute and scolding the analytical mage for losing his tactical focus during an active battle. Stunned by Yeonggil's blinding speed, Do-hyun listens as the veteran rapidly lays out their final battle strategy. Since time is critically short, Yeonggil explains that the ACT unit and himself will personally manage the complete extermination of the ground forces while securing the civilian evacuation corridors, leaving Do-hyun to provide broad tactical support across the front lines. Glancing back at the protagonist arriving on the scene, Yeonggil directly asks if they can safely entrust the legendary black dragon to him. Soo-hyun agrees without a single second of hesitation, and with a shared nod of mutual respect, the final division of labor is settled. Summoning his radiant fiery phoenix, the protagonist grabs onto its talons to launch an aerial assault directly toward the beast. Leaping across shattered rooftops, he delivers a blinding strike across the dragon's armored hide, drawing first blood. As the titan whips around in a furious counterattack, the youth charges once more. Though the initial impact barely scratches the dense scales, causing his arms to vibrate violently, he channels raw force through his blade to carve a deep wound before ordering the phoenix to safely lower him to the pavement below. Dismissing the summon, the protagonist watches as the monstrous dragon prepares to unleash a devastating inferno of dark flames, readying himself for an intense, life-or-death clash of pure willpower and survival. Dodging the blast at blinding speed, he rides the phoenix once more to blind the beast, hurling sacred fire directly into its massive eyes. However, hanging onto the summon's talons makes him an easy target mid-air, and the dragon swats him toward the ground with immense force. Shielding himself with divine flames to cushion the impact, the protagonist lands safely, reflecting on the monster's astonishing durability. Even facing it for the second time, this dragon remains an absolute titan, but he knows victory is achievable. In his past life, the Anyang outbreak was recorded as a horrific disaster resulting in over 150,000 deaths, with half of those casualties caused solely by this black dragon. Back then, deployed right after clearing a grueling dungeon, he lacked the raw power to stop its rampage. Now, staring down the torrents of black flame scorching the battlefield, he stands with absolute confidence in his sword's ability to cut through anything. Slashing clean through the fiery breath, he charges through the parted flames, noting the brief recovery window right after the dragon unleashes its breath attack. Executing a double jump mid-air, the protagonist vaults high above the behemoth, staring down at the creature's exposed neck. Watching the dragon's throat muscles contract, he recognizes the exact moment to strike. Reaching into his inventory, the protagonist pulls out the Dragon Slayer Spear Nir, a legendary consumable weapon forged after the mythical spear Gungnir. Sold at an exorbitant price in the Abyss shop, this single-use armament possesses unrivaled destructive force, Channeling his mana through the shaft, the youth vows that this overwhelming power will ensure not a single innocent life is lost today. With all his might, he hurls the spear straight down at the behemoth. The weapon multiplies in scale mid-air, expanding into a colossal divine javelin plunging directly toward the beast's spine. Drifting unawares, the black dragon senses the incoming threat far too late. The massive spear cleanly impales the creature from behind, unleashing a massive geyser of dark blood that showers the ruined district. Crashing violently onto the pavement below, the behemoth collapses motionless, apparently felled in a single devastating strike. Wondering if the strike proved fatal, the protagonist watches as the mountain of pooling blood seems to confirm the kill. However, he knows that when the half-dragon eagleess suffers lethal damage, its true essence finally awakens, the second half of its split soul. Right on cue, an eerie humanoid entity emerges from the wound, crying out in agonizing pain while acknowledging the youth who halted its rampage. Demanding to know the intruder's identity, the entity is cut off as the protagonist sarcastically asks why it does not question its own identity first. Thrown into a sudden existential spiral, the creature weeps hysterically, questioning who it is as its tears of blood crystallize into thousands of sharp crimson needles. The dragon's corpse abruptly reanimates, lunging toward the youth while the weeping entity launches a torrential barrage of lethal blood needles across the open air. Standing his ground with an unyielding smile, the protagonist directly endures the needle storm, only for the dragon to swat him with a massive claw, slamming him straight through a concrete skyscraper. Down on the streets, Lee Joo-ho finally arrives on the scene, apologizing for the delay while frantically searching for Soo-hyun's whereabouts, looking up in utter terror as he spots the colossal beast towering above the ruined buildings. Freezing in sheer horror, Joo-ho watches in disbelief as the black dragon violently snaps its jaws shut, completely swallowing the battered protagonist whole. Seeing trails of blood dripping from the beast's maw, Joo-ho screams Soo-hyun's name in pure agony, terrified that his young friend has been eaten alive. Suddenly, the system announces that the protagonist's health has reached a critical threshold, instantly triggering his newly acquired passive skill, Hero and Immortality. Sensing an explosive surge of holy power radiating from inside its own gullet, the dragon widens its eyes in panic. Mockingly thanking the bastard lizard for the meal, the protagonist experiences full health restoration, hyper-accelerated regeneration, and a monumental multiplier to his raw physical capabilities. Emerging from the brink of death with an absurd divine buff, the protagonist effortlessly pries open the dragon's massive fangs using only his bare hands, casually remarking that thanks to the beast's attack, he has grown even stronger. Meanwhile, the floating humanoid entity stares down in bewilderment, wondering where it is and who on earth this monstrous human could be as he effortlessly overpowers the black dragon's bite. The dragon struggles with all its might to clamp down, yet cannot overpower the boy's grip. The entity watches with a strange feeling of nostalgia, realizing that although this young warrior is supposed to be a bitter enemy, his radiant aura feels deeply, unmistakably familiar. The trapped entity desperately wonders why, questioning how on earth he ended up fusing into a single horrific being with Eagleus. Taking full advantage of his airborne momentum, the protagonist launches himself straight toward the beast's massive skull once again. Feeling lighter than a feather and filled with boundless vitality, he marveled at the absurd, broken power granted by his newly triggered Hero and Immortality passive skill. Vaulting off the side of a crumbling skyscraper as an improvised springboard, the youth lands back onto the dragon's scaled spine, unleashing a relentless barrage of heavy slashes along its massive frame. However, the dragon's armored hide remains astonishingly resilient, making it impossible to inflict meaningful damage with random strikes. Scanning the behemoth for a fatal weak point, his sharp eyes finally lock onto the base of the creature's tail. With a single, decisive swing of his divine blade, he cleanly severs the massive tail in one go, causing the dragon to howl in agonizing pain. Shouting across the battlefield, the protagonist demands to know if it is not about time Master Falcon regained control of his own shattered senses. Deep within the core of the monster, the entity begins to remember his forgotten past, hearing the faint, desperate voices of citizens calling him Master Falcon, passionately declaring their unwavering faith in him, and begging him to stop the black dragon Eagleus since he was the only hero they could ever rely on. He reflects on how an entire eternity seems to have passed, wondering why this torment never ends and how much longer he must endure such endless suffering. In his faded memories, trapped under the crushing rubble of the past, someone cried out in pure horror as Master Falcon's lifeless body merged with the fallen dragon on the battlefield. Back in the present, the protagonist continues his fierce assault, cleanly amputating one of the dragon's colossal legs while sternly asking if the people Falcon protected, along with the ones he failed to save, would ever want to see him reduced to such a pathetic state, forcing the tragic warrior to face the bitter reality of his forgotten legacy. Hearing those piercing words, Falcon finally recalls the innocent lives he guarded and the comrades he could not save. Spitting dark blood, the dragon thrashes violently in another desperate counterattack, but the protagonist meets the onslaught with a burst of sacred fire, badly scorching the behemoth's flesh. As the battle rages on, Falcon's fractured consciousness rapidly pieces itself together, remembering how he originally fought against Aegilus until his ultimate defeat. Suddenly, the dragon conjures a storm of sharp blood spikes overhead, but to the protagonist's utter shock, the lethal spikes pivot backward, piercing directly into the dragon's own body. Taking back control of his fused form, Falcon violently claws open his own chest, exposing the core and pleading with the protagonist to finally end this endless nightmare once and for all. Wasting no time, the protagonist readies another Dragon Slayer weapon to pierce the exposed chest, but Aegilus panics, forcefully taking over the wings and ascending into the sky to escape. Refusing to let the calamity flee, the protagonist takes steady aim and releases a guided divine projectile, declaring that the dragon will not get away. Streaking through the clouds in relentless pursuit, the attack cleanly pierces straight through the dragon's body and strikes Falcon directly in his exposed chest. Losing all flight capability, the gargantuan beast begins a terminal descent as the entire city watches in stunned silence. A colossal, earth-shattering tremor rocks the metropolitan area as the monstrous corpse crashes violently into the streets. Amidst the settling dust and debris of the felled dragon, Falcon remains barely clinging to life atop the beast's shattered back. Even as he takes his dying breaths, Falcon remains conscious atop the dragon's back. The protagonist descends gracefully upon the fiery phoenix to land beside the fallen warrior, gently asking if his lost memories have fully returned. Falcon nods weakly, admitting that the forgotten past has finally returned to haunt him in his final moments. He explains that through the endless, grueling war against Aegilus, their souls eventually fused into a single entity. Even after escaping the dimensional rift, he constantly fought to eradicate the monstrous fiend anchored to his flesh, but every single attempt ended in utter failure. Weeping with profound sorrow, Falcon laments the innocent lives claimed during his involuntary rampage. The protagonist firmly cuts him off, telling him that far too much time has passed to drown in useless regrets. He urges the veteran warrior to shift his perspective, advising Falcon to focus on the countless lives he successfully protected rather than the tragedies he could not prevent. Reminding him that he saved an entire nation from total annihilation, the youth points out that the death toll would have been unimaginably worse without his ultimate sacrifice. Falcon chuckles softly, asking if the boy is attempting to comfort him, teasing that he is remarkably terrible at bedside consolations. The protagonist freely agrees, admitting emotional pep talks are definitely not his strong suit. Smiling with quiet acceptance, Falcon confesses that while claiming he holds zero regrets would be an outright lie, even if he were granted the chance to return to the past, he would make the exact same choices all over again. Hearing him speak of regressing to the past and making the same resolute choices strikes a deep, resonant chord within the protagonist, reminding him of his own harrowing journey through time and tribulation. Expressing heartfelt gratitude for finally concluding their eternal battle, Falcon reaches out to bestow a legendary parting gift, the finest armor piece ever forged by the ancient Tesseran Empire, crafted specifically for his climactic duel against Aegilus, successfully passing the divine sacred pauldron of Falcon directly into the young hero's hands with immense relief. Obtaining the sacred relic, the protagonist expresses sincere thanks as Falcon offers one last heartfelt thank you for liberating his tortured soul from this prolonged nightmare. Disintegrating into shimmering motes of light, the ancient warrior smiles, knowing he can finally rest, while the protagonist solemnly wishes eternal peace upon the legendary hero of Tesseran. As the lingering golden embers fade, Lee Juho and Kang Dohyun rush across the devastated plaza toward the youth. Panicked and out of breath, Juho inspects the boy, frantically asking if he is seriously injured. The protagonist casually replies that he is fine, though he admits the black dragon was far stronger than anticipated, acknowledging he narrowly avoided death. Juho scolds him, pointing out that facing such an unfathomable calamity could have easily cost him his life. Stepping forward, Do-hyun expresses profound relief that the youth survived, highlighting that thanks to his decisive intervention, not a single civilian casualty occurred. Do-hyun adds that while director Song may never officially endorse their methods, he formally offers both his personal apologies and sincere gratitude on behalf of the agency. The protagonist brushes it off, remarking that formal thanks are unnecessary as long as everyone made it through safely. Seeing the peaceful aftermath, the lingering anxiety within his chest finally dissipates, and exhaustion instantly takes over. Slumping onto the rubble, he collapses into unconsciousness. Juho panics, assuming the worst, only to realize the youth simply passed out for a much-needed nap. Chuckling softly, Do-hyun notes that the boy is purely physically and mentally spent. Relieved there are no life-threatening injuries, he reflects that once the dust settles on this catastrophic incident, a massive political storm will erupt across the nation with this young man at the absolute epicenter, finding it amusing that the eye of the storm is sleeping so peacefully. Sometime later, breaking news dominates every media broadcast across the country, reporting on the unprecedented Anyang dungeon outbreak, the miraculous total evacuation of civilians, and panels of experts debating the near-apocalyptic disaster that was narrowly averted. The incident quickly becomes headline news all around the globe, After what feels like an eternity, the protagonist finally opens his eyes, waking up inside a quiet hospital room in a state of utter confusion. Wondering when on earth he passed out, he silently admits to himself that he pushed his physical limits way too hard. Glancing at the digital calendar, he realizes today is already December 27th, meaning he remained unconscious for 3 full days. Looking over at the bedside table, he spots a handwritten note left for him. The message explains that the visitor stopped by earlier, but finding him fast asleep, decided to leave a brief letter instead. The note mentions that the entire world is currently talking about the Anyang incident, creating a massive media storm that urgently demands an official statement. Surprised to see the note is from Juho, the protagonist reads on as his friend explains that he took the initiative to act as his temporary representative, filtering through countless annoying phone calls and frantic press inquiries on his behalf. Although Juho handled everything without asking beforehand, he hopes Soo-hyun will understand the urgent situation. The protagonist chuckles, finally realizing why his own phone had 0 notifications, deeply appreciating that Juho has been doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes. The letter adds that since Soo-hyun saved countless lives and must be completely exhausted, he should avoid stressing over politics and simply focus on resting, mentioning that he left a basket of fresh fruit in the room for when the boy woke up hungry. Soo-hyun smiles, genuinely grateful to have such a dependable ally in his corner. Successfully averting both the Gwangju dungeon catastrophe and the Anyang outbreak proved that his desperate struggles were truly worth the effort, creating a drastically brighter reality compared to his grim past life. Even so, countless monumental trials still lie ahead, meaning he cannot afford to lower his guard as he contemplates his next strategic move. Just as he organizes his thoughts, a sudden knock echoes at the door, prompting him to ask who is outside to see who has arrived. To his great surprise, Hakjun steps inside looking terribly battered, sporting severe bruises across his swollen face. Startled by his awful physical condition, the protagonist asks what happened to him and why he came visiting. Trembling uncontrollably with visible fear, Hakjun stammers that he has a desperate favor to ask, pleading with Soo-hyun to consider joining his guild, leaving the protagonist completely flabbergasted by the unexpected proposition. Sometime earlier, at the Era's Guild headquarters, Guild Master Seong Donghyun gathered all core members to deliver a major announcement. He explained that their upcoming guild promotion exam, transitioning from a medium-sized guild to a large-scale syndicate, was vital for their organization's future. While large guild status unlocked various privileges, the single most crucial factor was the massive increase in government subsidy funding. Sternly warning his subordinates, Donghyun demanded absolute perfection during the promotion trials, coldly declaring that if anyone made a mistake, he would personally execute them. After dismissing the room, the master called Hakjun over, glaring at him with menacing fury and demanding a private conversation. Outside the closed office doors, 2 heavy bruisers stood guard while Hakjun was brutally beaten inside. Grabbing the battered boy by the hair, Donghyun raged, declaring that he did not care if subordinates were wicked, cunning, or violent, but he would never tolerate a lying traitor. Demanding to know why Hakjun deceived him regarding Kim Soo-hyun's true identity, the boy weakly protested that he was genuinely kept in the dark. However, the furious guild master refused to believe his excuses, pointing out that Hakjun had crossed paths with Soo-hyun inside the abyss and even took the hunter rank evaluation alongside him. Refusing to believe that Hakjun remained completely oblivious, Donghyun angrily demands to know how he could fail to recognize Kim Soo-hyun's monstrous talent, beating the boy mercilessly while roaring that this will be his absolute final warning. The master orders him to recruit Kim Soo-hyun at all costs, emphasizing that securing such an overwhelming powerhouse will guarantee their success in the upcoming guild advancement exam. Hakjun desperately protests from the cold floor, asking how he is supposed to recruit someone he barely knows, pointing out that he cannot physically force the prodigy and reminding Donghyun of Soo-hyun's terrifying raw strength. However, the vicious guild master could not care less about practical excuses. Smirking cruelly, Donghyun threatens that if Hakjun fails to deliver the recruit before the promotion test, his sickly younger sister Youngsun might need to be taught a painful lesson as well. Terrified and burning with intense suppressed hatred, Hakjun complies without another word. Returning home bruised and bloodied afterward, Youngsun tenderly cleans his battered wounds, softly asking if the severe swelling hurts. Hakjun forces a reassuring smile, claiming he is fine and that the bruises are merely a minor annoyance. Seeing right through his clumsy facade, Youngsun worriedly asks if Seong Donghyun was responsible for this brutal beating. Caught off guard by her painful accuracy, Hakjun frantically lies, claiming he was ambushed by unusually aggressive dungeon monsters. Youngsun skeptically asks what kind of monster deliberately targets only someone's face, urging her brother to stop putting himself in danger, but a sudden fit of violent coughing cuts her off. Panicking, Hakjun rushes to grab her specialized medicine, desperately urging her to drink it immediately. Even with his face completely swollen and deformed, all his thoughts are consumed by her fragile condition. He vividly recalls Donghyun's sinister mocking earlier, reminding him that Youngsun suffers from an incurable illness that modern science cannot treat. dangling rare magical painkiller potions as ruthless leverage to keep Hakjun subservient to his cruel whims, promising to ease her agony only if the desperate boy strictly delivers the desired recruitment results, leaving Hakjun trapped with no way out. Tightly embracing his sickly sister, Hakjun tearfully reminds her that as long as she is suffering, he will never know peace, passionately swearing that he will endure any humiliation or hardship to keep her safe and alive. Back in the present hospital room, Hakjun finishes his desperate pitch, pleading with the protagonist to seriously consider the offer. He argues that joining the Eras Guild is actually a great deal, pointing out that countless syndicates and the Hunter Association will hound Soo-hyun relentlessly, whereas Eras can offer absolute privacy and total shielding from public pressure. However, the protagonist raises his hand, firmly telling Hakjun to stop. Soo-hyun points out that Hakjun must realize how completely bizarre and unnatural this entire interaction feels. Before continuing this awkward recruitment attempt, Soo-hyun insists it is only fair that Hakjun explains the real truth behind his desperation, noting that something is terribly wrong here. The protagonist reminds him of their earlier encounter, specifically mentioning the contact number he offered in case Hakjun ever needed genuine help. Staring back with trembling eyes, Hakjun quietly asks if knowing the underlying truth is truly all the youth needs to hear, slowly reaching down and drawing his blade. Hakjun levels his drawn sword straight at the protagonist, challenging him to an immediate duel. He declares that if Soo-hyun wins, he will reveal the full truth behind his actions, but if Soo-hyun loses, he must agree to join the Eras Guild without further resistance. Watching him, the protagonist silently reflects on the legendary Choi Hakjun, the youngest A-rank hunter in the country and a core member of the world-renowned Eras Guild. Renowned as a generational genius, that exact same Hakjun shockingly slaughtered the entire Eras Guild in cold blood on the night before his official S-rank advancement exam in his past life. When the protagonist encountered the future version as Kim Soo-hyun, Hakjun was a bitter, cynical monster who mocked the idea of saving humanity, arrogantly asking why anyone would throw their life away for the sake of others. Yet, the current Choi Hakjun is an entirely different person at his core, genuinely kind, protective, and inherently selfless. When they first met outside the agency, Hakjun visibly tried to communicate something vital, deliberately holding back during the confrontation with Donghyun, and fiercely fought to rescue innocent civilians during the recent Anyang outbreak. Wondering what horrific tragedy corrupted such a noble soul in the past timeline, the protagonist braces himself as Hakjun lunges forward, attacking him while he is still bedridden. Hakjun assumes silence equals agreement, but Soo-hyun knows this underhanded tactic goes completely against the boy's true nature, proving someone is ruthlessly pulling his strings. Vowing to uncover the dark truth on his own, the protagonist weaves through the strikes as violent tremors shake the hospital building. Panicked nurses wonder if an earthquake is striking, only to realize awakened hunters are brawling on the upper floor. Parrying a fierce slash, Soo-hyun lands a solid counterpunch on Hakjun's arm, leaping out of bed to minimize damage to the clinic. Knowing he must finish this clap, Hakjun relentlessly presses the offensive, refusing to grant his opponent even a single second of breathing room. Thinking quickly, the protagonist rips the bedsheet off and hurls the fabric straight into Hakjun's face, completely obstructing the young prodigy's vision. Taking advantage of the blind spot, Soo-hyun sprints toward his blade. Hakjun shouts an apology, admitting that while this fight is unfair, he cannot afford to let the protagonist retrieve a weapon when he knows how overwhelming Soo-hyun's raw strength truly is. Unleashing a devastating sword wave, Hakjun cleaves through the hospital wall, obliterating a massive section of the concrete facade and launching the unarmed youth straight out into the open air. Although Soo-hyun nimbly evades a lethal direct hit, the immense destructive pressure confirms that Choi Hakjun's combat prowess is the real deal. Mid-air, the protagonist snatches a small fruit knife from a shattered nightstand, needing any makeshift edge to parry incoming strikes. Sensing innocent civilians gathered on the streets below, he decides to lure the battle upward to the rooftop to keep everyone safe. Channeling his sacred flames, he manifests his fiery phoenix to ascend toward the rooftop, while Hakjun watches his flight from below. The protagonist realizes that even unarmed, he should not lose under normal circumstances. However, his body remains heavily fatigued and far from fully recovered after the exhausting Anyang Dragon Raid. Just as he touches down on the rooftop, Hakjun vaults upward without hesitation, landing fiercely before him. Landing firmly on the rooftop, Hakjun prepares to clash with the protagonist once more, mockingly asking Soo-hyun if he genuinely believes a standard kitchen knife will be enough to protect him in a serious duel. The protagonist calmly replies that it will suffice, stepping forward as their blades collide with a sharp, resonant screech. Soo-hyun silently reflects that because a mundane kitchen utensil completely lacks the structural integrity and mana conductivity of a specialized hunter weapon, it cannot withstand continuous high-tier mana resonance. However, relying on his masterclass mana control, he knows he can at least deflect incoming strikes and successfully hold his ground. Imbuing the small metal blade with a concentrated layer of pure magical energy, Soo-hyun pivots smoothly, landing a precise counter-slash across Hakchun's shoulder. Feeling the stinging bite of the blade, Hakchun grimaces in sharp pain but remains entirely locked in on his desperate objective to defeat the protagonist at all costs. Raising his sword high with both hands, Hakchun channels his signature ultimate skill, unleashing the devastating full moon burst directly in front of the youth. Given the zero-distance proximity, the massive lunar detonation instantly engulfs nearly the entire rooftop in a blinding flash of destructive energy. Down on the street level below, curious civilian onlookers gather alongside arriving police units, quickly establishing a secure perimeter as the deafening explosion echoes from the hospital rooftop. As the dense smoke gradually clears, Hakchun stares forward with an anxious, trembling smile, completely stunned to see the protagonist standing entirely unharmed. Miraculously, Soo-hyun neutralized the entire explosive blast using nothing more than that fragile kitchen knife, leaving the surrounding rooftop shattered into a massive circular crater of scorched rubble. Hakchun slowly lowers his weapon in bitter defeat, confessing that deep down, he always knew he stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Getting straight to the point, the protagonist firmly demands that Hakchun stop holding back and finally explain the dark reality of what is truly happening. Trembling with bottled-up grief, Hakchun finally begins to open up about Kwak Youngsun, the single person in this cruel world whose happiness he cared about more than his own. Hakchun explains that he and Youngsun grew up together through childhood, becoming inseparable best friends before eventually falling in love. After graduating from high school, Youngsun took over her family's small flower shop, tirelessly supporting Hakchun during his prolonged period of unemployment and constantly encouraging him whenever he felt like giving up. Because of her unwavering faith, he felt immense joy when he finally awakened as a high-ranking hunter, believing they could finally build a peaceful future. However, tragedy struck shortly after. Arriving at the shop one afternoon, he found the doors closed and rushed inside, only to discover Youngsun collapsed on the floor, coughing violently and spitting up dark blood. Terrified, he desperately asked what happened, but she could barely rasp his name. At that exact moment, Seung Donghyun casually walked into the store, claiming he was simply browsing flowers for a loved one before noticing the commotion. Spotting Hakchun, Donghyun analyzed Youngsun's condition, noting she had been afflicted by a lethal, specialized poison. Claiming to be an expert in arcane toxins, Donghyun declared it was their lucky day and offered a rare pain-suppressing antidote. Since then, Hakchun realized Donghyun was the sole supplier capable of producing the vital medicine, ruthlessly using Youngsun's life as twisted leverage to keep him completely obedient. Gripping his sword with tearful eyes, Hakchun turns to Soo-hyun, asking if the youth remembers his offer outside the Hunter Certification building, when he promised to help whenever Hakchun needed it. Gathering all his remaining courage, Hakchun begs Soo-hyun to save him and Youngsun from Seung Donghyun's merciless clutches, even though he admits that after everything he has done, he may never be able to forgive or trust himself again. Hakchun bitterly reflects on how thoroughly he was deceived by Seung Donghyun all this time, realizing that if he fails to grow stronger and continues to rely on others, the exact same tragedy will repeat itself in the future. Having resolved that he has no other choice, Hakchun vows to end this nightmare once and for all, offering Kim Soo-hyun a sincere thank you accompanied by a strained, bittersweet smile before quietly slipping away into the city. Elsewhere across town, Lee Joo-ho carefully reviews confidential documents, pressing the shadowy informant seated across from him to confirm if the illicit intelligence is truly legitimate. The broker snaps that his entire livelihood depends on the accuracy of the secrets he sells, sternly warning Joo-ho that the material is strictly classified and demanding his own name be kept completely out of whatever dangerous moves follow next. Agreeing to the discreet terms, Joo-ho immediately dials Soo-hyun, asking if the youth has fully awakened and checking on his physical condition. When Soo-hyun casually mentions that his hospital room was recently attacked, Joo-ho is utterly shocked. However, the protagonist reassures him that he is completely fine and came out completely unscathed. Soo-hyun quickly brings Joo-ho up to speed on Hakchun's tragic circumstances and desperate dilemma. Hearing the grim story, Joo-ho notes that the timing is remarkably perfect, revealing that he just acquired critical, highly sensitive intelligence regarding the dark, corrupt underbelly of the Ares Guild. Meanwhile, Seung Donghyun is lounging comfortably inside his executive office, leisurely reading the morning newspaper until his heavy door swings open unannounced. Irritated that someone dared to enter without knocking, the arrogant guildmaster is genuinely surprised to see Hakchun standing before him, questioning why the young prodigy returned so early instead of taking some time off. Stepping forward with cold resolve, Hakchun calmly asks a chilling theoretical question. If an awakened hunter tries to exploit another person's unique skill, and that original awakened hunter dies, does the power vanish permanently? Donghyun freezes in brief surprise, then spots the thick coat of fresh blood dripping from Hakchun's drawn sword, instantly assuming the desperate boy eliminated the target. Breaking into a mocking laugh, Dongyun asks what Hakjun intends to do with such trivial knowledge. Meanwhile, at home, Youngsun frantically redials Hakjun's phone, her panic escalating as a breaking news broadcast airs on the television. The reporter announces an unauthorized awakened clash in Seoul's Gangnam district, confirming 0 civilian casualties as the Hunter Association mobilizes to contain the area, explicitly naming Choi Hakjun of the Heirs Guild as the primary suspect. Desperate and terrified for her boyfriend's safety, Youngsun pleads into the deadline for him to answer. Suddenly, a knock rattles her front door, startling her completely. Opening it cautiously while the news continues reporting on the assault against the hero of the recent city outbreak, she finds the protagonist standing before her. Soo-hyun politely introduces himself as Kim Soo-hyun, leaving Youngsun in utter disbelief. He thanks her for letting him in amidst the chaotic reports, understanding how shocking this visit must be. However, Youngsun explains that she recognized him instantly, revealing that Hakjun often spoke about Soo-hyun with immense admiration, looking up to him and aspiring to become a hunter just like him. She firmly declares that despite what the news claims, Hakjun would never attack an innocent person without reason. Soo-hyun explains that while he does not know every single detail, he clearly grasps the core of the situation. Dongyun has been ruthlessly blackmailing Hakjun by holding her vital medication hostage. Realizing Hakjun came to him under guild coercion, appearing profoundly conflicted and anxious, yet refusing to burden anyone else with his suffering, Soo-hyun understands the boy set off to resolve this impossible tragedy entirely on his own. The protagonist gently explains that Hakjun cannot simply act recklessly on his own whims, which is why he came directly to her to uncover the full story and understand how she truly feels. Tearing up, Youngsun vividly remembers Hakjun comforting her, warmly reassuring her that everything would be alright and urging her never to give up because he would personally fix everything. Breaking into uncontrollable tears, she desperately implores Soo-hyun to save him. Crying that while she is completely powerless to fight at his side, she begs him not to abandon Hakjun to a tragic fate. Without a second thought, Soo-hyun warmly agrees, confessing that this heartfelt plea was the exact confirmation he came to hear. Meanwhile, inside the Heirs Guild headquarters, Seung Dongyun is ruthlessly overwhelming Hakjun, violently hurling the battered youth across the office while flooding his bloodstream with lethal arcane toxin. Breaking into arrogant laughter, Dongyun expresses deep disappointment, mocking Hakjun for choosing the absolute worst possible option and asking if the boy genuinely believed a minor boost in strength would let him execute his master. Collapsed helplessly on the floor, Hakjun trembles in absolute agony as if thousands of jagged needles are piercing through his flesh and internal organs. Smirking down at him, Dongyun asks if he finally grasps the insurmountable gap in their raw power, coldly noting that even if he does not lift another finger, the poison will finish the boy off in mere moments. Clenching his bloody fists, Hakjun roars at him to shut up, declaring that Youngsun's illness was caused entirely by Dongyun's vile venom, a premeditated crime calculated to force Hakjun into the syndicate. Unfazed, Dongyun nonchalantly admits it might be true, dismissing the horrific act as utterly irrelevant history. Hakjun silently acknowledges that he suspected the dark truth for a long time, but was previously too weak to act. Refusing to remain helpless any longer, he forces his agonizing body upright and lunges straight toward Dongyun with his blade, fiercely screaming that they are dragging each other straight to hell, ready to sacrifice his very soul in one final, desperate suicidal strike. Before Hakjun can even graze him, Dongyun casually raises his hand and snaps his finger. Instantly, an explosive internal toxin detonates within Hakjun's body, causing him to vomit fresh blood, drop his sword, and collapse paralyzed onto the floor. Mocking the boy, Dongyun explains that unlike the slow-acting poison used on Youngsun, this lethal variant triggers immediate systemic destruction. Having anticipated the boy's eventual rebellion from his transparent facial expressions, Dongyun reveals he periodically injected this dormant toxin into Hakjun over time. Delivering a brutal kick that slams the battered swordsman hard against the wall, Dongyun watches Hakjun's vision rapidly blur into total darkness. Trapped in sheer despair, Hakjun bitterly berates himself for being utterly irresponsible, realizing that dying here accomplishes nothing and leaves Youngsun completely alone in this cruel world, silently begging for her forgiveness for choosing a suicidal escape. Suddenly, the reinforced office doors are forcefully blown off their hinges. Dongyun freezes in astonishment at having yet another uninvited guest, only for Kim Soo-hyun to casually stroll inside, calmly complaining that the terrified Aries members kept fleeing in panic whenever he politely asked for directions. Recognizing the young prodigy, Dongyun is thoroughly stunned, especially when Soo-hyun casually announces that he has arrived to officially submit an application to join the Heirs Guild. Handing over a registration form with an intrigued smirk, Dongyun remarks on how surprisingly ironic the situation is, noting he never expected a fiercely independent hunter who adamantly avoided corporate syndicates to walk into his headquarters willingly. The protagonist glances over at the battered, paralyzed Hakjun lying nearby, keeping his own expression completely unreadable. Curious about this sudden visit, Sang Dongyun asks what prompted such an abrupt change of heart, reminding the youth that he is far from a benevolent man. The protagonist smirks, replying that Dongyun is mistaken about him as well, declaring that he is definitely no saint either. Claiming he is utterly sick and tired of playing the righteous hero, Soohyun states that as long as their mutual interests align, he is perfectly willing to cooperate with anyone. Pleased by this ruthless pragmatism, Dongyun explains that while compensation and dividend shares are typically negotiated after recruitment, he cannot fully trust the prodigy yet. However, if Soohyun signs the official contract first, the Ares Guild will accommodate his personal requests to the greatest extent possible. Finding the terms acceptable, Soohyun takes the pen and signs the registration document without a single moment of hesitation. Astonished by how effortlessly the deal was finalized, Dongyun eagerly asks what the newly inducted powerhouse desires first as a member of Ares. Getting straight to the point, Soohyun demands an immediate antidote for Choi Hakjun. Dongyun raises an eyebrow in surprise, prompting Soohyun to remind him that since he defined the guild as a business, leaving an elite asset incapacitated is simply bad for overall profits. Noting that Hakjun now owes him a massive personal debt, Dongyun smirks, asking if Soohyun plans to keep the boy indebted for future exploitation, warning that even an antidote cannot undo the permanent internal damage. Soohyun dismisses the warning, noting that a talent like Hakjun is worth far more than 100 ordinary C-rank awakened. Conceding to the logic, Dongyun approaches the fallen swordsman, gripping Hakjun firmly by the throat to siphon the black venom back into his own arm, completely purging the lethal toxin from the boy's system. As Hakjun gasps for air, Soohyun leans down and quietly whispers that he met Youngsun, immediately shushing the boy when he tries to question it, ensuring their secret plan stays completely hidden from the corrupt guild master. Turning his attention back to formal negotiations, Dongyun proposes granting Soohyun a staggering 70% share of all dungeon raid profits alongside the prestigious title of Vice Guild Master, praising it as an exceptionally generous offer. The protagonist chuckles derisively, telling Dongyun that just as he observed earlier, the guild master is an utterly atrocious negotiator, pointing out that if this arrangement is strictly a corporate transaction, he refuses to entertain any deal where he takes a loss. Visibly irritated, Dongyun glares at the youth and demands to hear his actual counteroffer. Without missing a beat, Soohyun states his terms: 100% of all guild revenue, the official title of Guild Master, and the unconditional surrender of the entire Heirs Guild into his hands. Dongyun stares in stunned disbelief before bursting into hysterical, mocking laughter. Deriding the boy's outrageous demand, Dongyun asks if the kid genuinely expects him to hand over his entire syndicate on a silver platter. Unfazed, the protagonist asks what is so amusing, calmly explaining that since Dongyun built and expanded this enterprise by preying on the weak, Soohyun will use that exact same ruthless methodology to seize everything, purely because he is stronger than Dongyun. Snarling in response, Dongyun tells him to drop the righteous moral posturing, declaring that in this world, predators never waste pity on their prey. He sneers that the weak are nothing more than useless, disposable insects with no inherent value, naturally destined by the cruel laws of survival to be consumed by the strong. Dongyun proudly argues that he provided those useless worms with genuine purpose, molding them into productive assets for society. In this brutal awakened world where might makes right, physical weakness, a fragile heart, or a lack of intellect are all treated as unforgivable crimes. The protagonist responds with an icy, ironic smirk, admitting that while the law of the jungle holds true, the corrupt master overlooked one fundamental truth: even seemingly helpless prey will violently bite back against a predator to survive. Right on cue, Hakjun materializes directly behind Dongyun with his broadsword fully drawn. Whirling around in panic, Dongyun barely catches a glimpse of the heavy blade descending toward him. Soohyun tells him to witness the raw desperation of the weak firsthand as Hakjun cleaves clean across Dongyun's back with ruthless precision, sending the arrogant guild master crashing violently onto the hardwood floor. Watching the fallen tyrant, Hakjun pulls away his face covering, breathing heavily while asking Soohyun to explain what just transpired. The young prodigy knew he was on the brink of death from the lethal venom, and even with the toxin extracted, his pulverized muscles and failing senses should never have recovered so rapidly. Yet, the moment Soohyun placed a hand on him earlier, radiant holy energy surged through his body, completely restoring his physical strength while the protagonist simply told him to stay quiet and let the plan unfold. Bewildered and deeply moved, Hakjun asks why Soohyun has gone to such incredible lengths to save and protect him. Soohyun calmly replies that as touching as the sentiment is, right now is hardly the time for a sentimental conversation, because the real battle is far from over. Pushing himself up from the blood-slicked floor, Dongyun chuckles darkly, praising the vicious sneak attack and noting that he clearly trained his prized apprentice well. satisfied to finally see that ruthless killer instinct awaken within the boy. Activating Hemostasis, a Tier 2 magic spell with 55% proficiency, Dongyun rapidly seals his lacerated flesh, accelerating his cellular regeneration before their eyes, demonstrating an alarming mastery over restorative arts that catches the hunters off guard. Su-hyun knew Dongyun possessed formidable knowledge of poisons and apothecaries, but witnessing him deploy advanced self-healing magic proves his versatility in battle. Hakjun steps forward with his weapon raised, declaring that while he wants nothing more than to execute the tyrant where he stands, Dongyun stands zero chance in a 2-on-1 battle against Su-hyun and himself. Hakjun warns that if the master surrenders unconditionally right now, he will be allowed to face lawful justice and repent for his crimes behind bars. Dongyun scoffs with arrogant disdain, questioning who Hakjun thinks he is and laughing at the naive proposal. Mocking their threats, Dongyun invokes his ultimate technique, Lethal Poison Green Zone, a rank 4 magic spell at level 5. The entire floor instantly floods with a thick, pulsating carpet of toxic green slime that spreads across the room at terrifying speed. Hakjun panics, shouting for Su-hyun to back away immediately. He warns that this lethal domain spell covers the entire battlefield with fatal neurotoxins that corrode and kill on contact, with its destructive radius and potency scaling directly alongside the caster's magical rank. Smirking amidst the bubbling slime, Dongyun reminds Su-hyun of his earlier accusation regarding how he built the Era's Guild through predatory extortion. Nonchalantly agreeing, Dongyun declares that extortion is simply the natural, undisputed privilege of the strong. Sweeping his arm forward, he directs a massive wave of corrosive green sludge straight at the two hunters, forcing them to leap clear as the protagonist intently analyzes Dongyun's telekinetic control over the toxic swamp beneath their feet. While the protagonist analyzes the battlefield, Hakjun lunges straight toward Dongyun, only for the guild master to unleash a vicious airborne roundhouse kick, throwing toxic slime directly at the boy. Observing the rapid clash, Su-hyun notices that the green slime specifically affects only living organic matter, leaving the mahogany office desk and Hakjun's steel blade completely undamaged. Realizing he has an immediate tactical opening, the protagonist flips a heavy desk onto the sludge and surfs across the toxic floor directly toward Dongyun, catching both awakened hunters completely off guard. Smirking arrogantly, Dongyun asks if the boy genuinely believed he discovered a fatal weakness, instantly switching his magic to acidic violet zone. A surge of bubbling violet slime splashes over the desk, instantly dissolving the dense wood into hissing foam. Leaping backward to evade the corrosive splash, Su-hyun analyzes the lethal setup, realizing that while the green zone paralyzes and poisons living flesh, the violet zone effortlessly melts solid matter and neutralizes surprise attacks. Acknowledging the formidable tactical balance between both techniques, the youth listens as Dongyun arrogantly taunts him, calling the renowned rookie surprisingly boring for a celebrated hero, and asking if he truly thought he could seize the Era's Guild so easily. Unfazed by the mockery, the protagonist admits his mistake, realizing the ultimate countermeasure was in front of him all along. Tossing a vial high into the air, he commands the suspended crimson droplets, astonishing Hakjun as the young swordsman recognizes the horrific blood manipulation displayed during the Anyang outbreak. Activating blood needle spears via characteristic transformation, Su-hyun solidifies the crimson essence into hundreds of lethal divine javelins, aiming every single spear directly at the terrified guildmaster. Watching Dongyun freeze in paralyzing dread, Su-hyun coldly tells him that if he is truly as invincible as he claims, he had better find a way to survive this impending execution. Unleashing the crimson barrage, hundreds of blood spears rain down upon the room, forcing Dongyun to scramble frantically across the venomous floor to evade the overwhelming storm of lethal divine projectiles, desperately fighting to keep his miserable life intact. Sliding rapidly across his toxic slime to stabilize his footing, Dongyun raises a massive wall of venom to shield himself while hurling a counterwave of poison at the youth. Hakjun immediately flashes forward, cleaving through the toxic wave with his blade. Tapping Hakjun's shoulder with a confident smile, Su-hyun locks eyes with the cowering guildmaster, projecting sheer murderous intent as he readies another devastating salvo of blood spears. Coordinated perfectly, the pincer attack strikes from multiple directions. Su-hyun bombards from above while Hakjun circles behind to deliver a lethal slash. However, Dongyun retaliates desperately, landing a heavy kick against Hakjun's defensive guard, barking at the boy to stay down. As Hakjun lands and resets his stance, Su-hyun unleashes the full payload of blood spears directly at Dongyun, only to watch the impenetrable venom barrier absorb the impact once again. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, Dongyun mocks the youth, boasting that his hybrid poison offers absolute offense and defense, sneering that Su-hyun is all talk with zero results. The protagonist calmly agrees that the defensive technique is undeniably annoying, but notes he has a far simpler solution, burning the entire battlefield to ashes. Channeling his sacred phoenix flames, a roaring inferno erupts across the office, engulfing Dongyun in holy fire. As the corrupt master burns amidst the blazing vortex, Su-hyun hurls another relentless volley of blood spears straight through the roaring flames to seal his fate. The barrage of blood spears impales Dongyun firmly against the shattered wall, turning the corrupt guild master into helpless target practice as he violently coughs up mouthfuls of dark blood. As his toxic domain forcefully retracts and flows back into his palms, Hakchun feels a surge of hope, realizing Dongyun is far too critically wounded to sustain his lethal spell. However, sensing his impending doom, Dongyun frantically screams at Hakchun, desperately offering an antidote while warning that executing him will not dispel the lingering poison ravaging Youngsun's body. Taunting the boy's deepest fears, the tyrant asks if Hakchun is truly willing to gamble his lover's life on a whim, or if he would rather spare his master to secure her survival. Stepping in before the boy's resolve wavers, the protagonist firmly tells Hakchun that enough is enough, ordering him never to let that vile manipulator get inside his head again. Moving forward with absolute confidence, Soo-hyun deliberately steps directly into the pool of corrosive venom. Both Hakchun and Dongyun watch in disbelief as the vile sludge rapidly crawls up the protagonist's legs, surging toward his chest and head. Sneering with renewed arrogance, Dongyun calls the youth insane, boasting that no matter how celebrated his raw strength might be, this specialized neurotoxin possesses no known cure. Suddenly, brilliant holy light erupts from Soo-hyun's body, purifying the encroaching venom into harmless vapor in a split second. The divine radiance leaves Dongyun staring in sheer, dumbfounded terror. Hakchun watches in awe as the poison is completely eradicated, noting that the soothing warmth replenishing his own mana earlier felt identical to this holy miracle. Soo-hyun casually explains that mundane toxins have zero effect on him, revealing the legendary Charles Clan heirloom, an invaluable reward for achieving 100% clear on stage 10 of the Tower of Trial's second floor, which completely cures all lethal wounds and dispels every negative status condition. Explaining that the artifact is limited to 5 total uses, Soo-hyun details that he used the first on the 10th floor, the second on the 15th, the third to revitalize Hakchun, and the fourth just now to neutralize this poison. Tossing the artifact with its final remaining charge directly to Hakchun, Soo-hyun tells the young swordsman that he knows better than anyone who truly needs it. Catching the divine item, Hakchun remembers Youngsun's gentle voice promising that everything would be alright, breaking into tears of profound gratitude as he thanks Soo-hyun repeatedly from the bottom of his heart. Desperate and terrified, Dongyun continues screaming at Hakchun, attempting to verbally manipulate and curse the boy one last time. Refusing to tolerate another word, the protagonist steps forward and grips the treacherous snake firmly by the throat, declaring that he has no intention of holding back any longer. Hakchun anxiously asks if Soo-hyun truly intends to execute him, warning that Dongyun is the master of a prominent syndicate. Smirking through his bloodied teeth, Dongyun bluffs that ordinary society may ignore small awakened skirmishes, but murdering a high-profile guild leader with deep political connections will ignite a nationwide scandal, warning that even a famous rookie cannot escape the catastrophic fallout. The protagonist casually muses that Dongyun has a point. Executing the leader of a major guild would normally cause severe legal complications. However, Soo-hyun leans in closely and whispers a chilling question. What if that respected guild master was secretly collaborating with the infamous criminal syndicate known as the Dump Guild? Stunned by the mention of the underworld organization, Dongyun freezes in utter shock, realizing his darkest secrets have been thoroughly exposed. Watching the corrupt guild master freeze in dumbfounded horror, the protagonist explains that he thoroughly investigated both organizations beforehand. He recalls his recent strategic briefing with Juho, who emphasized that the timing was remarkably perfect because he urgently needed to share intelligence regarding the Eras Guild. Juho confirmed that Eras maintains illicit underground ties with the infamous Dump Guild, a powerful foreign syndicate actively seeking a backdoor into the domestic Korean market. Lacking deep roots in the country, the Dump Guild utilized Eras Guild as their primary vehicle for expansion, abusing their resources and intelligence network to ruthlessly eliminate anyone who discovered or even suspected their illicit partnership. Furthermore, the Dump Guild currently has its sights set directly on Kim Soo-hyun himself. The protagonist methodically enumerates Dongyun's extensive crimes, deceiving innocent guild members, executing horrific atrocities, conspiring with a foreign criminal syndicate, and cold-bloodedly murdering innocent civilians. Soo-hyun calmly asks if that is not more than enough legal and moral justification to execute him on the spot, noting that since the Dump Guild is already watching, eliminating this corrupt branch provides the perfect trap to draw them out, effectively using himself as live bait. Snarling in sheer desperation, Dongyun screams that he will kill the boy right here, lunging forward to unleash his lethal venom. However, the protagonist loses all patience, effortlessly purging the toxic aura through his natural magic resistance without breaking a sweat. Stunned that his ultimate attack failed completely, Dongyun listens in disbelief as Soo-hyun admits that his earlier caution was mere act, since basic toxins cannot pierce his overwhelming magical defense. Curious about the master's signature venom, Soo-hyun wonders aloud how it feels when turned against its creator. Activating characteristic transformation. Poison, Soo-hyun infuses Dongyun with his own concentrated venom, causing the tyrant to collapse. coughing violently as excruciating agony ravages his veins. Frantically reaching for the antidote tucked inside his coat, Donghyun's desperate bid for survival is abruptly shattered as Soo-hyun draws his blade, cleanly cleaving the master's hand in half, leaving only 2 fingers behind as agonizing screams echo through the office, while blood sprays wildly across the shattered desk. The protagonist sternly warns him not to get any clever ideas, reminding Donghyun that he took sick pleasure in manipulating helpless victims with false promises of an antidote, asking if it is only fitting that he experiences that exact same agonizing torment himself. Watching his mutilated hand detach while the corrosive venom ravages his internal organs, Donghyun howls in unendurable misery, frantically begging the youth to execute him and end the suffering. Overwhelmed by panic, the desperate tyrant scrambles toward the shattered window and throws himself out into the open air, plummeting to his death. Watching the descent, the protagonist reflects on how utterly pathetic the man remained until the very end, unable to endure even a fraction of the agony he casually inflicted upon others. Declaring the nightmare officially over, Soo-hyun summons his radiant phoenix and directs the holy beast outside, commanding that everything this vile man built through corruption and bloodshed be completely eradicated from the world. The phoenix unleashes a roaring vortex of divine flames that incinerates the entire headquarters, completely demolishing the structure into rubble. Meanwhile, having received the life-saving artifact, Choi Hakjun rushes desperately back to his girlfriend's side. Using the divine artifact, Young-sun is completely cured of the lethal toxin, weeping with profound relief as Hakjun embraces her with overwhelming joy. Overjoyed, Hakjun admits that he never could have achieved this miracle on his own, expressing sincere gratitude for the critical help he received from Kim Soo-hyun and his allies. Resolving to finally let go of his past guilt, Hakjun vows to pay that kindness forward by protecting and helping others in need. Smiling through her tears, Young-sun gently reminds him of her timeless advice: never try to shoulder every burden alone, promising that even if she cannot fight at his side on the dangerous front lines, she will always remain his greatest pillar of emotional support. Meanwhile, Lee Joo-ho checks in with the protagonist over a secure call, reporting that the entire perimeter remains completely calm with 0 abnormal developments. Joo-ho confirms that Hakjun arrived safely and that Young-sun appears perfectly healthy, happily noting that a peaceful new chapter has finally begun for the grateful couple. By January 1st, 2023, the Eras Guild officially meets its total collapse. Breaking news broadcasts report that around 9 o'clock the previous evening, the prominent Eras Guild headquarters in Seoul's Gangnam district suffered a catastrophic structural collapse. While authorities confirmed 0 civilian casualties, the lifeless body of Guild Master Sing Dong-hyun was recovered at the base of the building, triggering an extensive police investigation. Inside the Hunter Association, Director Song Yoo-tae demands a full explanation from Soo-hyun regarding the violent incident. The protagonist casually replies that he already explained the entire situation to Kang Do-hyun, stating that he merely took the necessary actions to resolve the crisis. Song sharply counters that trespassing into a registered guild headquarters, assassinating its leader, and leveling the entire skyscraper constitutes an act many would classify as domestic terrorism. Soo-hyun retorts that Dong-hyun routinely exploited his powers to extort and ruin innocent lives, accusing Director Song of knowing about these underworld crimes yet deliberately doing nothing, simply watching from the sidelines, arguing that he provided a vital service to society by eliminating a mess the agency failed to manage. Do-hyun remains silently positioned beside them as Director Song speaks up, observing that ever since the Anyang incident, Soo-hyun has proven remarkably skilled at concocting convenient justification. Warning that the boy went entirely too far, Song pivots directly to the core issue: the Dump Guild. He demands to know if the youth possesses concrete, undeniable evidence to substantiate his accusations against the foreign criminal syndicate. Even if Air is engaged in illicit operations, Song asks what legal or moral authority gives Soo-hyun the right to act as judge, jury, and executioner, questioning whether the young hunter has deluded himself into believing he is a righteous champion of the people simply because the public cheered for him during the Anyang raid. Surprised by the director's harsh confrontation, Do-hyun glances anxiously between both men. The protagonist shows immediate, visible distaste at the concept of being labeled a hero, noting that he never asked for societal acclaim or heroic adoration. He reflects that the petty squabbles of authority figures never change, sounding superficially impressive yet thoroughly hollow and repetitive. Adding a final truth that the general public fundamentally misunderstands about him, Soo-hyun declares that he is the absolute furthest thing from a benevolent savior. He never risked his life across countless battles out of naive altruism or charity, but purely because no one else possessed the strength to survive them. Pointing out that every action he took was driven solely by raw survival instincts, the protagonist coldly advises both Director Song and Do-hyun to watch their own steps very carefully moving forward. The protagonist coldly declares that he will do whatever he pleases to achieve his goals, even if it means eliminating both of them on the spot. Freezing in sheer terror, Director Song breaks into a cold sweat, forcing a nervous laugh and desperately attempting to de-escalate the tension. Waving his hands defensively, Song stammers that he was merely joking, arguing that being hailed as a public hero is a great honor rather than an insult. However, shifting to a transactional tone, the director notes that sweeping a guild leader's death under the rug will be difficult without the Hunter Association's official intervention, offering to resolve the entire fallout if Soo-hyun agrees to a single condition. The protagonist cuts him off, stating that the condition is signing an exclusive contract with the association. Stunned that his plan was read so easily, Song listens as Soo-hyun points out how painfully obvious the scheme was, refusing to become a political puppet. Panicking, Song urges the youth to reconsider, warning that assassinating a guildmaster remains a severe felony, emphasizing that no matter how powerful an individual hunter might be, surviving without bureaucratic backing is impossible. In response, Soo-hyun pulls out his phone and plays a crystal-clear audio recording. The voice on the tape is Director Song during the Anyang crisis, coldly dismissing the safety of 600,000 imperiled citizens as not his responsibility. Recognizing his private conversation with Lee Joo-ho, Song turns pale. The protagonist asks who the public will despise more, the rogue hunter who eliminated a corrupt criminal syndicate, or the association director who willingly abandoned an entire city. Mocking the director's attempt at blackmail, Soo-hyun tells the furious executive to take his own joke in stride, leaving the office while deciding to lay low inside the Tower of Trials until the political storm subsides. In his past life, the title of hero haunted him and spurred him to flee. Yet, remembering his mother's plea, the comrades he aided, and the grateful citizens of Tesseran and Earth, he resolves that if destiny demands a hero, then a hero is exactly what he will become. Meanwhile, deep inside a shadowy underground cavern, high-ranking operatives of the Dump Guild gather in secret. Confirming the demise of Seung Dong-yun, a female operative remarks that his death is practically a blessing, noting that his reckless arrogance had become utterly intolerable. Another operative angrily asks if she has lost her mind, pointing out that Dong-yun was their primary gateway into the domestic Korean market. However, their commanding officer dismisses the setback, stating that losing a disposable pawn changes nothing about their grand overarching strategy. Turning their attention to Kim Soo-hyun, the commanders acknowledge that the young prodigy has grown into an irritating thorn in their side. A cloaked subordinate confirms that the youth was recently tracked entering the Tower of Trials. Receiving the report, the syndicate leader orders an elite surveillance detachment deployed to monitor the tower's perimeter around the clock, demanding an immediate notification the second Soo-hyun re-emerges. Driving a wicked dagger straight through a photograph of the protagonist's face, the shadowy leader declares that they will personally eliminate the boy the moment he returns. I definitely can't wait to see what happens in the next chapter. Without a doubt, some serious heads are going to roll. I had a blast recording this one, and I really hope you all enjoyed watching it just as much. I definitely want to keep this series going, and apparently, this was just the second season. Or maybe the first, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm hyped to continue, because the plot is getting insanely good. This ruthless, badass protagonist is just on another level, and honestly, I wasn't expecting him to go that hard. I'll definitely see you all in the upcoming videos, and rest assured, some amazing stuff is heading your way very soon. I'm going to introduce 2 brand new projects that you guys are going to absolutely love, so you definitely don't want to miss out. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.